Hero from Yesterday by Robert Randall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. They were a peaceful people and somehow couldn't stand the thought of executing their only criminal. The answer was to discover A Hero from Yesterday by Robert Randall. The day Lugert's criminals gunned down 3 citizens in a bold, broad daylight robbery, Domnus Carson, the third Speaker of the Council, said, "I think I've got an answer." "Answer? To what?" said Mergden Darrell, fourth Speaker. "To Lugert," said Carson. "The weapon we can use against that throwback who's been terrorizing us all." Darrell sounded weary. "There is no answer to Lugert, I'm afraid. We're peaceful people. He's a throwback to a more violent age. There's no way to cope with him. Would you want to be the one to shoot him down?" Carson shuddered and said, "No, not me. Of course not. I'm no more capable of violence than anyone else. But Lugert can be stopped. We can get help." "From where?" "From the past," said Carson. "From the ugly, crime-ridden world we evolved out of. Dr. Lorenz of the Science Council has developed a time net, which—" Of course, Darrell exclaimed. "Bring a man out of the past. A man who won't be inhibited by our innate hatred of violence. A man who will be able to deal with Lugert as he deserves." He rose and strode around the long council room in quick, nervous steps. "Call Lorenz, Carson. Get him at work on the project at once. We can't waste any more time. There's no telling when Lugert might—" The visiphone chimed 3 times. Carson crossed the room and depressed the receiving stud. On the screen, the features of a thick-faced, stocky man appeared. "Lugert, what do you want?" "I'm pleased you recognize me so quickly, Speaker Carson," said the stocky man in a slow, deep voice. "My fame must be spreading, then." "You didn't call to chat with us, Lugert. What is it you want?" Lugert's face hardened slowly. "You're right. I didn't call to chat. I called to tell you to get out." "What's that?" "I said get out. Pick up your records and papers and clear out of the government building, Carson. You and all the rest of you. I'm taking over." Carson paled. "Taking over the government? How far do you think you can go, Lugert?" Again the confident, cheerful, steel-hard grin that had become the Lugert trademark in such an astonishingly brief time. "How far? Why, Carson, I can go as far as I like. There isn't one of you who dares say no to anything I ask. And now I'm asking for the government. Go ahead. Refuse. Get indignant. Threaten me. All this easy winning bores me, Carson." Carson stared at the thick-featured face framed by the visiscreen. "You've won again," he said after a pause. "We can't fight you, Lugert. How much time do we have to evacuate the government building?" "How much do you need?" Carson thought for a moment. "A week, at least. Is that all right?" "1 week. No more," Lugert agreed. "My men and I will come up to take over things at noon on 7 September. He chuckled. 7 September, 2531. A day to go down in history, eh, Carson? He broke the connection. Carson turned to the dead screen and looked at Speaker Darrell. Well, there's our ultimatum, he said. 1 week to get out, and then Lugert takes over. That means we'll have to move fast, said Durrell. You'd better call Dr. Lorenz. Only a week? Carson was already busy punching out Lorenz's code numbers on the visiphone. When the scientist appeared, Carson quickly sketched out the situation as it stood. Lorenz's eyes widened when Carson told of Lugert's threat. Then the speaker went on to outline the part Lorenz and his time net would play in the attempt to defeat Lugert. I'll see what I can do, Lorenz promised. I'll try to find the man we're looking for. Can you do it in 2 days or less? I hope so, Lorenz said. It took 2 days. Then Lorenz ran the office of the council and told Carson, it's worked. The time net? You've got the man? I have. I'll bring him right over. Lorenz entered the council room a while later, followed by a tall, thin, lean-faced man dressed in archaic clothing. Carson's heart thumped excitedly. Here was a man, he thought. Here was a hero from yesteryear who would put an end to the threat Lugert represented. This is Speaker Carson and Speaker Durrell of our governing council, Lorenz said. The man from the past nodded curtly. You can call me Jack. His voice was cold, flat, with a curious twang of a regional accent in it. The vowel pronunciation was odd, as was to be expected. Carson eyed the hard-faced stranger. He didn't seem to have an ounce of fat on him. He looked tough, uncompromising. I think you'll do, he said after a moment's study. You've got the stuff. Thanks, said Jack in a wry voice. Suppose you line the program out for me now. Give me the picture. Tell me what I'm here for. Carson frowned. You're here to help us, because we're helpless ourselves. Did Dr. Lorenz tell you what the characteristics of this world are? He said a few things. You fill me in. It's 300 years since we last had a war of any sort. Crime has been extinct 150 years. Until Lugert. Lugert, I heard of him. Who is he? He's the man you're going to kill for us, Carson said bluntly. The man named Jack grinned. Oh, a rub-out job. I think that's the term, said Carson. Lugert's a throwback, a man out of the past, a man out of your time, suddenly reborn in our era for God knows what reason. He's cold and hard and utterly ruthless. Nothing stops him. We're powerless. The compulsion against violence is too strong in us. Just a bunch of patsies, Jack said. Lugert snaps the whip and you lie down and play dead when he says so. That it? It took Carson a few moments to digest the strange idioms. Finally he said, Right. He began small, with petty thefts and burglaries. He took anything he wanted. Then he began branching out. He compelled a scientist to create a serum for him that would instill absolute loyalty to him in anyone who took it. Using the serum, he built up a band of henchmen who share his violent ways. 2 days ago, he decided to take the ultimate grab for power. He ordered us to evacuate the government building and let him take over. And you said yes, Jack remarked. What else could we do? But we have a weapon. You. You share Lugert's way of life. We don't. We can strike at him indirectly through you. You want me to kill this Lugert. What's in it for me? What? I said, what's in it for me? What do I get out of it besides the risk of a punctured hide? I don't do these things for my health, Carson. Carson thought about it for a moment. Of course, there would have to be some reward, wouldn't there? Well, what would you want? We can supply virtually anything if you'll do the job properly. Osmiridium, sapphires, books, women. The man named Jack shook his head. Gold, he said. Carson was startled. Gold? But why would you want... Oh, very well. Gold is the reigning object of value in your day, isn't it? Would 25 pounds be enough? The man from the past smiled unwarmly. Quite enough, he said. You got yourself a deal. The man named Jack cautiously approached the big building that served as a headquarters for Lugert, until the time when he would move into the sprawling area of the government building. Jack wore modern clothes. His own shabby ancient ones were carefully stored away in a laboratory closet. His hair was close cropped in the current fashion. But inside his skull was the mind of a 20th century man, and hidden in the folds of his vest was a 20th century automatic, a snub-nosed .38, ready to spit death. The day was 5 September 2531. He had been in this strange world of the future 3 days, and if all went well he would return to his own time today. He had spent the 3 days studying the approach to Lugert's headquarters, familiarizing himself with the layout, readying himself for the killing that had to be done. He was thinking, funny old duck, that Carson. They all are. Imagine letting somebody like Lugert push them all over the place because all the fight's been bred out of them. Well, in 600 years, a lot can happen. He shrugged. It wasn't his business to worry about the doings of his remote descendants. His business was to kill. He knew that Lugert's personal suite was on the 8th floor of the building, that he was guarded by one man outside the door, one at the elevator entrance, and several in the lobby. He didn't have to worry about the ones in the lobby. He didn't really have to worry about any of them on the way in. They wouldn't be expecting anyone dangerous. The only dangerous people in this world were Lugert and his henchmen, and they'd probably be off guard when he came by. His forearm itched where Lorenz had inserted a sliver of metal. The old scientist had been very apologetic. I'm sorry, Jack, but we have to do this. We can't risk having another Lugert. This is to make sure you don't get delusions of power once you finish off Lugert. What do you mean? I mean we can control you hypnotically through this generator I've embedded in your arm, just in case you decide not to go back to your own time when you're through here. Don't worry, I wouldn't want to run this place. He couldn't blame them for being cautious. Not at all. They'd be even more helpless before him than they would be under Lugert, after all. He drew near the big building. The guard in front said, Who are you and where are you going? Jack made his voice as subservient sounding as he could. He said, I'm from Speaker Carson. I'd like to see Lugert. The guard frowned. How come Carson didn't just phone the boss? Beats me, Jack said. Must be top secret. The guard frowned at Jack's strange language, shrugged, and sent him on in. He passed rapidly through the lobby and reached the elevator. A guard inside the elevator wanted to know where he was going. I'm from Speaker Carson, he said. I have an urgent message to deliver to Lugert. The guard held out his hand. Let's have it. I'll take it to him. The boss doesn't like to meet strangers. Smiling coldly, Jack fumbled in his pocket and withdrew the .38. It fired once. The silencer muffled the sound down to a squirt. A neat hole appeared in the elevator operator's head. Still smiling, Jack pressed 8 and waited for the door to close. 3 minutes and 2 killings later, he stood outside the office of Lugert himself. The elevator was clear now, and the floor was empty of henchmen. That would make the getaway easier, Jack thought. He knocked. "Who's there?" a voice growled. "Mr. Lugert?" "Yeah. Who's there and what do you want?" "An urgent message from Speaker Carson, sir. Very important that I see you, Mr. Lugert." After a considerable pause, the door swung open. Lugert stood there, wearing a glittering plastic robe. He hadn't shaved. He was short and squat and fierce-looking. Jack smiled and drew the gun. "Please step inside and keep your hands in the air," he said quietly. "And don't make a fuss. This gun happens to kill people when it goes off." Lugert stepped back. Jack noticed the man didn't seem frightened, and wondered whether it was because Lugert just didn't believe another man could probably offer danger, or because Lugert was without fear. He said, "I've killed 3 of your henchmen. I'm figuring on killing you now. Speaker Carson is paying me to do it, Lugert." Quietly, Lugert said, "And who are you? Where'd you come from?" "You can call me Jack. You don't know me." "I can see there's a toughness about you," Lugert said. "You're like me. I didn't think there were any others like me in the world. Where did Carson find you?" "In the past, Lugert. In yesterday. He dredged me up from the 20th century. There were lots like you and me then, Lugert." For the first time, fear showed in Lugert's face. A driblet of perspiration snaked down the side of his fleshy jaw. Paler than he had been before, he said, "From the past? Then you can really kill me?" Jack nodded. "I'm going to. Carson's paying me 25 pounds of gold for it." "Gold? But that stuff's worthless. You can find it anywhere. What do you want gold for?" "In my time," said Jack, "the stuff wasn't so common. It was worth plenty. Times change." A crafty glint showed in Lugert's eyes. "You're just a hired killer, then. A man without conscience. Suppose I offer you 30 pounds of gold not to kill me. 50 pounds. 100. The generator in Jack's arm twitched warningly. He knew Carson and Lorenz were listening in. "No," he said, "there's no percentage in it. You don't have the time net. You can't send me back to my own time. I'll stick with their offer." "No! Look, we can be partners. You're the kind of man I could get to like, Jack. We'll work together, you and me. 50-50. An even split." Again the generator twitched. Jack sighed. "Sorry, Lugert, can't do it. I made an agreement, and I'm going to stick to it. I'm going to kill you." Sweat streamed down Lugert's face. "It's not fair," he said. "I had this world under my thumb. And then they had to find you somewhere. Why? Why'd they have to mess everything up?" "Sorry, Lugert. It's just a lousy break for you," Jack said emotionlessly. "This is the way it's going to be." "No!" Lugert yelled. Jack raised the .38. Lugert threw up his hands as if to protect himself, but Jack's fingers tightened anyway. The gun went squirt. Lugert toppled heavily to the floor. He lay there on the heavy pile rug, his blood spilling out and staining the brown carpet a deep red. Jack looked at him calmly. Then he turned and left the room. The floor was still empty. Quietly, he got into the untended elevator, rode it to the lobby, and stepped out into the street. The whole job had taken 10 minutes. 10 minutes and 4 killings, and he hadn't even raised a sweat. Darrell and Carson and Dr. Lorenz were waiting for him in the council room of the government building when he got back. "Great work," Carson said. He looked pale and shaken. "We watched the whole thing over the transmitter Lorenz built into you. Every step. It was well done." "Thanks," Jack said. "Is the gold ready?" Lorenz handed him a heavy satchel. "It's here. 25 pounds. Plus 5 pounds extra for your cooperation." "Thanks again," Jack said. "Glad to be of help." He didn't mention the moments when he wavered, when he had nearly gone over to Lugert's side. Probably would have, if it hadn't been for the generator planted in his arm. He wondered briefly how it would have been living here with all these quiet, philosophical types. He said, "I suppose you're going to send me back to my own time now?" Lorenz nodded. The 4 of them went to Lorenz's office, and Jack climbed back into the elaborate harness. Lorenz bustled around him, making adjustments carefully. "We have to gauge this thing to the minute, you know," he explained. "No mistakes." "I appreciate the care," Jack said. He held tightly to his satchel. "We owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude," Carson said. "A debt that no satchel of gold could ever repay. You've done us a great service. You're a hero, Jack. A savior of humanity. We'd never have beaten Lugert without you." "Ready to go?" Lorenz said. He threw the switch. Time began to swirl around the killer from the past. As 2531 started to fade away from him, he grinned for the last time and said, "Imagine that, me, a hero. I like that. Me, John Dillinger, a savior of humanity." And then he was gone. The end of Hero from Yesterday by Robert Randall.
An Adventure in the Fourth Dimension by Farnsworth Wright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. An Adventure in the Fourth Dimension by Farnsworth Wright. The thought of meteors terrifies me. They have a disagreeable habit of coming down and killing people at the most inopportune times. That is why I was so startled when I saw a large object hurtling toward me out of the sky as I was walking along the lakefront recently in my city of Chicago. I shivered. Was this the end? I began to say my prayers. To my astonishment, the onrushing missile struck the grass beside me without the slightest jar. I gasped. Thousands of singular objects began to detach themselves. They bounded from the mass and suddenly increased in size from 1 inch to 3 feet in diameter. They were entirely round and covered with teeth. On each tooth were 10 ears constantly in motion. Each ear carried a quizzical eye. The dwarfish creatures rolled rapidly on the ground, the ears serving as legs, hands, tentacles, and whatnot, propelling them with incredible speed. Sometimes they stood on only 4 or 5 of their ears, then suddenly pressed hard against the ground with 1,000 ears at once, thus bounding high into the air. They lit without jar, for the ears acted as shock absorbers and broke their fall. Surely these are explorers from Mars or Venus, I thought, as the funny bounding creatures filled the air. "You are wrong. They're Jupiterians," said a voice beside me. I recognized the voice. It was Professor Nutt. You probably know him. "Ahem," he said. "Ahem, ahem." And once more he repeated, "Ahem." "Interesting, if true," I remarked. "And what might Jupiterians be?" "They might be men, but they're not," he snapped. They are people from the planet Jupiter. Out of your ignorance, you thought they might be Martians or Venusians. But you are wrong, for Mars and Venus have people of 3 dimensions like ourselves. Jupiterians are entirely different. There are 600,000 of them in this Jupiterian airship. I was so overjoyed at finding someone who could tell me about them that I didn't think to ask him how he knew all these startling facts. "Where is the airship you speak of?" I asked. "There it is," he answered, rather grandiloquently, and pointed to an empty spot on the grass. I looked carefully and made out a vast transparent globe, apparently of glass, which was rapidly becoming visible because of the Chicago dust that was settling upon it. I approached and touched it with my hand. It gave forth a metallic ring. "Aha!" laughed the professor. "You thought it was glass, but it is made of Jupiterian steel. Look out!" I sprang back at his warning, and the last 100,000 leapt out of the globe, passing right through the transparent metal of which it was composed. "Nom de mademoiselle!" I exclaimed in astonishment. This was a swear word I had learned in France when I was in the army. "Nom de mademoiselle," I repeated, for I liked to show off my knowledge of the language. "How can they pass through the glass without breaking it?" "Through the Jupiterian steel, you mean," said Professor Nutt severely. "I told you before that it is not glass. Jupiterian steel has 4 dimensions, and they pass through the 4th dimension. That is why you can't see the metal, for your eyes are only 3-dimensional. "Are the Jupiterian people 4-dimensional?" I asked, awed. "Certainly," said Nutt, rather irritably. "Then how is it that I can see them?" I exclaimed triumphantly. "You see only 3 of their 4 dimensions," he replied. "The other one is inside." I turned to look at the Jupiterians, who now covered the whole waterfront. One of them sprang lightly 50 feet into the air, extended 100 ears-like tentacles, and seized an English sparrow. He crushed the sparrow with some score more of his teeth, which, as I have said, covered his whole body. In less than a minute the poor bird was chewed to pieces. I looked closer and saw that the Jupiterian had no mouth. "Nom de mademoiselle!" I exclaimed for the 3rd time. "How can it get the bird into its stomach?" "Through the 4th dimension," said Professor Nutt. It was true. The chewed-up pieces of the bird were suddenly tossed into the air, and the Jupiterian sprang lightly after them. In mid-air, he turned inside out, caught the pieces of the bird in his stomach, and lit on the grass again, right side up with care. "Did you see that?" I exclaimed in a hushed voice. "Why can't I turn inside out that way?" "Because you are not 4-dimensional," replied the professor, a trace of annoyance in his voice. "It is a beautiful thing to have 4 dimensions," he rhapsodized. "Your Jupiterian is your only true intellectual, for he alone can truly reflect. He turns his gaze in upon himself." "And sees what he had for breakfast?" I gasped. "And what his neighbors had too?" "Your questions are childish," said the professor wearily. "A Jupiterian, of course, can look into the soul of things, and see what his neighbors had for breakfast, as you so vulgarly express it. But Jupiterians turn their thoughts to higher things." The creatures now surrounded me, their ears turned inward, as if they were supplicating. "What do they want?" I asked the professor. "They want something to drink," he replied. "They are pointing their ears toward their stomachs to show that they are thirsty." "Oh," I said, and pointed toward the lake. "There is the fresh, cool water of the lake if they are thirsty." "Don't be fantastic," said Professor Nutt. "It isn't water they want." He fixed his stern, pitiless gaze on my hip pocket. I turned pale, for it was my last pint. But I had to submit. If you have ever had Professor Nutt's cold, accusing eyes on you, you will know just how I felt. I drew the flask from my pocket and handed it to the chief Jupiterian, who waggled his ears in joy. Immediately there was pandemonium, if you know what I mean. 10,000 times 10,000 ears seized the cork and pulled it out with a resounding pop. One thirsty Jupiterian passed right through the glass into the bottle in his eagerness to get at the contents, and nearly drowned for his pains. You see how useful it is to be four-dimensional? Remarked the professor. You could get into any cellar in the world by merely passing through the walls, and into any beer keg in the same way. But, I argued, how did this insect get through the glass into the whiskey bottle? Glass has only 3 dimensions, like everything else in this world. Don't call him an insect, Nud sharply reprimanded me. He is a Jupiterian, and as such he is infinitely superior to you and me. He passed through the glass because he is four-dimensional, even though the glass isn't. If you had 4 dimensions, you could untie any knot by merely passing it through itself. You could turn inside out, or pass through yourself, until your right hand became your left hand, and change into your own image as you see it through the looking-glass. Nom de mademoiselle! I exclaimed for the 4th time. A distant noise of barking was borne to my ears by the breeze. All the dogs in the city seemed to have gone wild. They are disturbed by the talking of the Jupiterians, explained the professor. It is too high-pitched for the clodhopper human ears to hear, unless they have an unusual range, but the dogs can hear it plainly. I listened and finally made out a very shrill humming, higher than any sound I had ever heard before in my life, and infinitely sweet and piercing. Ah, I am hearing 4-dimensional sounds, I thought aloud. Wrong as usual, exacerbated the professor with much heat. Sound has no dimensions. It proceeds in waves, and bends back upon itself until it meets itself at an infinite distance from the starting point. There are 3 reasons why you can't hear the music of the spheres. First, because it is bent away from the earth by the force of gravity as it passes the sun. Second, because your ears are not attuned to so shrill a sound. And third, because there is no music of the spheres. The first 2 reasons are really unnecessary in the light of the third, but a scientific mind such as mine is not content with 1 reason when 3 can be adduced just as easily. Shades of Sir Oliver Lodge! I ejaculated. Sir Oliver is alive, the professor corrected me. A man does not become a shade until after his death. Then he becomes a 4-dimensional creature like the Jupiterians, only different. Nom de mademoiselle, I commented. Say something sensible, he reprimanded me. For the love of Einstein, how do you know all these things about the Jupiterians? I asked, a sudden suspicion flashing across what I am pleased to call my mind. Ah, Einstein, yes, exclaimed Nut, greatly pleased. My mother's father's name was Einstein. Then you are related to— No, I am not related, he interrupted, but my mother's father is. A sort of 4-dimensional relationship, I suppose, I remarked sarcastically. At that moment the air became vibrant with an invisible sound. The Jupiterians came rolling from all directions as if they had suddenly heard the dinner bell. They bounded through the Jupiterian steel of the globe and immediately shrank in size from 3 feet to 1 inch. The Jupiterian assembly call just blew, explained the professor. Notice how the passengers draw into themselves. 600,000 are now packed into that globe. Our elevated railroads miss a great opportunity by not having 4-dimensional creatures to deal with. They pack us in just as tight, I ventured to remark. The globe had begun to shoot into the air when there came from behind me a high-pitched wail of distress, a shriller and higher sound than had ever been heard by human ears, so the professor assured me. The chief Jupiterian had been left behind. He it was who had passed into the whiskey bottle. Not content with getting the lion's share of the contents, he had surrounded the bottle in his pleasant 4-dimensional way, and now he could not get rid of it. Why doesn't he turn inside out again and drop the bottle? I asked, watching the Jupiterian with interest. Because your whiskey has paralyzed him, answered the professor. He is quite helpless. I looked at the globe, which had alighted again. Each Jupiterian suddenly resumed his full size in a brave attempt to bound to the assistance of his chief. But the creatures could no longer pass through the 4th-dimensional metal of which the globe was composed. So thick a layer of Chicago dust had settled upon it that to all intents and purposes it had become three-dimensional. The sudden impact of 600,000 bodies caused it to burst with a roar as of 100 peals of thunder exploding simultaneously. The air was filled with dead and dying Jupiterians. A dark cloud composed of the flying dust shaken from the Jupiterian globe by the explosion settled over the landscape. Long streamers of electric fire shot from the fragments of the airship and seemed to curve in upon themselves. Everything ran in curves. The darkness, the cloud, the sounds, the shafts of light, as if bent in by the force of gravity. I put up my hands and fought the cloud that was settling down upon me. I seemed to be covered with falling feathers. When the cloud began to lift, I found myself in my own parlor. The air was full of flying leaves, which I was madly tearing from a book and throwing toward the ceiling. The book was a treatise on the Einstein theory of space, which I had borrowed from a friend that afternoon. I had read nearly a page in it before I fell asleep. Only 12 men in the whole world understand the Einstein theory, it is said. If I had read the book, I should have been the 13th, and that would be unlucky. So it is just as well that it is destroyed. But what excuse am I to give my friend for tearing up his book? End of An Adventure in the Fourth Dimension by Farnsworth Wright.
From Outer Space by Robert Sachs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. From Outer Space by Robert Sachs. The grizzled old space veteran leaned back in his chair and stared up through the transparent dome. In the black sky, myriad white specks gleamed without twinkling, their light unbent by atmosphere or dust. A steady pulse of the air-makers kept rhythm with the heartbeats of the young men seated in a semicircle, listening with glistening eyes to these ancient tales of an Earth they'd never seen, the home of their species. They stared hungrily at the old man's face. There was a silver spot in the chin where the Venusian fungus had nearly gotten into his bloodstream and had had to be burned away. Over one eye, an eyebrow was gone, replaced by scar tissue grown on a planet at the other end of the galaxy where the light of enormous fireflies wasn't cold, as on ancient Earth, but searing with heat. Imagine, they marveled, such weak flame in fireflies. Not weak, corrected the old man, just indifferent. Those insects on Earth didn't have to fight off intense cold. They had a much thicker atmosphere and were close to the sun, and they didn't feed on alcohol. The young men's eyes glittered. They were an odd group. Small, most of them, none over 5 feet 5 inches, and pale, unlike the old man who was bulky around the shoulders and had skin virtually leathered by the various radiations and temperatures and winds. Each day this group waited hungrily for the old man to come and talk to them. The stories he told were the breath of life to them, and of all the tales of adventure in the far ends of the universe, the one that was most repeatedly called for was the story of what had happened to Earth. "Tell us about Earth," said one of them now in a low voice. "About how great we were," said the old man. "About what love was like. About homes and children, and how a man went to work in the morning at tasks of his own choosing. Or, no, what happened, you know, at the finish." The old man looked up again. His eyes were dreamy. "Earth," he said softly. Earth. I've been through the galaxies these last 40 years, and I've seen planets by the thousand, and there never was one like Earth. Tell us, they said, each in urgent, differing words, but all with the same tortured look. Tell us about what went wrong. I've told you that 1,000 times, he said. But they wanted it again, like a man who relives an incident to examine each moment with incredulity, as if in hope that it will fade and not have happened, as if in unconscious attempt to move sideways from that point into another time-stream probability where a different course of action will be true. All right, said the old man. The first they had heard of the strangers from outer space was when the new ultra-shortwave frequencies were used. Professor Kennicott of Palmyra University was the first to find how to generate and control them. He tried to transform the wavelengths upwards to a range either auditory or visual, but for some reason power was lost in the process. Apparently he gave them a sufficient jolt with extra voltage, however, because they were picked up by strangers in outer space as a signal. The heaviside layer did not stop these wavelengths. Professor Kennicott was startled one day when he heard, or thought he heard, a soundless voice in his mind. It said, "Interesting. We didn't know there was life on your planet or in your solar system." Professor Kennicott shook his head and looked around. Nobody was in the laboratory. "Of course," said the voice, "we detected atomic radiations from the area, but Zetal thought it might come from your sun. Tell us, please, are you a Grade 3 society?" "My God," murmured Professor Kennicott, "I'm having hallucinations." "There seems to be some difficulty establishing telepathic communication," came the puzzled thought. And then, after a pause, "Could it be that we're in communication with creatures of 0 grade?" Another thought from elsewhere answered, and yet Professor Kennicott, somewhat, was tuned in. "Impossible! The signal pickup was very close to the telepathic frequency." It wasn't until 2 days later that Professor Kennicott discovered that he wasn't the only one who had experienced the auditory hallucination. The entire college was babbling about how Professor Johnson had come running out of the chemistry lab, which was 2 doors away from physics, holding his head and babbling nonsense. Professor Kennicott made a beeline for the hospital and had quiet discussion with Professor Johnson, a discussion which is now historic. They discovered that not only were both their IQs over 180, but that both of them, sitting together discussing the matter, were simultaneously getting new messages which nobody around them was receiving. It wasn't long after that that many of the most brilliant men on Earth were reporting the same hallucinations, and as news of it spread, it became obvious that not all could be insane in exactly the same way with the same thoughts. Excitement and puzzlement ran tremendously high, because although these intellects of Earth could receive telepathic messages, they were not advanced enough to send. They only knew what was being messaged to them, and this continued to be so until feverishly working physicists pinned down the telepathic wavelength mechanically. That was when the conversations were begun, and the entire Earth was able to listen in, by translation and regular broadcast. The discussion did not go well. The beings from outer space would not answer questions. They only asked. The first thing, apparently, that made them cautious was the first official question from Earth. "How is it that we understand your thought, even though many of our scientists speak different languages?" The whole world awaited the first answer. None came. There was a silence lasting 4 hours. Then came a message. Your question indicates that you may be a low grade of developed life. We shall investigate and fit you into our needs according to your capabilities. A thrill of horror went around the world. What kind of monsters were these? What would they do? The uproar that ensued was full of frantic military preparations. Bombs were ready in the atomic planes. Rockets were raised to their cradles, adjustable to any orbit. Unfortunately, nobody thought to conceal this, and some fool had failed to shut off the telepathic wavelength. One morning, the world awoke to a non-electrical society in which nothing electrical would work. We have put a field of force around your planet, came the message. There must be no violence. Be not afraid. We come as friends. We will appear now and investigate. Be calm. The leaders of every nation spoke to their people, and the world waited in tense silence. One day, an enormous sphere appeared and landed. The creatures that emerged couldn't be clearly discerned because they were in spacesuits, which gave them comfortable air pressure and what was to them breathable atmosphere. They were four-legged creatures, but could walk on two if necessary. A delegation of picked dignitaries started to show them our world, our customs, the way we dressed, what we lived in, what we ate. Almost immediately, the strangers turned and left our world. Within 2 days, Earth was in bondage. The old space veteran stopped. He looked around at the tense faces. We found out later, he said, it was the banquet they watched on a film which we ran off that did it. There was a scene where the waiter brings a whole roast pig with an apple in its mouth, and then it's eaten. All the boys drew a horrified breath. The old man nodded heavily. Well, maybe in 50 years they'll feel we've advanced enough for freedom. He smiled. I'll leave you to your telepathy class and conditioning. He moved toward the door, and a portion of glass wall slid aside and let him through. But before he exited, he turned and said softly, Now don't let it get you, boys. Being exhibited in a zoo isn't too bad. Serve your time, and you'll get servant status like me, and get out into space. He waved and walked out through the spectators gathered around the glass cage. They moved aside and let him through, staring at him with brilliant brown eyes, their snout-like noses twitching in sympathy and kindness, their pig-like faces gentle with the expression a man gives to a trained dog. The end of From Outer Space by Robert Sachs.
No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eileen Kierstead. No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. I can't tell anyone about it. In the first place, they never believed me, and if they did, I'd probably be punished for having her, because we aren't allowed to have pets of any kind. It wouldn't have happened if they hadn't sent me way out there to work, but you see, there are so many things I can't do. I remember the day the chief of vocation took me before the council. I've tried him on a dozen things, he reported. People always talk about me as if I can't understand what they mean, but I'm really not that dumb. There doesn't seem to be a thing he can do, the chief went on. Actually, his intelligence seems to be no greater than that which we believe our ancestors had, back in the 20th century. As bad as that? Observed one of the council members. You do have a problem. But we must find something for him to do, said another. We can't have an idle person in the state. It's unthinkable. But what? asked the chief. He's utterly incapable of running any of the machines. I've tried to teach him. The only things he can do are already being done much better by robots. There was a long silence, broken at last by one little old council member. I have it, he cried. The very thing. We'll make him guard of the treasure. But there's no need of a guard. No one will touch the treasure without permission. We haven't had a dishonest person in the state for more than 3,000 years. That's it exactly. There aren't any dishonest people, so there won't be anything for him to do. But we will have solved the problem of his idleness. It might be a solution, said the chief. At least a temporary one. I suppose we will have to find something else later on, but this will give us time to look for something. So I became guard of the treasure, with the badge and nothing to do, unless you count watching the key. The gates were kept locked just as they were in the old days, but the large key hung beside them. Of course, no one wanted to bother carrying it around. It was too heavy. The only ones who ever used it anyway were members of the council. As the man said, we haven't had a dishonest person in the state for thousands of years. Even I know that much. Of course, this left me with lots of time on my hands. That's how I happened to get her in the first place. I'd always wanted one, but pets were forbidden. Busy people didn't have time for them, so I knew I was breaking the law. But I figured that no one would ever find out. First, I fixed a place for her and made a brush screen so that she couldn't be seen by anyone coming to the gates. Then, one night, I sneaked into the forest and got her. It wasn't so lonely after that. Now I had something to talk to. She was small when I got her. It would be too dangerous to go near a full-grown one. But she grew rapidly. That was because I caught small animals and brought them to her. Not having to depend on what she could catch, she grew almost twice as fast as usual and was so sleek and pretty. Really, she was a pet to be proud of. I don't know how I could have stood the 4 months there alone if I hadn't her to talk to. I don't think she really understood me, but I pretended she did, and that helped. Every 3 or 4 weeks, 3 of the council members came to take a part of the treasure, or to add to it. Always 3 of them. That's why I was so surprised one day to see one man coming by himself. It was Graham, the little old member who had recommended that I be given this job. I was happy to see him, and we talked for a while mostly about my work and how I liked it. I almost told him about my pet, but I didn't because he might be angry at me for breaking the law. Finally, he asked me to give him the key. I've been sent to get something from the treasure, he explained. I was unhappy to displease him, but I said, I can't let you have it. There must be 3 members. You know that. Of course I know it, but something came up suddenly, so they sent me alone. Now let me have it. I shook my head. That was the one order they had given me, never to give the key to any one person who came alone. Graham became quite angry. You idiot, he shouted. Why do you think I had you put out here? It was so I could get in there and help myself to the treasure. But that would be dishonest, and there are no dishonest people in the state. For 3,000 years, I know. His usually kind face had an ugly look I had never seen before. But I'm going to get part of that treasure, and it won't do you any good to report it, because no one is going to take the word of a fool like you against a respected council member. They'll think you're the dishonest one. Now give me that key. It's a terrible thing to disobey a council member, but if I obeyed him, I would be disobeying all the others, and that would be worse. No, I shouted. He threw himself upon me. For his size and age, he was very strong, stronger even than I. I fought as hard as I could, but I knew I wouldn't be able to keep him away from the key for very long, and if he took the treasure, I would be blamed. The council would have to think a new punishment for dishonesty. Whatever it was, it would be terrible indeed. He drew back and rushed at me. Just as he hit me, my foot caught upon a root, and I fell. His rush carried him past me, and he crashed through the brush screen beside the path. I heard him scream twice, then there was silence. I was bruised all over, but I managed to pull myself up and take away what was left of the screen. There was no sign of Graham, but my beautiful pet was waving her pearl green feelers as she always did in thanks for a good meal. That's why I can't tell anyone what happened. No one would believe that Graham would be dishonest, and I can't prove it because she ate the proof. Even if I did tell them, no one is going to believe that a flycatcher plant, even a big one like mine, would actually be able to eat a man. So they think that Graham disappeared, and I'm still out here with her. She's grown so much larger now and more beautiful than ever, but I hope she hasn't developed a taste for human flesh. Lately, when she stretches out her feelers, It seems that she's trying to reach me. End of No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. Recording by Eileen Kierstead.
Slaughter on Dor-El 4 by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Fighting an alien champ was always risky business for an Earthman, so Fillmore decided he might pick up a pointer or two before the big slaughter on Dor-El 4 by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg. Larry Fillmore stared at his beer and mentally roasted his fight manager for the 50th time. Human beings were supposed to be the toughest race the galaxy had ever spawned, but as a fighter, Larry didn't put much faith in the theory. He had fought a good many races throughout the galaxy, and although he had always come out the winner, he had plenty of scars to show for it. He looked around the bar. It was full of various beings, none of them human except himself. What am I doing here? He asked himself. I'm sitting in a cheap little bar on Dor-El 4, waiting for the Dornellian fighter to kill me tomorrow. But there was no way out of it, Fillmore thought bitterly. Blackmare, his manager, had the whole thing sewn up. Larry had found out 3 months before that Blackmare was cheating him, but that had been too late. According to the contract, Larry had to finish the season or go to prison. If he quit, he would, according to the law, be cheating his manager. On the other hand, if he got killed during the battle, his entire check would go to Blackmare. So Blackmare had done the smart thing for him. He had lined up Larry with Fornax Kendricks, the champion of Dor-El. The Dornellians were big, 8 feet high, with fingers that ended in razor-sharp claws. Of course, Larry would be provided with steel extensions on his fingers, but they wouldn't help much. Larry had never learned to use them. Fornax Kendrin would kill him in the first round. Larry took another sip of his beer and stared forlornly at the bar. With his fingers, he traced meaningless designs in the moisture left by the cold glass. Maybe he was taking the coward's way out, but it was the only way he could see. Better a live coward, he thought, than a dead hero. "Another beer, bartender," he called, and finished the one he had. "Coming up, Earthman." The beer arrived. He took a sip. Training? The hell with it, he thought happily. He was going to get himself completely stewed tonight. Live high, die young, and have a good-looking corpse. Or maybe it would be better simply to get aboard a spaceship and try to get away. Maybe the interstellar police would never find him. He shook his head dismally. That wouldn't work either. Nothing would work. If only he'd had some practice fighting a Dornellian. He reached out for his beer, not noticing that someone had taken the vacant seat next to him. His elbow collided with a glass. The glass tipped, pouring a green, bubbling liquor all over the Dornellian sitting next to him. "Stupid Earthman," snapped the Dornellian contemptuously. "A clumsy beast like you shouldn't be allowed to enter a public place." With one hairy paw, the Dornellian shoved against Larry's shoulder, intending to push him off the bar stool. Larry moved back, more in astonishment than anything else. He hadn't known the Dornellians had a particular prejudice against Earthmen, but there was unmistakable racial hatred in the alien's voice. He put out his hand to the bar and stopped himself from falling off the stool. "What's the idea of that?" Larry growled. "That was an accident, and Are you trying to argue with me? Here is the rest of the drink. The Dornellian laughed and heaved the remaining contents of the glass in Larry's face. A blind tide of red fury washed over Larry. Without thinking, reacting purely by instinct, he lashed out at the Dornellian. His fist didn't contact. It was blocked by a heavy forearm of his opponent. A hand raked out at Larry, a hand with 6 fingers, each of which was tipped with long, cutting talons. Larry moved his head aside barely in time. The talons raked across his cheek, drawing blood. If he hadn't ducked, the cut would have ripped his throat open. The Dornellian's other hand lashed out. Larry blocked it with his own arm and sent a hard left to the midsection of the 8-foot monster. The Dornellian backed away, snarling. The fight was on for real now. "Little Earthman, I'm gonna kill you!" He leapt in suddenly, and his fist smashed against Larry's face. Larry rolled with the blow, but it brought a taste of blood to his mouth. His feet moving fast, the Earthman bobbed back away from the giant. He felt a glow of pleasure within himself. Here was his chance to practice a little with a Dornellian. What better training was there for a championship bout than a bar-room brawl? He had to watch out for those claws, though, those deadly razors that sprouted from the Dornellian's fingertips. 2 other Dornellians started to move in, but an Aldebaran, a huge reptilian creature, slow-moving but powerful, stepped in front of them. "Keep back," he hissed, in his snake-like voice. "This is a personal quarrel." Larry heard an Arcturan Spider-Man click his mandibles together and whisper, "Yes, let the Earthman fight it out by himself." Larry wasn't worried. He had fought to the death on 100 planets, and hadn't been killed yet. An ordinary Dornellian didn't bother him much. He moved in confidently for the knockout. His fist lashed out, but his opponent was even faster. Larry connected with nothing but empty air, and the Dornellian's claws raked down his side as the other hand slammed against the side of his head. Dazed, Larry danced back. His arm was dripping blood, and his head felt groggy and heavy. The Dornellian threw a left jab. Larry blocked it with his own left arm, but the giant had done something unexpected. Instead of striking with his closed fist, he had suddenly extended his fingers. The sharp claws stabbed deep into the muscle of the Earthman's forearm, sending a wave of pain to his shoulder. Again Larry backed away, his arm aching from the wounds. Quickly, he reversed his direction and stepped back in. This time he used a kick, but the Dornellian sidestepped. The toe of Larry's boot caught his hip. Cursing, the Dornellian closed in. He punched a hand forward, claws extended. Larry stepped to one side and grabbed the hairy wrist. Using the giant's strength and weight to his own advantage, he propelled the monster across the room, slamming him up against the bar. Then he leapt forward to smash the Dornellian's ribcage with his heavy boots. He was not quick enough. The giant rolled aside and sprang to his feet. Snarling viciously, he advanced toward the Earthman. One hand came down in a hard chopping blow. Larry managed to fend it off, but the Dornellian's other hand slugged into the pit of his stomach. Weak with pain, Larry staggered back. He aimed a kick at the alien's shin, and it connected hard. Taking advantage of his opportunity, Larry stepped in. His heel came down on the Dornellian's toes at the same time his fist slammed into the bristly jaw. The giant reeled backwards, his talon hands slashing through the air. He regained his balance and came forward again. This time, Larry was ready for him. The Dornellian stepped square into the blow to the stomach. Oddly enough, it didn't seem to bother him much. Then Larry remembered that the Dornellian's nervous system wasn't much like an Earthman's. The nerves just weren't in the same places. But where were they? Again he cursed Blackmere. The manager hadn't told him anything about Dornellians, had let him sign for the fight with Fornax Kedron, even though it would be sheer murder. Well, Larry thought somberly, I'll learn tonight, if I ever get out of this bar alive. He took a deep breath and glanced at the giant, who had recovered from Larry's onslaught. The Dornellian stepped in with a fast 1-2, a rake across the face with his left, and a smash to the heart with his right. The claws to his face alerted Larry for the blow to the heart. He stepped back just enough to avoid being really hurt. But the Dornellian's talons had raked his forehead, cutting in deeply. Blood was pouring down over his eyes. He took a quick look around the bar. The customers had gathered in a ring and were watching the contest wide-eyed, as if they were in 50-credit ringside seats. The Dornellian still looked relatively unscathed, while Larry knew he looked as though he'd rolled over a barbed wire fence. But, in spite of the blood, Larry had finally gotten the measure of his opponent. The 8-foot giant weighed close to 500 pounds. His mass was too great for him to be able to handle his body rapidly, no matter how fast his reflexes were. He planted a hard right directly in the giant's throat. There had to be nerves there. The Dornellian gagged and dropped his head. Larry smiled and slammed his fist into the giant's rib cage, doubling him up even more. He could almost hear the crowd cheering now as he moved in for the kill. He sucked in his breath and lifted 1 foot from the floor. His right fist came up from his knees, gaining speed as it rose. Like a hammer, it crashed into the hairy jaw of the Dornellian, and Larry could feel the bone splinter against his knuckles. Like an oak with rotted roots, the great Dornellian toppled to the floor. He landed with a crash that seemed to shake the building. Larry stood over the fallen giant for a moment, catching his breath, wondering when the referee was going to start the count. Then he realized there wasn't going to be any count. There wasn't any referee. His arms were quivering, and his face was dripping with blood. He turned away, mopping his face clean, and started to pick up his unfinished beer, when the wailing siren echoed through the bar. Police. Someone had called the Dornellian police. The Arcturan Spider-Man sidled up to him. "Well done, Earthman," he said in his whispering voice. "Come with me. I have a car outside." Without another word, the Arcturian scuttled toward the door. Larry paused for a fraction of a second before making up his mind. As well trust the Arcturian as anyone. If the police caught him, his life wouldn't be worth a counterfeit credit. No one tried to stop him as he ran out the door. The Arcturian's car was waiting just outside. Larry climbed in, and the Spider-Man slammed one of his many feet down on the accelerator. The car shot off into the night, its turbo-electric engine humming smoothly. "Well, Earthman," said the grating, whispering voice, "you made hash out of the Dornellian. Frankly, I was surprised." "So was I," Larry said. "I didn't know why I bothered to run away. And all they have to do is pick me up at my hotel." The Arcturian chuckled dryly. "No, I don't think anyone recognized you. Don't forget that all Earthmen look the same to other beings. The only reason I knew who you were was that I'm a fan of yours. I was glad to see you beat the Dornellian, believe me." "Thanks," said Larry. "But it's not going to do me any good when I get into the ring with Fornax Kedron. If an ordinary Dornellian citizen puts up a fight like that, what am I going to do against a professional boxer?" The Arcturian laughed again. Just get in there and fight, Fillmore. You can handle him. I'm sure you can. The car pulled up before the hotel where Larry and his manager were staying. Larry got out. The Arcturian waved to him and drove off. Wearily, Larry dragged himself inside and into the elevator. 17, please. Yes, sir, Mr. Fillmore, said the Dornellian elevator boy. He pushed open the door to his room and dropped into bed, dead tired. He didn't dare look in the mirror. He was afraid to see what a mess the Dornellian had made of his face, which hadn't been too neat before. Blackmere, he called. There was no answer. The manager was not around. Larry got up, looked bleary-eyed into the other room, and seeing no one, dropped off into a deep sleep. His last thought before he blacked out was that he'd get into the ring and do his best. He'd already beaten one Dorellian. How tough could Fornax Kedron be? And what did it matter anyway? He was bound to get killed sooner or later anyway. That was the unspoken assumption every fighter operated under. When he awoke the following morning, he didn't feel quite so certain about things. The brawl the night before had taken a terrific toll on his nervous system, and he knew he'd be butchered if he stepped into the ring with the Dorellian champ. He was in no condition to fight. Blackmere, you here? The manager's bed had been slept in, but there was no sign of him. Larry groped for the house phone, grabbed it, and spoke into it. Do you know where Mr. Blackmere is? He's in the bar, sir, said the switchboard boy. Do you want me to call him for you? Yes, please. A moment later, Larry heard the manager's harsh voice. Blackmere here. Who's calling? This is Larry. I'm ready for the fight, Blackmere, he said, hoping that he had the strength to go through with it. And after I get through with the Dornellian, I'm going to knock your teeth in. This is my last fight for you. Now, Larry, Blackmere said, don't be hasty. Shut up, we're quits. I may get killed in that ring, but I'll fight just this once, and... What? You haven't heard? The fight's off. Larry blinked in astonishment. How would I have heard? I thought the news was all over. That's why I didn't bother to wake you. Fornax Kedron is in the hospital. He got his jaw broken in a bar brawl last night. Nobody knows who did it. But I got another bout lined up in Dormax 4 with... Skip it, Larry said. I'll discuss it with you some other time. Larry slowly dropped the receiver back on the hook. He grinned. Then he began to laugh. The end of Slaughter on Dornell 5 by Randall Garrett and Robert Silverberg.
When the Green Star Waned by Nitzin Dialis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When the Green Star Waned by Nitzin Dialis. Ron T. is our greatest scientist, which is to say that he is the greatest in our known universe, for we of the planet Venus lead all the others in every attainment and accomplishment, our civilization being the oldest and most advanced. He had called a meeting of 7 of us in his workshop, as he termed his experimental laboratory. There came Hull Jog, the gigantic commander of the forces of planetary defense, More Ag, who knew all there was to know about the types, languages, and customs of the dwellers on every one of the major planets, Ver Dax, who could well nigh bring the dead to life with his strange remedies, powders, and decoctions, Torge Cool, the soft-spoken, keen of brain, the one Venetian who could talk a bird off a bough, as the saying goes, our chief diplomat of interplanetary affairs, and Lan Apo, whose gift was peculiar in that he could unerringly tell, when listening to anyone, be that one Venusian, Mercurian, or from far Uranus, planet of the unexpected, Lan Apo could, I repeat, tell whether that one spoke pure truth or plain falsehood. Nay, he could even read the truth held back, while seemingly listening attentively to the lie put forward. A valuable man, but uncomfortable to have about at times. Lastly, there was myself, whose sole distinction, and a very poor one, is that I am a maker of records, a writer of the deeds of others. Yet even such as I have names, and I am called Hak Iri. Ron was excited. That was plain to be seen in the indifferent casual manner he displayed. He is like that. The rest of us were frankly curious, all but that confounded Lan Apo. He wore a faintly superior smile, as who should say, "No mystery here to me. I love that boy like a brother, but there are times when I ardently desire to bite him." Ron stood before a huge dial. Now this is not a record of his invention, but a statement of the strange adventure in which we seven figure because of the events called to our attention by means of that wonderful device. So I shall not attempt its full description, merely saying that it was dial-formed, with the symbols of the major planets graven on its rim at regular intervals, and from its center there swung a long pointer, just then resting at a blank space. "Listen," commanded Ron, and swung the pointer to the symbol of our own world. Instantly there broke forth in that quiet room all the sounds of diversified life with which we Venusians are familiar. All six of us who listened nodded comprehension. Already our science knew the principle, for we had long had dials that surpassed this one, apparently, for ours, while but attuned to our planet alone, could and did record every event, sight or sound, thereon, at any distance, regardless of solid obstacles intervening. But this dial, it bore the symbols of all the inhabited worlds. Could it— Ron swung the indicator to the symbol of Mercury, and the high-pitched uproar that immediately assailed our ears was characteristic of that world of excitable, volatile-natured, yet kindly people. Planet after planet, near and far, we contacted thus, regardless of space, until Ron swung the pointer to the symbol of Earth. And silence was the result. Ron's look was significant. It spoke volumes. One and all we looked into each other's faces, and read therein reflected the same anxiety, the same apprehension which we each experienced. That something was radically wrong with our neighbor, everybody already knew, for many years before the green light of Earth had become perceptibly dimmer. Little attention, however, had been paid at first, for by interplanetary law each planet's dwellers remained at home unless their presence was requested elsewhere. A wise idea, if one stops to consider. And no call had come to us nor to any other world from Earth. So we had put it down to some purely natural cause with which doubtless the Earthons were perfectly capable of coping without outside help or interference. But year by year the green light waned in the night skies until finally it vanished utterly. That might have been due to atmospheric changes perhaps. Life even might have become extinct upon Earth, so that no one lived to hold communication with anyone on any of the other inhabited worlds of the planetary chain. But it was hardly likely unless the catastrophe were instantaneous, and in that case it would needs be violent. Anything so stupendous as that would have been registered at once by instruments all over the universe. But now this invention of Ron T's placed a remarkably serious aspect upon the question, for if Earth still occupied its old place, and we knew beyond doubt that it did, Then what lay behind this double veil of silence and invisibility? What terrible menace threatened the universe? For whatever had happened on one planet might well occur on another. And if Earth should perchance be wrecked, the delicate balance of the universe would be seriously shaken, might even be thrown out completely, and Mercury, so near the sun, go tumbling into blazing ruin. Then horror upon horror, until chaos and old night once more held sway, and the unguessed purposes of the great mind would be— Oh, but such thoughts led to madness. What to do? That course alone held fast to sanity. Well, demanded old Jock, the practical, what are you going to do about it, Ron? That was old Jock all over. He was Ron's best friend and ardent admirer. He knew Ron's scientific ability, and firmly believed, should Venus crack open, that inside of an hour Ron T would have the crevice closed tight and rewelded, until inspection would fail to find any traces of the fracture. But at that, all Venus thought the same way about Ron T's abilities, so old Jock was, after all, no better than the rest. It is a matter for the Supreme Council, replied Ron gravely. I propose that we 7 obtain permission to visit Earth in one of the great ether torps, bearing credentials from the Council explaining why we have trespassed, and, if it be possible, try to ascertain if this be a thing warranting interference or no. Why record the obvious? When such as Ron T and Old Jock make request to the Supreme Council, it is from necessity, not for amusement, and the Council saw it in that aspect and granted them free hand. We started as promptly as might be. The great ether torp hurtled through space in smooth, even flight, Old Jock in command. And who better fitted? Was he not our war prince, familiar with every device known for purposes of offense and defense? Surely he, whose skilled brain could direct whole fleets and armies, was the logical one to handle our single craft, guide her, steer her, and, if need arose, fight her. With this in mind, I asked him casually, yet curiously, Old Jock, if the Earthons resent our inquiry, and bid us be gone, what will you do? Run, grinned the giant good-humouredly. You will not fight should we be attacked? He grunted. That will be different. No race of any planet may boast that they have attacked an ether torp of Venus with impunity. At least, he added decisively, not while Old Jock bears the emblem of the looped cross on his breast. And if it be pestilence? I persisted. Verdax would know more about that than I, he returned shortly. And if, I recommenced, but the giant released one hand from the controls and clamped his great thick fingers on my shoulder, nearly crushing it. If, he growled, you do not cease chattering when I am on duty, I shall most assuredly pitch you out through the opening of this conning tower into space, and there you may start on an orbit of your own as a cunning little planet. Are you answered? I was, but I grinned at him, for I knew our giant, and he returned the grin. But he was quite right. After all, speculations are the attempts of fools to forestall the future. Better to wait and see reality. And as for surmises, no one could possibly have dreamed any such nightmare state of affairs as we found upon our arrival. A faint, dull, but lurid reddish glow first apprised us that we were drawing near our destination. It was Earth's atmosphere, truly enough, but thick, murky, almost viscous, like a damp, soggy smoke. So dense it was, in fact, that it became necessary to slow down the speed of our ether torp, lest the intense friction set up by our passage should melt the well-nigh infusible plates of beryllium metal of which our ether torp was built. And the closer we drew to Earth's surface, the slower were we obliged to proceed, from the same cause. but finally we were gliding along slowly, close to the actual surface, and oh, the picture of desolation which met our eyes! It happened that we had our first view where once had stood a great city. Had stood, I say, for now it was but tumbled heaps of ruins, save that here and there still loomed the shape of a huge building. But these even were in the last stages of dilapidation, ready to fall apart at any moment. In fact, one such did collapse with a dull, crushing roar, merely from the vibration set up by the passing of our earther orb, and we were a good half-mile distant when it fell. In vain we sounded our discordant howler. No sign of life could we discern, and we all were straining our eyes in hopes. It was but a dead city. Was all earth thus? Leaving behind this relic of a great past, we came to open country. And here the same deadly desolation prevailed. Nowhere was sign of habitation, nowhere was trace of animate life, neither bird nor animal nor man. Nor anywhere could we discern evidence of cultivation, and even of vegetation of wild sorts was but little to be seen. Nothing but dull grey-brown ground and sad-coloured rocks, with here and there a dingy greyish-green shrub, stunted, distorted, isolate. We came eventually to a low range of mountains, rocky, gloomy, and depressing to behold. It was while flying low over these that we for the first time saw water since we arrived on earth. In a rather wide valley we observed a narrow ribbon of sluggish, leaden-hued fluid meandering slowly along. Ron T., who was then at the controls, brought our craft to a successful landing. This valley, especially near the stream banks, was the most fertile place we had thus far seen. There grew some fairly tall trees, and, in places, clumps and thickets of pallidly green bushes as high as Huljok's head, or even higher. But tree trunks and bushes alike were covered with dull red and livid purple and garish yellow fungi, which Verdax, after one look, pronounced poisonous to touch as well as to taste. And here we found life, such as it was. I found it, and a wondrous start the ugly thing gave me. It was in semblance but a huge pulpy blob of a loathly blue colour, in diameter over twice Huljok's height, with a gaping triangular-shaped orifice for mouth, in which were set scarlet fangs, and that maw was in the centre of the bloated body. At each corner of this mouth there glared malignant an oval, opaque, silvery eye. Well it was for me that, in obedience to Huljok's imperative command, I was holding my blaster pointing ahead of me, for as I blundered full upon the monstrosity, it upheaved its ugly bulk. How, I do not know, for I saw no legs, nor did it have wings, to one edge, and would have flopped down upon me, but instinctively I slid forward the catch on the tiny blaster, and the foul thing vanished, save for a few fragments of its edges, smitten into nothingness by the vibrations hurled forth from that powerful little disintegrator. It was the first time I had ever used one of the terrific instruments, and I was appalled at the instantaneous thoroughness of its workings. The blaster made no noise. It never does, nor do the big Ak blasters, which are the fighting weapons used on the ether torps, when they are discharging annihilation. But that nauseous ugliness I had removed gave vent to a sort of bubbling hiss as it returned to its original atoms, and the others of our party hastened to where I stood, shaking from excitement. Huljok was wrong when he said it was fear, and they questioned me as to what I had encountered. Shortly afterward, Huljok found another one, and called us all to see it, threw a rock the size of his head at it, hit it fairly in the centre of its mouth, and the rock vanished inside, and was apparently appreciated, for the nightmare quivered slightly, rippled a bit, and lay still. Hull Jog tried it with another rock, but had the mischance to hit his little pet in the eye, and 7 blasters sent that livid horror to whatever limbo had first spawned it, and it was above our heads in air, hurtling downward upon us when we blew it apart. Lightning scarcely moved swifter. Even Hull Jog was satisfied thereafter, when encountering one, to confine his caresses to pointing his blaster and pressing the release stud, instead of trying to play games with it. But that was, after all, the sole type of life we found in that valley, although what the things fed upon we could not then ascertain, unless they devoured their own species. We found others like them in another place, blob things that could not be destroyed by our blasters, and we saw, too, what they were fed with, but that in its proper place. We spent some time here in this valley, but then, finding nothing new, we again took to our craft and passed over the encircling mountains, only to find other mountains beyond, also other valleys. At length we came to a larger valley than any we had before seen. This was rather a plain between 2 ranges, or, to speak more accurately, a flat where the range divided and formed a huge oval, to reunite and continue as an unbroken chain further on. And here we again landed, where a grove of trees gave concealment for our ethertorp, in case of, we did not know, anything. But upon us all there lay a heavy certitude that we were in a country inimical to our very continuance of existence. Why? We could not tell that, yet each of us felt it, knew it, and to some extent feared it, for the bravest may well fear the unknown. It was more Ag who had spoken the words which guided our actions for some time. Were earth inhabited as we understand the word, he had said sententiously, the great city we saw would be no ruin, but teeming with life and activity, as was the custom of the Earthons before the light of the green star waned. So, if any be still alive, it is in the wilderness we must seek them, wherefore one place is as another, until we learn differently. How utterly right he was speedily became manifest. The pit-black murk of night slowly gave place to the pallid, wan daylight, wherein no actual sunlight ever shone, and as we gathered up our blastors and other impedimenta, preparatory to setting forth, Todge Cool raised a hand in warning. There was no need for speech. We all heard what he did. I think the dead must hear that infernal, discordant din every time it is sounded. Describe it I cannot. There are no words. When our ears had somewhat recovered from the shock, Virdax shook his head. "Oof!" he exclaimed. "To hear that very often would produce madness. It is agony." "Perhaps," growled Hull Jog, "but I have already gone mad because of it. Gone mad with curiosity. Come along." He was commander. We went, leaving our ethertorp to care for itself, but never again were we thus foolish. We proceeded warily, spread out in a line, each keeping within sight of the next. The noise had come from the north side of the flat, and thither we directed our steps. Well for us that we were hidden by the trees and bushes. As one we came to a sudden halt, drew together in a group, staring amazed, incredulous, horrified. We were at the very edge of the high bush, and before us was open space, clear to the foot of towering cliff walls, which rose sheer to some 10 times the height of a tall male. Halfway up this, there stuck out a broad shelf of rock, extending completely across the face of the cliff from the western end to the eastern, and at regular intervals we could perceive large rectangular openings, covered or closed by doors of some dully glinting leaden-hued metal, and all the space between the edge of bush growth and foot of cliff was occupied by the same sort of loathly monstrosities as we had previously encountered. There they lay, expectant, apparently, for their attentions were seemingly concentrated upon the shelf of rock high in the air above them. A door close to the western end opened, and a procession emerged therefrom. At last we had found— "Great power of life!" ejaculated Morag profanely. "Those beings are no Earthons." And he was right. Earth never had produced any such type as we then beheld. They had faces, and they had not faces. They had forms, and they were formless. How may I describe that which baffles description? We are accustomed to concrete, cohesive, permanent types of forms and faces, and these were inchoate. Never in any two moments were their aspects the same. They elongated, contracted, widened, expanded. At one moment the lower parts of one of these beings would apparently vanish, while the upper parts remained visible, and again conditions were reversed, or a front aspect faded instantaneously, leaving but the rear section visible, only to promptly reverse the phenomenon. Or the left side disappeared, leaving the right side perceptible, then— But picture it for yourself. I have said enough. It made me dizzy. It provoked Morag, because he could not name them. It enraged Jog, inflamed him with desire to attack the whole throng, shatter them. Why, he could not have told, but looking at them made him feel that way. Ron T. was mildly curious. Virdax frantic with ambition to study such beings. Our Lady of Bliss deliver me from the curiosity of such as Virdax, his methods of study. Only Toch-Kul and Lan Apo remained unperturbed. Toch-Kul because he is a diplomat, therefore in no wise startled or amazed at or by anything, and Lan Apo was contemptuous, for as he looked at them, any race thus shifting as to bodily aspect must inevitably be shifty as to minds, and he had naught but despisal for a liar of any sort. Strange argument, strange stimulus to courageousness, yet perhaps as good as any. Only one permanency had these beings, and even that fluctuated. They were of a silvery color, and they were black, of that blackness which is blacker than black. Later we learned what manner of beings these were, and whence they came to afflict earth with their presences. They formed in a row well back from the shelf edge, and then, from out the same door from which they had emerged, came another procession, or rather a rout or rumble. These were, as Morag at once asserted, unmistakably Earthons. But how had that once wise and mighty race fallen? For these men were little better than brutes, naked, round-shouldered, bowed of heads, cringing, shambling of gait, matted as to hair, and bearded, the males at least, and utterly crushed, broken, dispirited. It had long been a proverb on all the inhabited planets, as beautiful as the earthen women, but the females we were then beholding were, if anything, more abject, more deteriorate than the males. Many things became apparent to us who stared at these poor unfortunates. Very evidently some things from somewhere had enslaved, debased that once mighty race who were or had been second to none in all the universe, and this was the result. Jog shifted his feet, stirred uneasily, growling venomously deep in his throat. Despite our giant's ferocious appearance, his heart was as a little child's, or like that of a girl, gentle, tender, and sympathetic, where wrong or oppression dared rear its ugly heads. And here it was all too apparent, both those pit-born demons had been busily at work. The rabble of Earthons halted at the very edge of the shelf, grouped together, about equidistant from either end of the long line of the things we could not name. And as the earthens stood there, the animate abhorrencies on the ground fixed their malignant eyes upon the wretched creatures, the triangular mouths gaped wide, and from all that multitude of loathly blobs came beating against our shrinking, quivering, tormented eardrums that same brain-maddening discordance we had previously heard, even before we left the Aethertorp. Of a sudden, the things standing behind the earthons ceased flickering, became fixed as to forms, although the change was anything but improvement, for although they became in shape like other living, sentient, intelligent beings, their faces bore all evil writ largely upon them. Acquaint yourself with all depravity, debauchery, foul indecency ever known throughout the universe since the most ancient forgotten times. Multiply it even to the nth powers, limitless, and then you have not approximated their expressions. Personally, even beholding such aspects made me feel as if, for eons uncountable, I had wallowed in vilest filth, and it affected the others the same way, and we knew, by our own experience, what had befallen the earthons. Had such foul things once gained foothold on the great central sun, even the radiant purities of that abode of the perfected would have become tainted, polluted by a single glance at such unthinkable corruptiveness. They, the things, slowly raised each an arm, pointed at one earthen in the group. He, back to them as he was, quivered, shook, writhed. Then, despite himself, he slowly rose in the air, moved out into space, hung above the blobs that waited, avid-mouthed. The earthon turned over in the air, head down, still upheld by the concentrated wills of the things that pointed. Breathless, my eyes well nigh starting from my head at sheer horror of what must in another moment befall, I stared, waiting the withdrawal of the force upholding the wretched earthon. Half consciously, I saw Hull Jock's blaster swing into line with the poor shrieking victim, and just as he commenced dropping toward those triangular gaping hideous orifices which waited, slavering, saw him vanish, and silently blessed Hull Jock for his clemency and promptitude. Then, momentarily, we all went mad. Our blasters aimed, we pressed the releases, and swept that line of things, and, to our aghast horror, nothing happened. Again and again we swept their line, and they were unconscious that aught was assailing them. The deadly blasters were impotent. Ronti first grasped the situation. These things are not beings. They are but evil intelligences of low order, crafty, vile rather than wise. They are of too attenuate density. The vibrations of disintegration cannot shatter, but pass unfelt through their atomic structures. We can do naught save in mercy slay those poor earthons and destroy those foul corruptions which wait to be fed. We did it. It was truest kindliness to the earthons, yet, despite the seeming callousness of our deed, we knew it for the best. And one thing it proved to us, low as the earthons had sunk, they had not fallen so far from their divine estate, but that in each the silver spark that distinguished the soul-bearers from the soulless was still present. For as each body resolved back to the primordial ether from whence it was formed, the silver spark, liberated at last, floated into air until in distance it disappeared. Then we turned our attentions to the blob things. But even as we smote the filthy things, we noted that the strange beings on the rock shelf had grasped the fact that a new phase of circumstance had entered into Earth's affairs. They stood, amazed, startled, bewildered for a space of perhaps a minute, then passed into activity with a promptitude well nigh admirable. Several of them calmly stepped from the rock shelf into air and came hurtling toward us. In some way they had sensed our direction. In no time they hovered above us, descended, and confronted us. One, evidently of importance among his fellows, made articulate sounds, but we could not understand, nor did we wish to, for with such as those there can be but one common ground, unrelenting war. And so again and again we tried the effect of the blastors, and, as previously, found them impotent. I caught Huljog's eye. He was fairly frothing at the mouth with wrath, literally. The things close by seemed to emanate a vibration that was abhorrent, stultifying. Little by little I felt a silent but urgent command to stir toward the foot of the rocky cliff. Unthinkingly I took a step forward, and Huljog's mighty arm slumped me back. "I can feel it too," he snarled at all six of us. "But," he thundered sternly, "I command you by the looped cross itself that you stand fast. 'Tis but their wills. Are we babes that we should obey?" Suddenly I laughed. Obey the wills of such as these? It was ridiculous. Answering laughter came from the rest of the party. Huljog nodded approvingly at me. "Well done, Hakiri," he commended. "The looped cross thanks you. The Supreme Council shall give you right to wear it, for high courage, for service rendered." And he had promised me our planet's supremest gift, highest honor, for laughter. Yet, though I myself say it, perhaps the service was not so trivial after all. For there is, in final analysis, no weapon so thoroughly potent against evil as is laughter, ridicule. To take evil seriously is to magnify its importance, but ridicule renders its venom impotent, futile. Try it, you who doubt, try it in your hour of utmost need. The things became all black, no silvery tints remaining. One attempted to seize me, thrust me in the desired direction. Something, I had not known that it lay dormant within me, flamed into wrath. My hand closed, became a hard knot, my arm swung upward from my side with no volition on my part, and my fist drove full into the face of the thing. Left a horrible blank orifice, which slowly filled into semblance of a face again. The thing emitted a strange sobbing, gasping squawk of pain. "Aha!" shouted Huljog gleefully. "They may not be shattered nor slain, but they can be hurt." And he swung his blaster up as a truncheon and brought it down full on the head of the nearest. The stroke passed through the thing as through soft filth, yet that thing, evidently having enough, rose hurriedly into air and sped to safety, followed by the rest. "Back to the Ethertorp," commanded Huljog, and we retreated as swiftly as legs could take us. And at that, we did not arrive there first. To our dismay, we found it in possession of a horde of those things. They were all over it, even inside, and worse still, all about it on the ground were earthons. A great crowd of them formed in solid masses, all facing outward, bearing in their hands long, shimmering blades of brightly glinting metal, sharp as to points, with keen cutting edges. "Swords!" gasped Morag. "I had thought such weapons obsolete on Earth 10,000 years ago. Where point and edge?" "Hoo-ha!" shouted Huljog. "The blasters, quick!" Oh, the pity of it! I know that tears streamed from my eyes before it was finished. Ron T. was equally affected. Huljog himself was swearing strange oaths, and had it not been for Lan Apo, I doubt if we had had the necessary fortitude to go through with the ghastly affair. But as the silver sparks floated upward, a smile almost beatific came upon his set, white face. "But they are rejoicing," he cried out to us who grieved even while we smote. "I can feel their gratitude flowing to us who give them release from a life which is worse than death. They are glad to depart thus painlessly. And thereafter we sorrowed no more. The Airthons were almost all disposed of when More Ag shouted, "Catch one or more of those slaves, alive! I would question." Hull Jock leapt forward, caught one by the wrist, wrenched his blade from his hand, slammed him against the hull of the Ether Torp, knocking him limp, threw him to us, and dealt likewise with another. Meanwhile our blasters played unrelentingly, and presently there were no more of the unfortunate Airthons to be seen. Yet the things who, through sheer will force alone, had compelled the Airthons to face annihilation, for they could not fight, the blasters slew from far beyond reach of sword blade or hurled rock, those things still held our Ether Torp. Surely Our Lady of Venice kept them from guessing that they had but to slide the stud atop one of the great arc blasters from the white space to the black one, and well for us that there was no Lan Apo among them to catch our thoughts. A long while afterward we found out that they were acquainted with the principle of the arc blasters, and I can only account for their not using those on us by the supposition that they wished to capture us alive in order to gratify their fiendish propensities, so refrained from slaying us, willing to go to any lengths rather than do so, for the dead can in no wise be made to suffer. We drew back, shaking from excitement and from the strain induced by their evil minds or wills beating upon us, for though they could not make us obey, still that force they directed was almost solid in its impact. Our craft was still in their possession, and we were standing on open ground and sorely perplexed as to how we were to regain possession of our Ether Torp. Hull Jock Warprint solved our dilemma. He grasped a young tree, thick as his wrist, tore it from the ground, broke it across his knee. "Club," he grunted. "Our million-year-ago ancestors used such on Venice. There are records of such in the central war castle." Hurriedly he prepared one for each of us, talking as he wrought. "They can feel," he growled, "for all that they may not be slain. Very well, we will beat them from the Ether Torp." And that is precisely what occurred. On Venice I had at times worked with my hands, for sheer delight of muscle movement, but never had I dreamed what actual hard work was until that hour, during which, club in hand, we stormed our own craft, until at last we stood watching the last of the things as they rapidly passed through the air toward their cliff abode, all but one, which we had finally cornered alone in a compartment into which it had strayed from the rest. We hemmed it about, beat it with our clubs until it cringed from the pain. Then Ron T. thrust his face close to his face. We caught Ron's idea, added our wills to his, overbore that of our captive. It became confused, bewildered, shifted from silver to silver again. The black became dull, smoky, the silver paled to leaden hue. The thing crouched, palpitant with fear waves, manifest in dim coloration. "We have learned enough," declared Ron T. solemnly. "Back to Venice. This is a matter for the Supreme Council, as I feared even before we started. Here we cannot cope with conditions. We 7 are too small a force. Back to Venice." "Nay," Hull Jock demurred. "Let us remain and clean earth of this spawn," and he indicated the captive thing with a contemptuous gesture of his foot. But Verdax added his voice to that of Ron T., and I was eager to go, to stay, I knew not which. The others felt as I did. Both courses had their attractions, also their drawbacks. For myself, I fear me very greatly that I, Hack Eerie, who ever held myself aloof from all emotions of violence, desiring a clearer mind that I might better chronicle the deeds of others, I fear, I say, that in me still lives something of that old Hack Eerie, my remote ancestor, who once in the days of wildness of which our minstrels still sing, made for himself a name of terror on all Venice for his love of strife. But Morag really settled the argument. "We have this thing," he declared. "It must be examined, if we would learn aught of its nature, and that must be done, if we hope ever to cope with such as it has proved to be in structure." Here an unholy light shone transient in the keen, cold eyes of Viridax. "And," continued Morag, "we can, while on the return to Venice, learn what has actually happened to Earth from the two Earthons." "One Earthon," interrupted Viridax. "The other died. Huljuk knows not his own strength." He bent over, examined the living Earthon, and promptly brought him back to consciousness. Morag spoke to him. The Earthon brightened a trifle as he became assured we meant him no harm. He brightened still more when he observed that we held captive one of his former masters. Then the thing caught the Earthon's eye, and Lanapo hastily turned to Huljuk. "It were well to confine this, where the Earthon may not win to it," he warned emphatically. "Otherwise, the will of the thing will compel the enslaved fool to assist it to escape, or work us harm in some manner." We left the captive thing in the little room, fastened the sole door, and Huljuk retained the ward strip, which alone could unlock it again. The Earthon said something to Morag, who smiled and patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. He thanked us for putting it beyond his power to obey. He broke off to ask the Earthon another question, then gasped. "Dear mother of life!" he ejaculated. "The things are from the dark side of the moon, Earth's satellite." The Earthon nodded. "Avicii," he exclaimed, and added another word, "Hell." We knew not his language, that is, none save Morag, but we all caught his meaning. He referred to the abode of evil, as it was understood on earth. We would have questioned the Earthon further through the medium of Morag, for we all were intensely curious, but just then that occurred which put an end to questioning and served likewise to hasten our departure from this sorely afflicted planet. A crackling, sizzling hiss of lightning and a terrific crash of thunder, the world, so far as we were immediately concerned, all one blinding glare of violet-tinted light, and the great Ethertorp rocked under the impact. "Aho!" shouted Huljuk. "What now?" And he dashed to one of the lookout openings just as another levin bolt struck. We joined him, and one glance was enough. All about us and above us were swarming great iridescent globes, and it was from these that there now came incessant streaks and flashes of lightning, powerful electric currents. Our commander leapt into the conning tower, the others of us sprang each to his station at one of the arc blasters, of which our craft mounted 6, and we promptly left the ground. In a manner of speaking, we had little to fear, for the metal beryllium of which Ethertorps are built could in no wise be harmed by lightning, nor could we who were inside be shocked thereby. But some part of the controlling mechanism might have been seriously disarranged by the jarring concussions, and, besides, it was no part of our natures to submit tamely to attacks from any source. With a swoosh we shot into air, and Huljuk headed the sharp-pointed nose of our great fighting cylinder straight into the thick of the shining globes that swooped and floated and swirled about and above us. Their thin walls gave them no protection against our impact, and we shattered them as easily as breaking the shells of eggs. With the arc blasters we could and did shatter some of the globes which we failed to ram, but the vibrations of disintegration from these had no more effect upon the occupants of the globes than had the little hand blasters previously, and Huljuk fairly stamped in rage. "Ron T," he exclaimed wrathfully, "your science is but a fraudulent thing. We mount your improved model blasters, purported to slay aught living, disintegrate anyone, and now—" His anger well-nigh choked him. "Content you," soothed Ron. "If we come again to Earth—" "If we come again to Earth," Huljuk asserted grimly, "Earth will be cleaned, or I return no more to Venice. But," he went on imperatively, you must find that which will destroy these Lunarians. We shattered and rammed their foolish globes, from which they play with the powers of thunder and lightning, but them we might not harm. They did but float, insolent, safely down to earth. We have one Lunarian upon whom to experiment, suggested Verdax meaningly. Aye, snapped Huljock, and I look to you and Ron T to produce results. See to it that you fail not. I have known the giant commander since we were children together, but never had I seen him in such mood. He seemed beside himself with what, in a lesser man, I should have classed as humiliation, but I realized, as did the others, that it was merely that in him the dignity of the looped cross had been proffered insult, amounting well nigh to defeat, and that to him the looped cross, emblem of our planet, was a sacred symbol, his sole object of adoration, and his high, fierce spirit was sore, smarting grievously, and could in no wise be appeased until, as he himself had phrased it, earth was clean. We had formally made report to the Supreme Council and had handed over to them for disposal both the Earthon and the Lunarian we had brought back with us, and the Supreme Council, in their wisdom, had commanded Morag and Verdax to examine and question the Lunarian, with me to make records of aught he might say. But he would say naught, seemingly taking fiendish delight in baffling us. The Earthon, whose name was John, had told Morag, while we were on our homeward flight, all that was to be known as to the conditions on earth. Here is no space to record it all, but briefly it was as follows. Centuries ago the Earthons, divided into nations, warred. A mighty empire, hoping to dominate the planet, attacked a little country as a commencement. Another and larger nation hastened to the rescue of its tiny neighbor. A great island kingdom was drawn into the fray. A powerful republic overseas took hand in the matter. So ended the strife. But rather than ending warfare, it did but give fresh incentive to inventions of deadly devices. Somebody found that the element, metal, gold, had strange qualities previously unguessed. Another discovered that gold could be produced by artificial means, synthetically, to use earthly terminology. But the producing was by drawing it from out the storehouse of the universe, the primordial ether, wherein dormant are all things objective and subjective. And the drain on the ether opened strange doors in space, which heretofore, by fiat of the great wisdom, had been fast sealed. Scientists of a great race, Mongolians, made too free use of the ether, hoping in their turn to subjugate the races of the West. Because of the vibration set up in their labors, they made easy passage from earth to moon, and on the dark side of the moon dwelt a race of fiends, soulless, beyond the pale of the infinite mercy, who moved about to keep the moon's bulk always between them and the hated light of the sun. These had ever hated earth and its dwellers, for once they had inhabited that fair planet, until they became too wicked, and they, and the moon, broken from its parent earth by almighty wrath, had been set apart in the sea of space. The moon, although circling ever about its parent planet, revolved never on an axis, so had one side turned ever toward earth, and these lords of the dark face, in their aeon-old hate, saw chance, at long last, to regain their lost world, upon which they looked with envy when the lunar faces brought them during the dark of the moon to the side facing earth. In their Selenian globes they invaded earth, availing themselves of the openings the Mongolians had unwittingly established. Aided by these unholy powers of evil, the Mongolians had dominated, even as they had planned, all other races, reduced them to conditions of abject servitude, and were, in turn, subjugated by the lords of the dark face through sheer will energy alone. So, reduced to conditions wherein they were less than beasts, the Earthons had remained, prey to their fiendish conquerors, subjected to such treatments as even now, while I write, sicken my soul within me to think of, and are unfit to describe, for why afflict clean minds with unnecessary corruptions? Only those who have heard that Ayrton's story can conceive of what had, for ages, taken place in the ghastly orgies of the Lunarians, and we, who did hear, will never again be quite the same as we were before our ears were thus polluted. So utterly abhorrent were conditions on earth, that our Supreme Council decreed that such must be abolished at any cost. Not the planet but the state of affairs prevailing, for they feared that the very ether would become putrescent, and moral degeneracy reach eventually to every planet of the universal chain. But that again involved every planet in the matter, so they, the Council, sent out invitation to all other planets for conference. Then came delegates from them all. They talked, discussed, debated, consulted, and that was all. Hulchok, the practical, violated interplanetary etiquette finally. "Talk!" he shouted, rising from where he sat with the other Venetians. "What does talk do? We be no nearer than when we started. Since none can offer helpful suggestion, hear me. I am War Prince of Venice, not a sage, but I say that Ron T, if allowed sufficient time, can find that which will slay these Lunarians, all of their evil brood, and that is what is needed. Leave this matter to us of Venice." A gravely genial delegate from Jupiter rose in his place. "O you of Venice," he said in his stately, courtly speech, "your war prince has spoken well. Since Ron T is acknowledged greatest of inventors on any world, he has but a demand, and if we of Jupiter can place aught at his disposal to further his investigations, he has but to communicate with us, and what we have is at his disposal." One by one, delegates from all the planets confirmed the Jupiterians' proffer, repeating it for those whom they represented, and one delegate, a huge red-hued blue-eyed being, went even further, for, springing to his feet, he thundered, "But if there is to be actual affray, we of Mars demand that we participate." Hulchok strode forward and slapped the Martian on the shoulder. "Aha!" he laughed. "One after my own heart. Brother, it is in my mind that crafts and fighters from all the planets will be needed before this matter is ended." It seems cruel, I know, but what else was there to do? From then on, that captive Lunarian was subjected to strange, some of them frightful tests. Poisons and acids Virdax found had no effect upon him. Cutting instruments hurt but failed to injure permanently. Already we knew that the blasters, deadliest weapons known to any planet, were ineffective. Ron T was at his wits' end. 2 of our Venetian years passed, and all to no progress. Then a girl solved for him the one problem he was beginning to despair of ever solving for himself. He had a love. Who of all Venice has not? And she, entering fully into his ideals and ambitions with that sweetly sympathetic understanding none but a maid of Venice can bestow, had free access at all times to his workshop, wherein he toiled and studied for planetary benefit. And she, one day, seeing his distressed bafflement in his researches, saying naught, withdrew, returning shortly, bearing in her arms her chiefest treasure, an instrument of many strings from which she proceeded to draw sweet strains of music, hoping thus to soothe his perturbed mind. There came a wondrously sweet strain recurring in her melody, and the first time it sounded, the Lunarian winced. Repetition of that strain made him howl, and realization came to Ron T in one blinding flash of light-like clarity. "Harmony!" he shouted, rejoicing. "The blob thing is discordant in its essential nature." Never a maid of all Venice was so proud just then as that love-girl of Ronti's. She had at least produced some sort of impression on the fiend, made it suffer grievously. So over and over she played that self-same strain, and ere many minutes had passed, the Lunarian fell prone, writhing in anguish, howling like a thing demented. "Enough, Alurai," Ron bade her after watching the captive's misery for a space. "You have rendered the universe a service. Now depart, for I would think. Herein lies the secret of the weapon which will purge an afflicted world of its woe." It was a mighty fleet which started for Earth on that never-to-be-forgotten expedition of rescue and reprisal. Practically speaking, all the craft were of similar appearance, for the ether torps had long been considered to be the most efficient type for interspatial voyaging. Even the Earthons had used them before they were subjugated, and John the Earthon stated that the Lunarians themselves had a large fleet of them housed away in readiness against the day when they might desire to win to other worlds. But he likewise told us until the Lunarians had exhausted Earth's resources, they would remain there, and for earthly voyaging in air, their Selenian globes were more satisfactory to them, moved by will force as they were, than the great ether torps, which were managed by purely mechanical methods. Naturally, the ether torps from the different planets varied slightly, as, for example, those of Venus had the conning towers cylindrical in shape and placed midway from nose to stern, the noses sharply pointed, sterns tapering to half the size of the greatest diameter, that of the waist of the craft. Our arc blasters were long, slender, copper-plated. The ether torps from Mars were lurid red in color, blunt of nose, rounded as the sterns, with short, thick arc blasters, and their conning towers were well forward of the middle, octagonal in shape. But why amplify? Surely the ether torps of each planet are familiar to the dwellers of all the other planets. And of course, each craft bore the symbol of its home world. The Martians bore the looped dart in gold, even as we of Venice painted upon the nose of ours the looped cross, but the symbols of the worlds are too well known to require description. Ron T and Hull Jog had full authority over the entire squadron, although the war commanders from all the worlds fully understood the carefully laid plans of aggression, and all the ether torps, in addition to arc blasters, now mounted before their conning towers a new device consisting of a large tube, much like an enormous hawtar, terminating at the snout end in 5 smaller tubes. It was black night when Earth was reached, and it was not until the sickly, wan daylight broke that actual operations commenced. Spreading out, we quartered the air until the great oval flat showed plain. It was our good luck that it was our own craft which was the first to come above it, and as we identified it, Hull Jog's eyes glowed in wrathful joy, if such emotion may be thus contradictorily described. He caught Ron-T's eye and nodded. Ron-T, obeying, threw over a lever. A most dreadful and terrific din shook the air with its uproar. From afar to the northward came a similar bellowing howl. Then from the eastward the same sound reached our ears, being replied to a moment or so later by the signal from the distant west, and from the southward came the answering racket, and we knew that all Earth's surface was under surveillance of one or more of the ether torps comprising the expeditionary fleet. Slowly, deliberately, we began circling above that infernal ovoid valley. But after that one hideous bellowing howl, the tube-like arrangements before the conning towers changed their tones, and from them came the same wondrously sweet, heart-thrilling, soul-shaking strain of melody as that which Alurai, the love-maid of Ron-T, had produced to the exquisite torment of our captive Lunarian. Over and over the strains were played, and still nothing happened. The idea was Ron T's, and I began to wonder if in some manner he had miscalculated. Suppose it did not affect all the Lunarians alike? In that case, not only would the expedition be doomed to failure, but the name of Ron T would become subject for many a jest on many a world, and we of Venice must perforce walk with bowed heads. But Ron T was smiling, and Hull Jock's fierce face bore an expression of confident, savage expectancy, and I waited, curious, hopeful still. So swiftly that we could barely see it, an iridescent globe spun through the air, rising diagonally from the cliff base, shooting straight at our Ethertorp. A touch of Ron's hand, and the strain of music sounded even louder, clearer, sweeter. The globe, when within a quarter of a mile, shot straight upward, discharged a terrific blinding flash of chain lightning against our craft, followed it by a second and even more intense discharge, and still the sweet strain of harmony was all our reply. The globe swooped until it nearly touched us, and I slid forward the stud on the arc blaster behind which I stood. The Lunarian bubble was no more than 100 feet away at that instant, and, like a bubble, it vanished incontinently. As ever, for all that we could shatter their Selenian globes, those demoniacal Lunarians themselves we could not disintegrate, or so we deemed then, and I know that I said wrathful profanities in my impotent disappointment. But Hull Jock grinned, and Ron T nodded reassuringly to me, saying consolingly, "Wait." Well, I waited. What else could I do? But by this time the same game was going on all over the earth. Wherever the Lunarians had abode, the strains of melody were driving them into a frenzy of madness, and they came swarming forth in their globes, hurling lightning flashes at our Ethertorps, which might not thus be destroyed. Yet in a way honours were even, for if they could not damage our Ethertorps, neither could we do aught but blow their globes into nothingness, while they themselves did but flee through the air back to their abodes, unharmed by the vibrations from the arc blasters. And in this manner, for 3 days and nights, the futile warfare continued, and by morning of the 4th day, I doubt if there was left to the Lunarians a single Selenian globe. At least for 2 days and nights more, we none of us saw any. Yet during those 2 days and nights, we continually played that music over and over until all earth vibrated from the repetitional sound waves. But on the next morning following, we had clear proof that the Lunarians had had all that they could endure of suffering. An Ethertorp of a far different model than any we were acquainted with shot into air with incredible speed, and, catching a craft of Saturn unawares, rammed it in mid-air, completely wrecking it, only to be shattered into dust in its turn by the arc blasters of a Mercurian Ethertorp. The crew of the ill-fated craft we could not save, but they were amply avenged ere long. It happened that we witnessed this ramming, and more ag shouted his surprise. "But that Ethertorp, despite its speed, it's of an age-old model," he affirmed excitedly, and Hull Jock nodded agreement. "Our Lady of Love grant that their arc blasters be of equally antiquated model," he chortled. "If they are, their vibrations are of too long and too slow wavelengths to affect the modern beryllium metal of which we now build our fighting craft." And so it later proved to be. We could very easily have shattered their old model crafts, taking our good time therefore, but to what avail? It would leave us the same old problem. The Lunarians, with their levitational powers, would descend safely to the ground, and would still inhabit earth, overrunning it like the evil vermin that they were. But the far-thinking brains of Ron T and Hull Jock had laid out a carefully evolved plan, and aside from continuing to drive the Lunarians mad with the hated music and evading further collisions with their Ethertorps, no light task either, considering their speed, We of the expedition refrained from using our arc blasters until the Lunarians must have come to the very conclusion our master strategists desired them to reach eventually, that in some manner we had exhausted our vibratory charges. At last, one morning, we were made the objects of a concerted attack. From all points came hurtling those old-style ether torps, and we fled from before them. Finding that their old model arc blasters had little or no effect upon us, protected as we were by the beryllium plates, they fell back on their levin bolts, and these they hurled incessantly until they, as well as we, were well out of Earth's atmosphere and into the great ocean of ethereal space. But ever we played that same maddening music, and it acted as powerful incentive to hold them to the pursuit, for they had lost all caution in their rage, and ever as we fled from before them, we laughed. And at last, some 5,000,000 miles from Earth's surface, we turned upon them. Stretched out in a long curved line, we awaited their coming, and as they came within our range, every ether torp commenced whirling about as if on a transverse axis, presenting one moment the nose, next the side, then the stern, and again the other side, and once more the stern or prow, in this manner giving play to all 6 arc blasters, the forward one, the 2 on each side, and the one pointing to rearward. And the Lunarians, although heretofore we might not injure them, were soon without protection, their ether torps shattered, left exposed to the deadly chill of outer space, and their forms, loose though they were in structure, subjected to the awful pressure of the inelastic ether. It compressed their bodies as if they had been density itself, and having no defense, they instinctively drew close to each other, and etheric pressure did all that was necessary. They were jammed into a single mass, and then we played upon that with the arc blasters, until that mass too became as nothing. Only from that blank space, where the fiends, the lords of the dark face, had been, floated in all directions a shower or swarm of dull red sparks, which, even as we watched, slowly flickered and burned out in the depths of abysmal night. Ron T. bowed his head in reverence to that great power which had permitted us to be the instruments of its vengeance, signing in the air before him the looped cross, symbol of life. "As I suspected," he said gravely, "they were soulless. They had naught but form and vitality, mind and will, life of the lower order, non-enduring. The red sparks proved that, and even those have burned out, resolved back into the sea of undifferentiated energy. Our work is ended. Let Earth work out its own rehabilitation. That wondrous race of Earthons will soon rear the foundations of an even greater civilization than their world has ever before known." End of When the Green Star Waned by Untitled.
Song in a Minor Key by C.L. Moore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Northwest Smith is one of the great adventurers of science fiction, one of that group of cool, gray-eyed men who roam the spaceways and provide much of the inspiration for the legends that are part of the folklore of space. Here is Northwest Smith in a rare moment of peace, in a remarkable vignette. Song in a Minor Key by C.L. Moore. He had been promising himself this moment for how many lonely months and years on alien worlds. Beneath him, the clovered hill slope was warm in the sun. Northwest Smith moved his shoulders against the earth and closed his eyes, breathing so deeply that the gun holstered upon his chest drew tight against its strap as he drank the fragrance of earth and clover warm in the sun. Here in the hollow of the hills, willow shaded, pillowed upon clover and the lap of earth, he let his breath run out in a long sigh, and drew one palm against the grass in a caress like a lover's. He had been promising himself this moment how long? How many months and years on alien worlds? He would not think of it now. He would not remember the dark spaceways, or the red slag of Martian drylands, or the pearl-gray days on Venus when he had dreamed of the Earth that had outlawed him. So he lay with his eyes closed, and the sunlight drenching him through. No sound in his ears but the passage of the breeze through the grass, and the creaking of some insect nearby. The violent, blood-smelling years behind him might never have been. Except for the gun pressed into his ribs between his chest and the clovered earth, he might be a boy again, years upon years ago, long before he had broken his first law or killed his first man. No one else alive now knew who that boy had been. Not even the all-knowing patrol. None, not even Venusian Jarl, who had been his closest friend for so many riotous years. No one would ever know, now. Not his name, which had not always been Smith, or his native land, or the home that had bred him, or the first violent deed that had sent him down the devious path which led here to the clovered hollow in the hills of earth that had forbidden him ever to set foot again upon her soil. He unclasped the hands behind his head and rolled over to lay a scarred cheek on his arm, smiling to himself. Well, here was earth beneath him. No longer a green star high in an alien sky, but warm soil, new clover as near his face as he could see all the little stems and trefoil leaves, moist earth, granular at their roots. An ant ran by with waving antennae close beside his cheek. He closed his eyes and drew another deep breath. Better not even look. Better to lie here like an animal, absorbing the sun and the feel of earth, blindly, wordlessly. Now he was not Northwest Smith, scarred outlaw of the spaceways. Now he was a boy again, with all his life before him. There would be a white-columned house just over the hill, with shaded porches and white curtains blowing in the breeze, and the sound of sweet, familiar voices indoors. There would be a girl, with hair like poured honey, hesitating just inside the door, lifting her eyes to him, tears in the eyes. He lay very still, remembering. Curious how vivid it all came back, though the house had been ashes for nearly 20 years. And the girl... He rolled over violently, opening his eyes. No use remembering her. There had been that fatal flaw in him from the very first, he knew now. If he were the boy again, knowing all he knew today, still the flaw would be there, and sooner or later the same thing must have happened that had happened 20 years ago. He had been born for a wild age, when men took what they wanted and held what they could, without respect for law. Obedience was not in him, and so, as vividly as on the day it happened, he felt the same old surge of anger and despair, 20 years old now, felt the ray gun bucking hard against his unaccustomed fist, heard the hiss of its deadly charge ravening into the face he hated. He could not be sorry, even now, for the first man he had killed. But in the smoke of that killing had gone up the columned house, and the future he might have had. The boy himself, lost as Atlantis now, and the girl with the honey-colored hair, and much, much else beside. It had to happen, he knew. He being the boy he was, it had to happen. Even if he could go back and start over, the tale would be the same. And it was all long past now, anyhow, and nobody remembered any more at all, except himself. A man would be a fool to lie here thinking about it any longer. Smith grunted and sat up, shrugging the gun into place against his ribs. The end of Song in a Minor Key by C.L. Moore.
The Sky Was Full of Ships by Theodore Sturgeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Dunkelberger. The Sky Was Full of Ships by Theodore Sturgeon. Sykes died, and after 2 years they tracked Gordon Kemp down and brought him back, because he was the only man who knew anything about the death. Kemp had to face a coroner's jury in Switchpath, Arizona, a crossroads just at the edge of the desert, and he wasn't too happy about it, being city-bred and not quite understanding the difference between hicks and folks. The atmosphere in the courtroom was tense. Had there been great wainscoted walls and a statue of blind justice, it would have been more impersonal and, for Kemp, easier to take. But this courtroom was a Crossroads Granger's Hall in Switchpath, Arizona. The presiding coroner was Bert Wilson, who held a corncob pipe instead of a gavel. At their ease around the room were other men, dirt farmers and prospectors like Wilson. It was like a movie short. It needed only a comedy dance number and somebody playing a jug. But there was nothing comic about it. These hicks were in a position to pile trouble on Kemp, trouble that might very easily wind up in the gas chamber. The coroner leaned forward. "You got nothing to be afeared of, son, if your conscience is clear." "I still ain't talking. I brought the guy in, didn't I? Would I have done that if I'd killed him?" The coroner stroked his stubble, a soft rasping sound like a rope being pulled over a wooden beam. "We don't know about that, Kemp. Why can't you get it through your head that nobody's accusing you of anything? You're just a feller knows something about the death of this here Alessandro Sykes. This court'd like to know exactly what happened." He hesitated, shuffled. "Sit down, son," said the coroner. That did it. He slumped into the straight chair that one of the men pushed up for him and told his story. "I guess I better go right back to the beginning, the first time I ever saw this here Sykes. I was working in my shop one afternoon when he walked in. He watched what I was doing and spoke up. 'You Gordon Kemp?' I said yes, and looked him over. He was a scrawny feller, probably 60 years old, and wound up real tight. He talked fast, smoked fast, moved fast, as if there wasn't time for nothing, but he had to get on to something else. I asked him what he wanted. "You the man had that article in the magazine about the concentrated atomic torch?" he said. "Yeah," I told him, "only that guy from the magazine, he used an awful lot of loose talk. Says my torch was 300 years ahead of its time. Actually, it was something I stumbled on by accident, more or less. The ordinary atomic hydrogen torch, plenty hot. I figured out a ring-shaped electromagnet set just in front of the jet to concentrate it. It repelled the hydrogen particles and concentrated them. It'll cut anything. And since it got patented, you'd be surprised at the calls I got. You've got no idea how many people want to cut into bank vaults and the side doors of hock shops." Well, about Sykes. I told him this magazine article went a little too far, but I did have quite a gadget. I gave him a demonstration or two, and he seemed satisfied. Finally, I told him I was wasting my time unless he had a proposition. He's looking real happy about this torch of mine, and he nods. "Sure, only you'll have to take a couple of weeks off. Go out west, Arizona. Cut away into a cave there." "Cave, huh?" I said. "Is it legal?" I didn't want no trouble. "Sure, it's legal," he tells me. "How much?" He says he hates to argue. "If you'll get me into that place, and you can satisfy yourself as to whether it's legal, I'll give you $5,000, he says. Now, 5,000 berries cuts a lot of ice for me, especially for only 2 weeks' work. And besides, I liked the old guy's looks. He was queer as a $9 bill, mind you, and had a funny way of carrying on, but I could see he was worth the kind of money he talked. He looked like he really needed help, too. Maybe I'm just a Boy Scout at heart. As I say, I liked him, money or no money, and chances are I'd have helped him out for free. He came to see me a couple more times, and we sweated out the details. It wound up with him and me on the train and my torch and the other gear in the baggage car up front. Maybe some of you remember the day we arrived here. He seemed to know a lot of people here. I thought so. He told me how many years he'd been coming out to Switch Path. He told me lots of things. He was one of the talkingest old geezers I ever did see. I understood about 1/9 of what he said. He was lonely, I guess. I was the first man he ever called in to help him with his work, and he spilled the overflow of years of working by himself. About this switch path proposition, he told me that when he was just a punk out of college, he was a archaeologist roaming around the desert looking for old Indian stuff, vases and arrowheads and such stuff, and he run across this here room in the rock at the bottom of a deep cleft. He got all excited when he told me about this part of it, went on a mile a minute about Pleistocene ages and Mesozoics and paleolithographs or something. I called him down to earth, and he explained to me that this room was down in rock that was very old, a couple 100,000 years, or maybe 500,000. He said that rock had been there either before mankind had a start here on earth, or maybe about the same time as the missing link. Me, I don't care about dead people or dead people's great-grandfathers, but Sykes was all enthusiastic. Anyhow, it seems that this cave had been opened by some sort of an earthquake or something, and the stuff in it must have been there all that time. What got him excited was that the stuff was machinery of some kind and must have been put there way before there was any human beings on earth at all. That seemed silly to me. I wanted to know what kind of machinery. Well, he says, I thought at first that it was some sort of a radio transmitter. "Get this," he says. "Here is a machine with an antenna on top of it, just like a microwave job, and beside it is another machine. This second machine is shaped like a dumbbell standing on one end. The top of it is a sort of covered hopper, and at the waist of the machine is an arrangement of solenoids made out of some alloy that was never seen before on this earth. There's gearing between this machine and the other, the transmitter. I have figured out what this dumbbell thing is. It's a recorder." I want to know what is it recording. He lays one finger on the side of his nose and winks at me. "Thought," he says. "Raw thought. But that isn't all. Earthquakes, continental shifts, weather cycles, lots more stuff. It integrates all these things with thought." I want to know how he knows all this. That was when he told me that he had been with this thing for the better part of the last 30 years. He figured it out all by himself. He was real touchy about that part of it. Then I began to realize what was the matter with the poor old guy. He really figured he had something big here, and he wanted to find out about it. But it seems he was a ugly kid and a shy man, and he wanted to make the big splash all by himself. It wouldn't do for him just to be known as the man who discovered this thing. Any dolt could have stumbled across it, he'd say. He wanted to find out everything there was about this thing before he let a soul know about it. Greater than the Rosetta Stone, he used to say. Greater than the nuclear hypotheses. Oh, he was a great one for slinging the $5 words. "And it will be Sykes who gave this to the world," he would say. "Sykes will give it to humanity, complete and provable, and history will be reckoned from the day I speak." Oh, he was wacky, all right. I didn't mind, though. He was harmless and a nicer little character you'd never want to meet. Funny guy, that Sykes. What kind of a life he led I can only imagine. He had dough, inherited an income or something, so he didn't have the problems that bother most of the rest of us. He would spend days in that cavern, staring at the machines. He didn't want to touch them. He only wanted to find out what they were doing there. One of them was running. The big machine, the dumbbell-shaped one, was running. It didn't make no noise. Both machines had a little disc set into the side. It was half red, half black. On the big machine, the one he called the recorder, this here disc was turning, not fast, but you could see it was moving. Sykes was all excited about that. On the way out here, on the train, he spouted a lot of stuff. I don't know why. Maybe he thought I was too dumb to ever tell anybody about it. If that's what he thought, he had the right idea. I'm just a grease monkey who happened to have a bright idea. Anyway, he showed me something he had taken from the cave. It was a piece of wire about 6 feet long, but wire like I have never seen before or since. It was about 35 gauge, like a hair, and crooked, crimped, I mean. Sykes said it was magnetized, too. It bent easy enough, but it wouldn't kink at all, and you couldn't put a tight bend in it. I imagine it'd dent a pair of pliers. He asked me if I thought I could break it. I tried and got a gash in my lunch hook for my trouble. So help me, it wouldn't break, and it wouldn't cut, and you couldn't get any of those crimps out of it. I don't mean you to pull the wire and it would snap back. No, you couldn't pull it straight at all. Sykes told me on the train that it had taken him 8 months to cut that piece loose. It was more than just tough. It fused with itself. The first 4 times he managed to cut it through, he couldn't get the ends apart fast enough to keep them from fusing together again. He finally had to clamp a pair of steel blocks around the wire, wait for enough wire to feed through to give him some slack, and then put about 12 tons on some shears to cut through the wire. Forged iridium steel those cutters were, and that wire left a heck of a hole in them. But the wire parted. He had a big helical spring hauling the wire tight, so that the instant it parted it was snapped out of the way. It had to be cut twice to get the one piece out, and when he put the ends together they fused. I mean both on the piece he took out and the 2 free ends in the machine. Not a mark, not a bulge. Well, you all remember when we arrived here with all that equipment, and how we hired a car and went off into the desert. All the while the old man was happy as a kid. "Kemp, my boy," he says, "I got it decoded. I can read that tape. Do you realize what that means? Every bit of human history. I can get it in detail. Every single thing that ever happened to this earth or the people in it. You have no idea in what detail that tape records," he says. "Want to know who put the B on Alexander the Great? Want to know what the name of Pericles' girlfriend really was? I have it all here. What about these Indian and old Greek legends about a lost continent? What about old forts' fireballs? Who was the man in the iron mask? I have it, son. I have it." That was what went on all the way out there to that place in the dry gulch where the cave was. You wouldn't believe what a place that was to get to. How that old guy ever had the energy to keep going back to it, I'll never know. We had to stop the car about 20 miles from here and hoof it. The country out there is all tore up. If I hadn't already seen the color of his money, I'd have said the heck with it. Sand and heat and big rocks and more places to fall into and break your silly neck. Lord! Me with a pack on my back, too, the torch, the gas, and a power supply and all. We got to this cleft, see, and he outs with a length of rope and makes it fast to a stone column that's eroded nearby. He has a slip snaffle on it. He lowers himself into the gulch, and I drop the gear down after him, and then down I go. Brother, it's dark in there. We go uphill about 150 yards, and then Sykes pulls up in front of a facing. By the light of his flash, I can see the remains of a flock of campfires he's made there over the years. "There it is," he says. "It's all yours, Kemp. If that 300 years in the future torture of yours is any good, prove it." I unlimbered my stuff and got to work. And believe me, it was hard, slow going. But I got through. It took 9 hours before I had a hole fit for us to crawl through, and another hour for it to cool enough so's we could use it. All that time the old man talked. It was mostly bragging about the job he'd done decoding the wire he had. It was mostly Greek to me. "I have a record here," he says, swishing his hunk of wire around, "of a phase of the Industrial Revolution in Central Europe that will have the historians gnashing their teeth. But have I said anything? Not me, not Sykes. I'll have the history of mankind written in such detail, with such authority, that the name of Sykes will go into the language as a synonym for the miraculously accurate." I remember that because he said it so much. He said it like it tasted good. I remember once I asked him why it was we had to bother cutting in. Where was the hole he had used? "That, my boy," he says, "is an unforeseen quality of the machines. For some reason they closed themselves up. In a way, I'm glad they did. I was unable to get back in, and I was forced to concentrate on my sample. If it hadn't been for that, I doubt that I would ever had cracked the code." So I asked him, what about all this? What were the machines, and who left them there, and what for? All this while I was cutting away at that rock facing. And man, I never seen rock like that, if it was rock, which now I doubt. It come off in flakes in front of my torch. My torch, that'll cut anything. Do you know that in those 9 hours I only got through about 7.5 inches of that stuff, and my torch will walk into laminated bank vaults like the door was open? When I asked him, he shut up for a long time, but I guess he wanted to talk. He sure was enthusiastic. And besides, he figured I was too dumb to savvy what he was talking about. As I said before, he was right there. So he run off about it, and this is how it went. Who left these machines here, or how they operate, we may never know. It would be interesting to find out, but the important thing is to get the records and decode them all. It had taken him a while to recognize that machine as a recorder. The tip-off was that it was running and the other one, the transmitter, was not. He thought at first that maybe the transmitter was busted, but after a year or two of examining the machines without touching them, he began to realize that there was a gear train waiting by the tape where it fed through the gizmo that crimped it. This gear train was fixed to start the transmitter, see? But it was keyed to a certain crimp in the tape. In other words, when something happened somewhere on Earth that was just the right thing, the crimper would record it and the transmitter would get keyed off. Sykes studied that setup for years before he figured the particular squiggle in that wire that would start that transmitter to sending. Where was it sending to? Why? Sure, he thought about that, but that didn't matter to him. What was supposed to happen when the tape ran out? Who or what would come and look at it when it was all done? You know, he didn't care. He just wanted to read that tape is all. Seems there's a lot of guys write history books and stuff, and he wanted to call them liars. He wanted to tell them the way it really was. Can you imagine? So there I am, cutting away with my super torch on what seems to be a solid wall made out of some stuff that has no right to be so tough. I can still see it. So dark, and me with black goggles on, and the doc with his back to me so's he won't wreck his eyes, spouting along about history and the first unbiased account of it, and how he was going to thrust it on the world and just kill all those guys with all those theories. I remember quitting once for a breather and letting the mercury cells juice up a bit while I had a smoke. Just to make talk, I asked Sykes, when does he think that transmitter is going to go to work? Oh, he says, it already did. It's finished. That's how I knew that my figuring was right. That tape has a certain rate through the machine. It's in millimeters per month. I have the figure. It wouldn't matter to you, but something happened a while ago that made it possible to check. July 16th, 1945, to be exact. You don't tell me, I says. Oh, he says real pleased, but I do. That day something happened which put a wiggle in the wire there, the thing I was looking for all along. It was the crimp that triggered the transmitter. I happened to be in the cave at the time. The transmitter started up and the little disc spun around like mad. Then it stopped. I looked in the papers the next week to see what it was. Nothing I could find. It wasn't until the following August that I found out. I suddenly caught wise. Oh, the atom bomb! You mean that rig was set up to send something as soon as an atomic explosion kicked off somewhere on Earth? He nodded his head. By the glare of the red-hot rock, he looked like a skinny old owl. That's right. That's why we've got to get in there in a hurry. It was after the second bikini blast that the cave got sealed up. I don't know if that transmission is ever going to get picked up. I don't know if anything is going to happen if it is picked up. I do know that I have the wire decoded, and I mean to get those records before anyone else does. If that wall had been any thicker, I never would have gotten through. When I got my circle cut and the cutout piece dropped inside, my rig was about at its last gasp. So was Sykes. For the last 2 hours he'd been hopping up and down with impatience. 30 years' work, he kept saying. I've waited for this for 30 years, and I won't be stopped now. Hurry up! Hurry up! And when we had to wait for the opening to cool, I thought he'd go wild. I guess that's what built him up to his big breakdown. He sure was keyed up. Well, at last we crawled into the place. He'd talk so much about it that I almost felt I was coming back to something instead of seeing it for the first time. There were the machines, the big one about 7 feet tall, dumbbell-shaped, and the little one sort of a rounded cube with a bunch of macaroni on top. That was this antenna he was talking about. We lit a pressure lantern that flooded the place with light. It was small, with a floor about 9 by 9, and he jumped over to the machines. He scrabbles around and hauls out some wire. Then he stops and stands there looking stupid at me. "What's the matter, Doc?" I say. I called him Doc. He gulps and swallows. "The reel's empty. It's empty. There's only 8 inches of wire here, only—" And that was when he fainted. I jumped up right away and shook him and shoved him around a little until his eyes started to blink. He sits up and shakes himself. "Refilled," he says. He is real hoarse. "Kemp, they've been here." I began to get the idea. The lower chamber is empty. The upper one is full. The whole setup is arranged to run off a new recording. And where is Sykes' 30 years' work? He starts to laugh. I look at him. I can't take that. The place is too small for all that noise. I never heard anybody laugh like that, like short screams one after the other, fast. He laughs and laughs. I carry him out. I put him down outside and go back in for my gear. I can hear him laughing out there, and that busted-up voice of his echoing in the gulch. I get everything onto the backpack and go out to put out the pressure lantern when I hear a little click. It's that transmitter. The little red and black disc is turning around on it. I just stand there watching it. It only runs for 3 or 4 minutes, and then it begins to get hot in there. I got scared. I ducked out of the hole and picked up Sykes. He didn't weigh much. I looked back in the hole. The cave was lit up, red. The machines were cherry red, straw color, white, just that quick. They melted. I saw it. I ran. I don't hardly remember getting to the rope and tying Sykes on and climbing up and hauling him up after me. He was quiet then, but conscious. I carried him away until the light from the gulch stopped me. I turned around to watch. I could see a ways down into the gulch. It was filling up with lava. It was lighting up the whole desert, and I never felt such heat. I ran again. I got to the car and dumped Sykes in. He shifted around on the seat some. I asked him how he felt. He didn't answer that, but mumbled a lot of stuff. Something like this. They knew we'd reached the atomic age. They wanted to be told when. The transmitter did just that. They came and took the recordings and refilled the machine. They sealed off the room with something they thought only controlled atomic power could break into. This time the transmitter was triggered to human beings in that room. Your torch did it, Kemp. That 300 years in the future torch. They think we have atomic power. They'll come back. Who, Doc? Who? I says. I don't know, he mumbles. There'd be only one reason why someone, some creature, would want to know a thing like that, and that's so they could stop us. So I laughed at him. I got in and started the car and laughed at him. Doc, I said, we ain't gonna be stopped now. Like the papers say, we're in the atomic age if it kills us, but we're in for keeps. Why, humanity would have to be killed off before to get out of this atomic age. I know that, Kemp, I know. That's what I mean. What have we done? What have we done? After that, he's quiet a while, and when I look at him again, I see he's dead. So I brought him in. In the excitement, I faded. It just didn't look good to me. I knew nobody would listen to a yarn like that. There was silence in the courtroom until somebody coughed, and then everyone felt he had to make a sound with his throat or his feet. The coroner held up his hand. I can see what Brother Kemp was worried about. If that story is true, I, for one, would think twice about telling it. He's a liar, roared a prospector from the benches. He's a murdering liar. I have a kid reads that kind of stuff, and I never did like to see him at it. Believe me, he's a-going to cut it out as of right now. I think this Kemp feller needs a hanging. Now, Jed, bellowed the coroner, if we kill off this man, we do it legal here. The sudden hubbub quieted, and the coroner turned to the prisoner. Listen here, Kemp. Something just occurred to me. How long was it from the time of the first atom blast until the time that room got sealed up? I don't know, about 2 years? Little over? Why? And how long since that night you've been talking about when Sykes died? Or was murdered, growled the prospector. Shut up, Jed. Well, Kemp? About 18 months. No, nearer 2 years. Well, then, said the coroner, spreading his hands, if there was anything in your story, or in that goofy idea of the dead man's about someone coming to kill us off, well, ain't it about time they did? There were guffaws, and the end of the Grange Hall disappeared in a burst of flame. Yelling, cursing, some screaming, they pushed and fought their way out into the moonlit road. The sky was full of ships. End of The Sky Was Full of Ships by Theodore Sturgeon.
What Shall It Profit? By Paul Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. If you would build a tower, sit down first and count the cost to see if you have enough to finish it. The price may be much too high. What Shall It Profit? By Paul Anderson. The chickens got out of the coop and flew away 300 years ago, said Barwell. Now they're coming home to roost. He hiccuped. His finger wobbled to the dial and clicked off another whiskey. The machine pondered the matter and flashed an apologetic sign. Please deposit your money. Oh, damn, said Barwell. I'm broke. Raddick shrugged and gave the slot a 2-credit piece. It slid the whiskey out on a tray with his change. He stuck the coins in his pouch and took another careful sip of beer. Barwell grabbed the whiskey glass like a drowning man. He would drown, thought Raddick, if he sloshed too much more into his stomach. There was an Asian whine to the music drifting past the curtains into the booth. Raddick could hear the talk and laughter well enough to catch their raucous overtones. Somebody swore as the dice rattled wrong for him. Somebody else shouted coarse good wishes as his friend took a hostess upstairs. He wondered why vice was always so cheerless when you went into a place and paid for it. I'm gonna get drunk tonight, announced Barwell. I'm gonna get so high in the stony sky you'll need radar to find me. Then I shall raise the red flag of revolution. And tomorrow? Asked Raddick quietly. Barwell grimaced. Don't ask me about tomorrow. Tomorrow I will be among the great leisure class. To hell with the euphemisms, the unemployed. Nothing I can do that some goddamn machine can't do quicker and better. So a benevolent state will feed me and clothe me and house me and give me a little spending money to have fun on. This is known as citizens' credit. They used to call it the dole. Tomorrow, I shall have to be more systematic about the revolution. Join the League or something. The trouble with you, Radek needled him, is that you can't adapt. Technology has made the labor of most people, except the first-rank creative geniuses, unnecessary. This leaves the majority with a void of years to fill somehow, a sense of uprootedness and loss of self-respect, which is rather horrible. And in any case, they don't like to think in scientific terms. It doesn't come natural to the average man. Barwell gave him a bleary stare out of a flushed, sagging face. I suppose you're one of the geniuses, he said. You got work. I'm adaptable, said Radek. He was a slim, youngish man with dark hair and sharp features. I'm not greatly gifted, but I found a niche for myself. Newspaper man. I do legwork for a major commentator. Between times, I'm writing a book, my own analysis of contemporary historical trends. It won't be anything startling, but it may help a few people think more clearly and adjust themselves. And so you like this rotten solar universe? Barwell's tone was becoming aggravated. Not everything about it, no. So there is a wave of anti-scientific reaction all over Earth. Science is being made the scapegoat for all our troubles. But, like it or not, you fellows will have to accept the fact that there are too many people and too few resources for us to survive without technology. Some technology, sure, admitted Barwell. He took a ferocious swig from his glass. Not this hellboard stuff we've been monkeying around with. I tell you, the chickens have finally come home to roost. Radek was intrigued by the archaic expression. Barwell was no moron. He'd been a correlative clerk at the Institute for several years, not a position for fools. He had actually read books, and thought about them. And today he'd been fired. Radek chanced upon him, drinking out a vast resentment, and attached himself like a reverse lamprey, buying most of the liquor. There might be a story in it, somewhere. There might be a lead to what the Institute was doing. Radek was not anti-scientific, but neither did he make gods out of people with technical degrees. The Institute must be up to something unpleasant. Otherwise, why all the mystery? If the facts weren't uncovered in time, if whatever they were brewing came to a head, it could touch off the final convulsions of lynch law. Barwell leaned forward. His finger wagged. 300 years now. I think it's 300 years since the X-rays came in. Damn scientists fooling around with X-rays, atomic energy, radioactives. Sure, safe levels, established tolerances. But what about the long-range effects? What about the cumulative genetic effects? Those chickens are coming home at last. No use blaming our ancestors, said Radek. Would be pointless to go dance on their graves, wouldn't it? Barwell moved closer to Radek. His breath was powerful with whiskey. But are they in those graves? He whispered. Huh? Look, being known for a long time, ever since the first atomic energy work, heavy but non-lethal doses of radiation shorten lifespan. You grow old faster if you don't get a stronger dose. Why do you think with all our medicines, we're not 200-300 years old? Background counts got up, that's why. Radioactives in the air, in the sea, buried underground. Gamma rays, not entirely absorbed by shielding. Sure, they tell us the level is still harmless. But it's more than the level in nature by a good big factor. 2 or 3. Radek sipped his beer. He'd been drinking slowly, and the beer had gotten warmer than he liked. But he needed a clear head. That's common knowledge, he stated. The lifespan hasn't been shortened any either. Because of more medicines, more ways to help cells patch up radiation damage. All but worse radiation sicknesses being curable for a long time. Barwell waved his hands expansively. They knew, even back then, he mumbled. If radiation shortens life, radiation sickness cures ought to prolong it. Huh? Reasonable. Only the goddamn scientists. Population problem. Social stasis, if everybody lived for centuries. Keep it secret. Easy to do. Change your name and face every 10, 20 years. Keep to yourself. Don't make friends among the short-lived. You might see 'em grow old and die. Might start feeling sorry for 'em. And that would never do. Would it? Coldness tingled along Radek's spine. He lifted his mug and pretended to drink. Over the rim, his eyes stayed on Barwell. That's why they fired me. I know. I got ears. I overheard things. I read notes not intended for me. They fired me. It's a wonder they didn't murder me. Barwell shrugged and peered at the curtains, as if trying to look through them. Or do you think? Maybe. No, said Radek, I don't. Let's stick to the facts. I take it you found mention of works on, shall we say, increasing the lifespan? Perhaps a mention of successes with rats and guinea pigs, right? So what's wrong with that? They wouldn't want to announce anything until they were sure, or the hysteria. Barwell smiled with an irritating air of omnipotence. More than that, friend. More than that. Lots more. Well, what? Barwell peered about him with exaggerated caution. One thing I found in the files. Plans of whole buildings and grounds. Great big rooms. Lots of rooms. Way underground. Secret. Only the kitchen is making food and sending it down there. Human food. Food for people I never saw. People who never came up. Barwell buried his face in his hands. Don't feel so good. Whirling. Radek eased his head to the table, out like a spent credit. The newsman left the booth and addressed a bouncer. Chap in there has had it. Uh-huh. Want me to help you get him to your boat? No, I hardly know him. A bill exchanged hands. Put him in your doss room to sleep it off, and give him breakfast with my compliments. I'm going out for some fresh air. The wreck house stood on a Minnesota bluff, overlooking the Mississippi River. Beyond its racket and multicolored glare, there was darkness and wooded silence. Here and there the lights of a few isolated houses gleamed. The river slid by, talking, ruffled with moonlight. Luna was nearly full. Squinting into her cold, ashen face, Radek could see the tiny spark of a city. Stars were strewn carelessly over the heaven. He recognized the ember that was Mars. Perhaps he ought to emigrate. Mars, Venus, even Luna. There was more hope on them than Earth had. No mechanically packaged cheer. People had work to do. and in their spare time they made their own pleasures. No civilization cracking at the seams because it could not assimilate the technology it must have. Out in space, men knew very well that science had carried them to their homes, and made their homes fit to dwell on. Radek strode across the parking lot and found his airboat. He paused by its iridescent teardrop to start a cigarette. Suppose the Institute of Human Biology was more than it claimed to be, more than a set of homes and laboratories where congenial minds could live and do research. It published discoveries of value, but how much did it not publish? Its personnel kept pretty aloof from the rest of the world, not unnatural in this day of growing estrangement between science and the public. But did they have a deeper reason for that? Suppose they did keep immortals in those underground rooms. A scientist was not ordinarily a good political technician, but he might think he could be. He might react emotionally against a public beginning to throw stones at his house, and consider taking the reins. For the people's own good, of course. A lot of misery had been caused the human race for its own alleged good. Or, if scientists knew how to live forever, he might not think Joe Smith, or Carlos Ibáñez, or Wang Yuan, or Johannes Umfendermund good enough to share immortality with him. Radek took a long breath. The night air felt fresh and alive in his lungs after the tavern staleness. He was not currently married, but there was a girl with whom he was thinking seriously of making a permanent contract. He had friends, not lucid razor minds, but decent, unassuming, kindly people, brave with man's old quiet bravery in the face of death and ruin and the petty tragedies of every day. He liked beer and steaks, fishing and tennis, good music and a good book, and the exhilarating strain of his work. He liked to live. Maybe a system for becoming immortal, or at least living many centuries, was not desirable for the race, but only the whole race had authority to make that decision. Radek smiled at himself twistedly, and threw the cigarette away, and got into the boat. Its engines murmured, sucked cast power. The riding lights snapped on automatically, and he lifted into the sky. It was not much of a lead he had, but it was as good as he was ever likely to get. He set the autopilot for southwest Colorado and opened the jets wide. The night whistled darkly around his cabin. Against wan stars, he made out the lamps of other boats, flitting across the world and somehow intensifying the loneliness. Work to do. He called the main office in Dallas unit and taped a statement of what he knew and what he planned. Then he dialed the nearest library and asked the robot for information on the Institute of Human Biology. There wasn't a great deal of value to him. It had been in existence for about 250 years, more or less concurrently with the Psychotechnic Institute, and for quite a while affiliated with that organization. During the humanist troubles, when the psychotechs were booted out of government on Earth and their files ransacked, it had disassociated itself from them and carried on unobtrusively. How much of its secret records had they taken along? Since the Restoration, it had grown, drawing in many prominent researchers and making discoveries of high value to medicine and bioengineering. The current director was Dr. Marcus Lang, formerly of New Harvard, the University of Luna, and, no matter, he had been running the show for 8 years after his predecessor's death. Or had Tokugawa really died? He couldn't be identical with Lang. He had been a short Japanese, and Lang had been a tall Negro, too big a jump for any surgeon, not to mention their simultaneous careers. But how far back could you trace Lang before he became fakeable records of birth and schooling? What young fellow named Yamatsu or Hidaga was now polishing glass in the labs and slated to become the next director? How fantastic could you get on how little evidence? Reddick let the text fade from the screen and sat puffing another cigarette. It was a while before he demanded references on the biology of the aging process. That was tough sledding. He couldn't follow the mathematics or the chemistry very far. No good popularizations were available, but a newsman had an ability to winnow what he learned. Raddick didn't have to take notes. He'd been through a mind training course. After an hour or so, he sat back and reviewed what he had gotten. The living organism was but a small island of low entropy in a universe tending constantly toward gigantic disorder. It maintained itself through an intricate set of homeostatic mechanisms. The serious disruption of any of these brought the life process to a halt. Shock, disease, the bullet in the lungs, or the axe in the brain, death. But hundreds of thousands of autopsies had never given an honest verdict of death from old age. It was always something else: cancer, heart failure, sickness, stroke. Age was at most a contributing cause, decreasing resistance to injury and power to recover from it. One by one, the individual causes had been licked. Bacteria and protozoa and viruses were slaughtered in the body. Cancers were selectively poisoned. Cholesterol was dissolved out of the arteries. Surgery patched up damaged organs, and the new regeneration techniques replaced what had been lost, even nervous tissue. Offhand, there was no more reason to die, unless you got murdered or an accident. But people still grew old. The process wasn't as hideous as it had been. You needn't shuffle in arthritic feebleness. Your mind was clear, your skin wrinkled slowly. Centurions were not uncommon these days, but very few reached 150. Nobody reached 200. Imperceptibly, the fires burned low. Vitality was diminished. Strength faded. Hair whitened. Eyes dimmed. The body responded less and less well to regenerative treatment. Finally, it did not respond at all. You got so weak that some small thing you and your doctor could have laughed at in your youth took you away. You still grew old, and because you grew old, you still died. The unicellular organism did not age, but age was a meaningless word in that particular case. A man could be immortal via his germ cells. The microorganism could too, but it gave the only cell it had. Personal immortality was denied to both man and microbe. Could sheer mechanical wear and tear be the reason for the decline known as old age? Probably not. The natural regenerative powers of life were better than that. The observations made in free fall, where strain was minimized, indicated that while null gravity had an alleviating effect, it was no key to living forever. Something in the chemistry and physics of the cells themselves, then. They did tend to accumulate heavy water. That had been known for a long time. Hard to see how that could kill you. The percentage increase in a lifetime is so small. It might be a partial answer. You might grow old more slowly if you drank only water made of pure isotopes. But you wouldn't be immortal. Raddick shrugged. He was getting near to the end of his trip. Let the Institute people answer his questions. The Four Corners country was so named because four of the old American states met there, back when they were still significant political units. For a while, in the 20th century, it was overrun with uranium hunters who made small impression on its tilted emptiness. It was still a favorite vacation area, and the resorts were lost in the great huddle of mountains and desert. You could have a lot of privacy here. Gliding down over the moon-ghostly Pueblo ruins of Mesa Verde, Raddick peered through the windscreen. There, ahead, lights glowed around the walls, spread across half a mesa. Inside them was a parkscape of trees, lawns, gardens, arbors, cottage units. The Institute housed its people well. There were four large buildings at the center, and Raddick noted gratefully that several windows were still shining in them. Not that he had any compunctions about getting the great Dr. Lang out of bed. He ignored the public landing field outside the walls and set his boat down in the paved courtyard. As he climbed out, half a dozen guards came running. They were husky men in blue uniforms, armed with stunners, and the dim light showed faces hinting they wouldn't be sorry to feed him a beam. Raddick dropped to the ground, folded his arms, and waited. The breath from his nose was frosty under the moon. "What the hell do you want?" The nearest guard pulled up in front of him and laid a hand on his shotgun. "Who the devil are you? Don't you know this is private property? What's the big idea anyway?" "Take it easy," advised Raddick. "I have to see Dr. Lang at once. Emergency." "You didn't call for an appointment, did you?" "No, I didn't." "All right, then." "I don't think he'd care to have me give my reasons over a radio. This is confidential and urgent." The men hesitated, uncertain before such an outrageous violation of all civilized canons. "I don't know, friend. He's busy. If you want to see Dr. McCormick—" "Dr. Lang. Ask him if I may. Tell him I have news about his longevity process." "His what?" Raddick spelled it out and watched the man go. Another made some ungracious remark and frisked him with needless ostentation. A third was more urbane. "Sorry to do this, but you understand, we've got important work going on. Can't have just anybody busting in." "Sure, that's all right." Raddick shivered in the thin, chill air and pulled his cloak tighter about him. "Viruses and stuff around. If any of it got loose, you understand." Well, it wasn't a bad cover-up. None of these fellows looked very bright. IQ treatments could do only so much. Thereafter, you got down to the limitations of basic and unalterable brain microstructure. And even among the more intelligent workers, how many Barwells were there, handling semi-routine tasks, but not permitted to know what really went on under their feet? Raddick had a brief, irrational wish that he'd worn boots instead of sandals. The first guard returned. "He'll see you," he grunted, "and you better make it good, because he's one mad doctor." Raddick nodded and followed the two men. The nearest of the large square buildings seemed given over to offices. He was led inside, down a short length of glow-lit corridor, and halted while a scanner on the door marked Lang, Director, observed him. "He's clean, boss," said one of the escorts. "All right," said the annunciator. "Let him in, but you two stay just outside." It was a spacious office, but austerely furnished. A telewindow reflected green larches and a sun-spattered waterfall, somewhere on the other side of the planet. Lang sat alone behind the desk, his hands engaged with some papers that looked like technical reports. He was a big, heavy-shouldered man, his hair gray, his chocolate face middle-aged and tired. He did not rise. "Well," he snapped, "my name is Arnold Raddick. I'm a news service operator. Here's my card, if you wish to see it." "Pharaoh had it easier," said Lang in a chill voice. "Moses only called 7 plagues down on him. I have to deal with your sort." Raddick placed his fingertips on the desk and leaned forward. He found it unexpectedly hard not to be stared down by the other. "I know very well I've laid myself open to a lawsuit by coming in as I did," he stated. "Possibly, when I'm through, I'll be open to murder." "Are you feeling well?" There was more contempt than concern in the deep tone. "Let me say first off, I believe I have information about a certain project of yours. One you badly want to keep secret. I've taped a record at my office of what I know and where I'm going. If I don't get back before 1000 hours Central Time and wipe that tape, it'll be heard by the secretary." Lang took an exasperated breath. His fingernails whitened on the sheets he still held. "Do you honestly think we should be so, I won't say unscrupulous, so stupid as to use violence?" "No," said Raddick, "of course not. All I want is a few straight answers. I know you're quite able to lead me up the garden path, feed me some line of pap, and hustle me out of here again, but I won't stand for that. I mentioned my tape only to convince you that I'm in earnest." "You're not drunk," murmured Lang, "but there are a lot of people running loose who ought to be in mental hospitals." "I know." Raddick sat down without waiting for an invitation. "Anti-scientific fanatics. I'm not one of them. You know Darrell Burkhart's news commentaries? I supply a lot of his data and interpretations. He's one of the leading friends of genuine science, one of the few you have left." Raddick gestured at the card on the desk. "Read it. Right there." Lang picked up the card and glanced at the lettering and tossed it back. "Very well. That's still no excuse for breaking in like this. You—" "It can't wait," interrupted Raddick. "There are a lot of lives at stake. Every minute we sit here, there are perhaps 1,000,000 people dying, perhaps more. I haven't the figures. And everybody else is dying all the time, millimeter by millimeter. We are all born dying. Every minute you hold back the cure for old age, you murder 1,000,000 human beings." "This is the most fantastic—" "Let me finish. I get around, and I'm trained to look a little bit more closely at the facts everybody knows, the ordinary commonplace facts we take for granted and never think to inquire about because they're so ordinary. I've wondered about the Institute for a long time. Tonight, I talked at great length with a fellow named Barwell. Remember him? A clerk here. You fired him this morning for being too nosy. He had a lot to say." Lang sat quiet for a while. He didn't rattle easily, and he couldn't be snowed under by fast, aggressive talk. While Raddick spat out what clues he had, Lang reached into a drawer and got out an old-fashioned briar pipe, stuffed it, and lit it. "So what do you want?" he asked when Raddick paused for breath. "The truth, damn it." "There are privacy laws. It was established long ago that a citizen is entitled to privacy if he does nothing against the commonwealth. And you are. You're like a man who stands on a riverbank and has a life belt and won't throw it to a man drowning in the river." Lang sighed. "I won't deny we're working on longevity. Obviously we are. The problem interests biologists throughout the solar system. But we aren't publishing our findings as yet, for a very good reason. You know how people jump to conclusions? Can you imagine the hysteria that would arise in this already unstable culture if there seemed to be Even the prospect of immortality? You yourself are a prime case. On the most tenuous basis of rumor and hypothesis, you've decided that we have found a vaccine against old age and are hoarding it. You come busting in here in the middle of the night, demanding to be made immortal immediately, if not sooner. And you're comparatively civilized. There are enough lunatics who'd come here with guns and start shooting up the place. Radix smiled bleakly. Of course, I know that. And you ought to know the outfit I work for is reputable. If you have a good lead on the problem, but haven't solved it yet, you can trust us not to make that fact public. All right, Lang mustered in an answering smile, oddly warm and charming. I don't mind telling you, then, that we do have some promising preliminary results. But, and this is the catch, we estimate it will take at least a century to get anywhere. Biochemistry is an inconceivably complex subject. What sorts of results are they? It's highly technical, has to do with enzymes. You may know that enzymes are the major device through which the gene governs the organism all through life. At a certain point, for instance, the genes order the body to go through the changes involved in puberty. At another point, they order that glandular breakdown we know as aging. In other words, Radix said slowly, the body has a built-in suicide mechanism? Well, if you want to put it that way. I don't believe a word of it. It makes a lot more sense to imagine that there is something which causes the breakdown, a virus maybe, and the body fights it off for as long as possible, but at last it gets the upper hand. The whole key to evolution is the need to survive. I can't see life evolving its own anti-survival factor. But nature doesn't care about the individual, friend Radix, only about the species. And the species with a rapid turnover of individuals can evolve faster, become more effective. Then why does man, the fastest evolving metazoan of all, have one of the longest lifespans? He does, you know, among mammals at any rate. Seems to me that our bodies must be all around better than average, better able to fight off the death virus. Fish live a long time, sure, and maybe in the water they aren't so exposed to the disease. Maybe flies are short-lived. Have they simply adapted their life cycle to the existence of the virus? Lang frowned. You appear to have studied this subject enough to have some mistaken ideas about it. I can't argue with a man who insists on protecting his cherished irrationalities with fancy verbalisms. And you appear to think fast on your feet, Dr. Lang, Radix laughed. Maybe not fast enough. But I'm not being paranoid about this. You can convince me. How? Show me. Take me into those underground rooms and show me what you actually have. I'm afraid that's All right, Radix stood up. I hate to do this, but a man must either earn a living or go on the public freeloading roll, which I don't want to do. The facts and conjectures I already have will make an interesting story. Lang rose up, his eyes widening. You can't prove anything. Of course I can't. You're sitting on all the proof. But the public reaction, God in heaven, man, those people can't think. No, they can't, can they? He moved toward the door. Good night. Radix's muscles were taut. In spite of everything that had just been said, a person hounded to desperation could still do murder. There was a great quietness as he neared the door. Then Lang spoke. The voice was deafening, and when Radix looked back, it was an old man who stood behind the desk. You win. Come along with me. They went down an empty hall after dismissing the guards and took an elevator below ground. Neither of them said anything. Somehow, The sag in Lang's shoulders was annoying in Radek's conscience. When they emerged, it was to transfer past a sentry, where Lang gave a password and okayed his companion to another elevator, which purred them still deeper. The newsman cleared his throat awkwardly. I repeat what I implied earlier. I'm here mostly as a citizen interested in the public welfare, which includes my own, of course, and my family's, if I ever have one. If you can show me valid reasons for not breaking this story, I won't. I'll even let you hypno-condition me against doing it, voluntary or otherwise. Thanks, said the director. His mouth curved upward, but it was a shaken smile. That's decent of you, and we'll accept. I think you'll agree with our policy. What worries me is the rest of the world. If you could find out as much as you did. Reddick's heart jumped between his ribs. Then you do have immortality? Yes, but I'm not immortal. None of our personnel are, except... Here we are. There was a hidden surface of machinery as they stepped out into a small, bare entry room. Another guard sat there beside a desk. Past him was a small door of immense solidity, the door of a vault. You'll have to leave everything metallic here, said Lang. A steel object could jump so fiercely as to injure you. Your watch would be ruined. Even coins could get uncomfortably hot. Eddying currents, you know. We're about to go through the strongest magnetic field ever generated. Silently, dry-mouthed, Reddick piled his things on the desk. Lang operated a combination lock on the door. There are nervous effects, too, he said. The field is actually strong enough to influence the electric discharges of your synapses. Be prepared for a few nasty seconds. Follow me and walk fast. The door opened on a low, narrow corridor, several meters long. Reddick felt his heart bump crazily. His vision blurred. There was panic, screaming in his brain, and a sweating tingle in his skin. Stumbling through the nightmare, he made it to the end. The horror faded. They were in another room, with storage facilities that resembled a spaceship's airlock in the opposite wall. Lang grinned shakily. No fun, is it? What's it for? Gasped Reddick. To keep charged particles out of here, and the whole set of chambers is 500 meters underground, sheathed in 10 meters of lead brick and surrounded by tanks of heavy water. This is the only place in the solar system, I imagine, where cosmic rays never come. You mean? Lang knocked out his pipe and left it in a gaboon. He opened the lockers to reveal a set of air suits, complete with helmets and oxygen tanks. We put these on before going any further, he said. Infection on the other side? We're the infected ones. Come on, I'll help you. As they scrambled into the equipment, Lang added conversationally, This place has to have its own stuff, of course, its own electrical generators, and so on. The ultimate power source is isotopically pure carbon, burned in oxygen. We use a nuclear reactor to create the magnetic field itself, but no atomic energy is allowed inside it. He led the way into the airlock, closed it, and started the pumps. We have to flush out all the normal air and substitute that from the inner chambers. How about food? Barwell said food was prepared in the kitchens and brought here. Synthesized out of elements recovered from waste products. We do cook it topside, taking precautions. A few radioactive elements get in, but not enough to matter as long as we're careful. We're so cramped for space down here, we have to make some compromises. I think... Radek fell silent. As the lock was evacuated, his unjointed spacesuit spread-eagled and held him prisoner, but he hardly noticed. There was too much else to think about. too much to grasp at once. Not until the cycle was over and they had gone through the lock did he speak again. Then it came, harsh and jerky. "I begin to understand. How long has this gone on?" "It started about 200 years ago. An early Institute project." Lang's voice was somehow tinny over the helmet phone. "At the time, it wasn't possible to make really pure isotopes in quantity, so there was only a limited result, but it was enough to justify further research. This particular set of chambers and chemical elements is 150 years old. A spectacular success. A brilliant confirmation from the very beginning. And the Institute has never dared reveal it. Maybe they should have, back then. Maybe people would have taken the news. But not now. These days, the knowledge would whip men into a murderous rage of frustration. They wouldn't believe the truth. They wouldn't dare believe. And God alone knows what they'd do." Looking around, Radek saw a large plastic-lined room, filled with cages. As the lights went on, white rats and guinea pigs stirred sleepily. One of the rats came up to nibble at the wires and regard the humans with beady pink eyes. Lang bent over and studied the label. "This fellow is, 66 years old. Still fat and sassy, in perfect condition, as you can see. Our oldest mammalian inmate is a guinea pig, 145 years. This one here." Lang stared at the immortal beast for a while. It didn't look unusual, only healthy. "How about monkeys?" he asked. "We tried them, finally gave it up. A monkey is an active animal. It is too cruel to keep them penned up forever. They even went insane, some of them." Footfalls in the hollows as Lang led the way toward the inner door. "Do you get the idea?" "Yes, I think I do. If heavy radiation speeds up aging, then natural radioactivity is responsible for normal aging." "Quite. A matter of cells being slowly deranged through the decades in the case of man. The genes which govern them being mutilated, chromosomes ripped up, nucleoplasm and cytoplasm irreversibly damaged. And of course, a mutant cell often puts out the wrong combination of enzymes, and if it regenerates at all, it replaces itself by one of the same kind. The effect is cumulative, more and more defective cells every hour. By steady bombardment, all your life, here on Earth, 7 cosmic rays per second ripping through you, and you yourself are radioactive. You include radiocarbon and radiopotassium and radiophosphorus. The Earth and the planets, the atmosphere, everything radiates. Is it any wonder that at last our organic mechanism starts to break down? The marvel is that we live as long as we do." The dry voice was somewhat steadying. Radek answered, "And this place is insulated?" "Yes, the original plant and animal life in here was grown exogenically from single-cell zygotes, supplied with air and nourishment built from pure, stable isotopes. The Institute had to start with low forms, naturally. At that time, it wasn't possible to synthesize proteins to order. But soon our workers had enough of the ecology to introduce higher species, eventually mammals. Even the first generation was only negligibly radioactive. Succeeding generations have been kept almost absolutely clean. The lamps supply ultraviolet, the air is recycled. Well, in principle, it's no different from an ecologically unit spaceship." Radek shook his head. He could scarcely get the words out. "People? Humans?" for the past 120 years. Wasn't hard to get germ plasma and grow it. The first generation reproduced normally. The second could, if lack of space didn't force us to load their food with chemical contraceptive. Behind his faceplate, Lang grimaced. I'd never have allowed it if I'd been director at the time. But now I'm stuck with the situation. The legality is very doubtful. How badly do you violate a man's civil rights when you keep him a prisoner, but give him immortality? He opened the door, an archaic manual type. We can't do better for them than this, he said. The volume of space we can enclose in a magnetic field of the necessary strength is already at the absolute maximum. Light sprang automatically from the ceiling. Radek looked up at the dormitory. It was well kept, the furniture ornamental. Beyond it, he could see other rooms. Recreation, he supposed vaguely. The score of hulks in the beds hardly moved. Only one woke. He blinked, yawned, and shuffled toward the visitors, quite nude, his long hair tangled across the low forehead, a loose grin on the mouth. "Hello, Bill," said Lang. Got something? Got something for Bill?" A hand reached out, begging. Radek thought of a trained ape he had once seen. "This is Bill," Lang spoke softly, as if afraid his voice would snap. "Our oldest inhabitant. 119 years old. And he has the physique of a man of 20. They mature, you know, reach their peak, and never fall below it again." "Got something, Doc, eh?" "I'm sorry, Bill," said Lang. "I'll bring you some candy next time." The moron gave a high animal sigh and shambled back. On the way, he passed a sleeping woman and edged toward her with a grunt. Lang closed the door. There was another stillness. "Well," said Lang, "now you've seen it." "You don't mean immortality makes you like that?" "Oh, no, not at all. But my predecessors chose low-grade stock on purpose. Remember those monkeys? How long do you think a normal human could remain sane, cooped up in a little cave like this, and never daring to leave it? That's the only way to be immortal, you know. And how much of the race could be given such elaborate care, even if they could stand it? Only a small percentage. Nor would they live forever. They're already contaminated. They were born radioactive. And whatever happens, who's going to remain outside and keep the apparatus in order?" Radek nodded. His neck felt stiff, and within the airsuit, he stank with sweat. "I've got the idea. And yet, if the facts were known, if my questions had been answered, how long do you think a society like ours would survive?" Radek tried to speak, but his tongue was too dry. Lang smiled grimly. "Apparently I've convinced you. Good. Fine." Suddenly his gloved hand shut out and gripped Radek's shoulder. Even through the heavy fabric, the newsmen could feel the bruising fury at the clasp. "But you are only one man," whispered Lang. "An unusually reasonable man for these days. There'll be others. What are we going to do?" The end of What Shall It Profit? By Poul Anderson.
Picnic by Milton Lesser. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Crody, Houston, Texas, September 2022. Picnic by Milton Lesser. Bert was tired of taking his family out to the asteroids for a picnic every weekend. But with a wife and 2 spoiled brats to goad him into the regular routine, what could a man do? Only, as it turned out, this particular picnic wasn't quite regular routine. Bert reached out for the stud that would fire the 4 rockets, but a small white hand already rested on the button. "Let me, Daddy! You promised!" When he wanted something, Johnny's voice took on that wailing quality. He wanted something now. Bert had promised him that he could land the ship. "Okay," Bert said. "Press it now." "Now!" Johnny took his hand off the stud. "Don't holler at me," he told his father severely. Bert swore under his breath and jammed down on the stud. A red light overhead winked on and off furiously, and he knew that if he had waited another moment, they would have plowed into the asteroid like a battering ram into a tub of soft butter. "Marcia! Oh, Marcia!" He turned and called over his shoulder to his wife. She stuck her head in through the galley door. "Dear," she said, "let me make these sandwiches, will you? I don't tell you how to pilot the ship, but I'll never get this lunch all packed unless you let me alone." Bert scowled. "That's the general idea. I want to be let alone, too. So, if you'll just take your darling little son, the devil, out of here." "Why, Bert Rogers, Johnny's only 8, and he's quite harmless. If I had known 10 years ago that you didn't like children—" Bert shook his head. "Joan's fine. Joan is 2 years younger than Johnny, but she doesn't bother anyone. She just sits on the galley and—" "Ha!" Marcia snorted. "She sits in the galley and digs her arms into the mayonnaise tub up to the elbows, that's all." "Well, then they're both brats." "Bert!" "They are, and it's your fault, Marcia. You always say, 'Let the children express themselves. We can't frustrate them or cut them short in any way.' So look what happens." "You look what happens," Marcia declared dramatically. "If we don't pull out of the dive in a couple of seconds, we'll splatter all over that planetoid." "Let me land it! Let me land it!" wailed Johnny. Bert spun to the controls, and his fingers flicked rapidly over the buttons. He was sweating when he brought the ship down with a none too gentle dump. He heard Jones whimper from inside the galley, and Marcia began to tell him what a lousy pilot he was. Johnny was playing cops and robbers with the topography through the foreport. "This," Bert said, "is the last weekend picnic for me. Definitely the last." Marcia opened her mouth to say something, but Bert cut her off. "I don't want to hear any more about it. You'll just have to find another way for the kids to express themselves." They usually found an asteroid with a weird terrain, and just looking at it through the portable bubble sphere kept the kids pretty busy. This time, however, things were different. The asteroid was only 20 miles in diameter, yet it had an atmosphere of oxygen and inert gases, and it was comfortably warm. No bubble sphere this time to keep the kids hemmed in, and Johnny and Joan would be roving all over the uncharted surface. Bert shuddered. What a job he'd have today. But then, this was the last time. They could talk themselves blue in the face and plead, but this was the last time. And maybe there'd be life, since there was air and warmth. But that was silly. A body this size would not have life, and even if Johnny took advantage of the low gravity and jumped 30 feet in the air, he wouldn't get hurt. He'd float down gently as a feather. Marcia pouted as she spread the tablecloth out on a flat expanse of rock. Bert put his hand on her shoulder, but she pulled away from him. "Brats, eh?" she muttered. "Well, maybe I didn't mean it that way, but you just name me another father at Marsport who takes his family up in a spaceship every Sunday to go picnicking, and a different asteroid each week. Ed Jones sits on his fanny all weekend, And Tom Ferris spends Saturday night in the gambling joints, so he's dead on his feet Sunday and can hardly stay awake during the church services. Marcia took his hand and placed it back on her shoulder. Okay, dear, you're wonderful, but that doesn't give you permission to call my children brats. Bert smiled. My children, too. And, well, if they're not brats, we've certainly spoiled them. Johnny's voice cut through the thin air. Pop! Hey, Pop! Come here! Bert got up, laughing. So, that's how you teach your kids to call their old man, eh? Bert walked toward the incredibly close horizon. You could see the curvature of the tiny planet quite distinctly, and, in a tight circle all around them, the pale blue sky came down and met the jumble of rocks and crystal, which was the surface of the asteroid. Johnny had called from someplace beyond the horizon, and as he walked, Bert heard him again. You deaf, Pop? Come here! Johnny was standing, little hands on little hips, near a mound of dull metal. No, it wasn't a mound. It was battered and twisted and rusted, but the teardrop shape was unmistakable. A spaceship. Bert found the ancient airlock and pushed through the rusted door. He looked at the control panel. It's an old Havelock, he muttered. I'll be damned. They haven't made these in 20 years. He went outside again, where Johnny still stood. Pretty nifty, eh, Pop? The boy said. Bert called. Marcia! Hey, Marcia! Come here! Leading Joan by her hand, Marcia reached them in a few minutes. Don't wonder why Johnny called you like that, Bert Rogers. Just don't you wonder at all. He's a chip off the old block. That's what he is. Joan said, Mama, what's a chip off the old block? Later, dear, later. What's on your mind, Bert? He gestured. This. Marcia stared. Why, it's a spaceship. It is, Johnny nodded. An old Havelock cruiser, and I found it. But these people must have crashed here years ago. Yeah, look, Marcia, you better take the kids away while I look for the remains. Gotta find them and report to the police at Marsport when we get back. But there's no reason why the kids have to see. Marcia took Johnny's hand in one of her own, and Joan's in the other, and she walked away with them beyond the close horizon. Okay, Bert, she called back. You can start looking. Bert did not like the task ahead of him. But with general space travel still less than half a century old, lost ships were no rarity, and he considered himself morally obligated to find the bodies. He was back in the Havelock now, and it was a small ship. He covered it in 5 minutes, and he scratched his head. No one. There were all the signs of occupation, but no one was around. Dishes for 3 were set on the plastoid table, with a blubbery green mass on each plate billowing over onto the table. That meant there had been food on those dishes when, quite suddenly, the 3 people had disappeared. It also meant that bacteria, at least, flourished on this asteroid. And what else? Why had the 3 people disappeared? Why had they vanished utterly with a meal waiting for them on the table? Bert! Bert! It was Marcia, and she was screaming. Bert poked his head outside the broken airlock. Marcia was running toward the Havelock. Bert, get out! To me! Quick! Bert looked up. Toward the other horizon was a slight hill. Not a very high one, but enough for Marcia to have seen it from beyond the horizon. And, rolling down that hill now, gathering speed as it came, was a massive boulder, heading straight for the Havelock. Bert scrambled up out of the airlock, cursing when his trousers caught on an edge of rusted metal. He tugged at them and heard them rip. Then he was clear and running toward Marcia. With a great grinding, crashing sound, the rock plowed into the Havelock, smashing it and crushing the half-corroded metal flat. Bert looked back at a big cloud of dust, and, when it cleared, the Havelock looked like so much scrap. If he had been inside, he would have been crushed to a pulp. less than a pulp. They never would have found him. "Bert! Bert!" Marcia was sobbing against his chest. "Of all the freak accidents!" He shook his head as they walked back toward the broken remains of the Havelock. "That was no accident." He pointed to the little hill. "That hasn't got a slope of more than 10 degrees, honey. It couldn't have been an accident. That rock never could have gathered so much momentum on that hill." "Not an accident?" "No. Something pushed that rock." The boulder was unmoving now, 50 yards from the scrap heap which had been the Havelock cruiser. Marcia said, "Someone pushed that? It's as big as the ship, Bert. It weighs 5 tons if it weighs an ounce. Maybe in the slight gravity—" Bert shook his head. "Even that wouldn't account for it. That rock was pushed." Marcia clung to him, shuddering. "Bert, let's get the children and leave this place." He nodded, and he was about to call Johnny when something bounded high into the air over the horizon, then floated down gently. "Johnny!" Marcia cried. "He's detached his equalizer," Bert said. "That crazy kid." Each of them had one of the little gravity equalizers at his belt. It was a clever invention. You wore it in space flight, and you never became weightless, as space travelers did in the old days. And you wore it on any planet, creating Earth norm gravity. Now, Johnny had detached his, and he weighed no more than a couple of pounds here on this tiny asteroid. Something else bounded high into the air, came floating down. Johnny called, "Look at us! We're birds! That's what we are! We're birds!" Bert knew that Johnny had removed Joan's equalizer as well. 2 forms came bouncing toward them over the wild terrain. "Just press the button to the left," Bert pleaded. "Press it to the left, like a good boy, Johnny. You do it, and we'll give you a present." "Nah, this is fun. You try and get me." But Joan was crying, and she did not know what to do. Every time she landed, she tried to take a step forward, and she soared high into the air again. Closer bounded the 2 figures. And Johnny soared right by, almost near enough to touch. Bert dove for him and came up clutching air. Johnny bounded away again, and, calling threats and taunts behind him, he disappeared over the hill, in the direction from which the boulder had come. Marcia had been luckier. She held Joan by one arm now, readjusting the equalizer with her free hand. Joan sat down, crying. "I have Joan," Marcia told her husband. "You go and get Johnny, Bert. Get him, quick! I don't like this place." Bert didn't like it either. Something had pushed that rock. Marcia screamed, "Bert, look!" The rocks and rubble near the remains of the Havelock were rumbling and grinding. Bert heard a great cracking sound, like a huge dead branch breaking. The ground near the Havelock trembled, and the shock of it reached them. Bert sat down hard, and he saw Joan and Marcia fall in a heap. He tried to get up, but he couldn't. The ground was still trembling. A crack appeared near the Havelock, and it crawled along the ground slowly, crookedly. It crawled at a snail's pace, less than a snail's pace. But it moved, and it grew. It was as wide as Bert's arm. Wider. It grew. Suddenly, it gaped wide, and the grinding and rumbling was louder. It opened into a cavernous maw, right under the Havelock. For a moment the Havelock stood poised, as if on air, and then the battered, flattened ship disappeared within the hole, clattering against the walls as it fell. The ground shuddered again, violently. The hole became a crack, closing in upon itself. It disappeared altogether, and only the rough terrain remained. But the Havelock was gone. Marcia stood up. "An earthquake?" She trembled. "On a planetoid 20 miles in diameter? Don't be silly. You'd need an unstable interior for an earthquake, and this little globe cooled and stabilized long ago." "Yes, then why is it warm?" She had him there, and Bert didn't know. Why was the asteroid warm? If he knew the answer to that, he might know the answer to a lot of things. This is stupid, Bert. Let's stop talking and find Johnny. He could be halfway around the asteroid by now, or more. Bert shook his head. We can't all go and look. Joan would delay us. You stay here with her, Marcia. Or, better still, get back to the ship with her and stay inside. I'll find Johnny and bring him back. Then we'll get the devil out of here. Marcia smiled wanly. That I'd like. And Bert? Yeah, kid? Be careful. Bert felt like a kangaroo. Only no earthly kangaroo had ever taken leaps like this. He had flicked the switch of the gravity equalizer over to the right, shutting off the power. Then he had taken off in great leaps, looking for Johnny. His jumps carried him 40 or 50 feet in the air, and then he floated down, almost weightless. With concentration, he could have avoided those high leaps. He could have propelled himself forward 50 and 60 feet at a jump, but he did not want to. The horizon was too close, and the only way he could find Johnny was like this. As he reached the apex of each leap, he could see much further than he could on the ground, and he was looking for the boy. Once he thought he saw Johnny, a tiny blob way off in the distance, but he came down from his jump too soon, and he could not be sure. He called loudly, and everything else was quiet, and his voice was almost frightening. Soon the ground felt spongy to him, but he shrugged it off. As soon as he landed, he was off again, and it probably was his imagination. Hard rock did not become spongy like this, not suddenly, without warning, with no possible explanation. But once he landed hard, and he rested a moment, panting. He moved his feet, and they slopped about like on a muddy field. He reached down carefully. One wrong move would upset his equilibrium, and he'd go shooting off into the air. He touched the ground, and it was wet. He pushed, and he felt his hand sinking in slowly. Fascinated, he pushed again. His hand disappeared to the wrist. Something was trying to suck him down further, and he tugged. He pulled his hand out with a loud slopping sound, and instinctively he jumped away. He soared into the air again, and when he came down, it was only for a moment, just long enough to leap. The ground was spongy, and when he was standing there with his hand immersed to the wrist, the soft, spongy stuff had been pulsing, throbbing, almost as if it were alive. His mind did not tackle the problem further. Ahead, he saw Johnny. Now it was more than his imagination. Johnny was there, leaping into the air ahead of him. Bert reached the apex of his flight, cupped his hands, and yelled through them, "Johnny! Johnny!" "Hi, Pop!" The voice came back faintly, playfully. "Johnny, when you touch ground next time, turn that switch to the left." "No, I'm having fun." "When I get you, Johnny." "Oh, okay, Killjoy. What a worrywart." Apparently, Johnny had turned on his equalizer. Bert saw him on the ground waiting, and 3 big leaps brought him there. Now Johnny was crying. "What the devil are you crying for? You've jumped around enough. Pop, please, I'm sorry. Get me out of here." Johnny was stuck. He was in the spongy ground up to his ankles. The stuff sucked around his shins, drawing him down further every second, like quicksand. Bert could feel it pulsing as he landed, but it did not suck him in. With the equalizer off, he weighed much less than Johnny did, and now he was tugging at the boy, pulling at his shoulders, grabbing him under the armpits and tugging. Johnny came loose suddenly, and Bert soared with him several feet into the air. On the way up, he switched the boy's equalizer off again, and Johnny said, "You just told me not to. Now you do it yourself. What a pop!" Johnny was spoiled, and Johnny was precocious, but Bert thought of neither now. Johnny was nothing more than a little bundle which he had to get back to the spaceship, and then they had to leave, all four of them. The spaceship. Marcia did not know how to pilot it. She couldn't lift it off the ground, and the sucking, spongy stuff might engulf the ship, take it down into some unknown womb of the world. They'd be marooned, Marcia and Joan, all of them. The trip back was a wild one. Bert tucked his son under one arm and leaped. He kept low to the ground this time, skimming its surface, sometimes leaping as much as 70 feet with one bounding stride. With each stride, the ground became more spongy, and Bert realized with a sinking heart that the surface could never hold the spaceship up. It would be the same as if it had plunged through the gaping maw in the hard rock with the Havelock. Either way, it would be gone. Johnny liked the ride. Every time they landed, he would say, "Again, Pop, again!" And wordless, Bert would leap once more. Once he jumped high and he thought he saw the spaceship gleaming in the rays of the sun. But that was impossible. It would surely sink. And then he came down, and he did see it. It was there, on a hard expanse of flat rock, where he had left it. Here the ground seemed normal. He heard Marcia scream before he saw her. Then she came around the hull of the spaceship, dragging Joan. Screaming again, she fell flat. Something whizzed by her head, and even from this distance Bert could see that it was a rock the size of a watermelon. She got up again, and she ran forward. But then a whole shower of rocks came after her, smaller this time, 2 handfuls of egg-sized rocks, thrown by an invisible giant. He had to be invisible. Bert could see no one. Yet the rocks were being thrown somehow. Or, the thought suddenly occurred to Bert, they were throwing themselves. The rocks moved under their own power. It was a wild thought, and a crazy one, but it made sense. Every other part of the planetoid was soft and spongy, but here, near the ship, the surface was still hard, and rocks were being thrown. Bert could tell this had been happening for a long time, because the whole of the ship was scarred from the fusillade. It was unreasonable to suppose that this tiny area, alone of the entire sphere, could not become spongy. Then there was a reason why it remained hard. And where there was a reason, there was sentience. And further, why hadn't a big stone been thrown, one large enough to crush their pacemaker as the Havelock had been crushed? There certainly were enough stones around. Everything indicated a game. Something was playing with them. They were easy prey. They were dead ducks. But something was having fun with them first. They were goners. They didn't have a chance. And that something needed the activity and the recreation. It was a sadistic game. Back on Earth, some of the kids had stripped the wings off flies, made them hop about dizzily, helplessly, until they tired of the sport, and then they had crushed them. The planetoid was playing with them. Bert called, "Get inside the ship, Marcia! Inside!" "I can't! If I stand still long enough to manipulate the lock, these stones will get me! Bert!" "I'm coming!" He switched on his equalizer and Johnny's, and, still holding the boy under one arm, he plunged across the rock. Something reached up and tripped him, and he sprawled out flat. He had fallen over a small outcropping of rock, where no outcropping had been before. He got up, and then he reached the pacemaker. He pushed Johnny in front of him, and the boy stood with his sister. Marcia looked up. "How are we going to get inside, Bert?" "You just open the lock. Come on now." She turned her back and went to work on the dials. Bert stood there, waiting for the stones that would come, hunching himself over, trying to cover the 3 of them. No stones came. Instead, he heard an ominous cracking sound, a rumbling. Off where the spongy ground joined the hard rock, a crack appeared. It was small, but it grew, and it moved. It snaked along the ground, slowly, twisting, heading for the ship. Now it was half as wide as Johnny's body, and now it was wider. Bert pushed Marcia away and attacked the lock with clumsy fingers. His hand trembled, but Marcia huddled against the side of the hole, sobbing, and he knew she could not have handled the dials in time. 3 around, and 4 over. Damn it, there's the blue light, but he still needed the white and red. 5 around, and 1 over. Ah, the white! 2 around, and 6 over. Red, white, and blue. He pushed Johnny and Joan in front of him. Then he grabbed Marcia around the waist and hurled her inside. The crack was half as wide as the pacemaker now, rumbling, churning, and growing. He ran to the controls and he kicked the engine over. He felt the ship poise on the brink as he had seen the Havelock do before it had plunged within a similar hole. He felt the ship totter, and then he fired the studs for all the aft rockets at once. The ship roared once, and he was shoved back hard in his seat. Then they hurled furiously skyward. Below them now, the planetoid was a writhing, twisting mass, shooting pulpy tentacles miles into space, groping for them, seeking. But they were out of reach. Bert circled a few times, watching the stone globe, which now was a living entity. Behind him, Marcia watched too. "It's alive," she said. "Yes, sleeping when we arrived, but it's alive now. 20 years ago it ate the people of that Havelock, and then it became sluggish. Evidently it does not need much food, for all of its vast bulk. It became sluggish and it slept, and when we landed, we stirred it and it finished the job on that Havelock. Then it wanted us." "But alive?" "Why not?" Bert said. "Part plant, part animal. It's warm with its own life. It breathes slowly, holding the thin atmosphere to its body, growing plants for photosynthesis when it needs oxygen. A perfectly coordinated being." "So big, Bert. It's so big." "Sure. On Mars, the native life is bigger than on Earth. Why?" "Why? I don't know." "Because Mars has a weaker gravity pull, being smaller than the Earth. And here, out in space, there is no gravity to keep life down. A plant grows, and grows as long as it lives, unlike an animal. This huge asteroid has been growing for ages, millions of years maybe. What's to stop it? No gravity pressing down. Perhaps it can live purely on the mineral matter of the meteors which fall. Maybe it's only a seed, with food matter stored up inside. Who knows?" Johnny and Joan came out from the galley. Joan said, "Mama, I'm hungry." Marcia laughed. "We never did have that picnic, Bert." You're right, so we didn't. But this damn asteroid almost did, on us." "Papa," Johnny said, "let's land someplace and have a picnic." "Go to hell," Bert said, forgetting he was speaking to a boy. His boy. "Bert, then you wonder why Johnny curses. Just watch your language in front of the children, Bert Rogers." "Okay," he said, "but no more picnics. I'm going to report this thing to the police, and they'll blow it out of the sky with atomite. Then we'll have a nice meal at home. But no more picnics, ever. I'll take the kids to the Canalport swimming pool on weekends, halfway around the planet. But no more picnics." "Please, Papa," Johnny said. Marcia nodded. "Look, he's being polite." Bert sighed. He knew he could get away with it this weekend, but later on in the month, or certainly next month, there would be more picnics. End of Picnic by Milton Lesser.
Jukebox by Henry Kuttner. Writing under the pseudonym Woodrow Wilson Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Nobody loves me, wails Jerry Foster, until a mechanical music maker decides everything's just moonlight and roses. Jukebox by Henry Kuttner. Jerry Foster told the bartender that nobody loved him. The bartender, with the experience of his trade, said that Jerry was mistaken, and how about another drink? Why not? Said the unhappy Mr. Foster, examining the scanty contents of his wallet. I'll take the daughter of the vine to spouse, not heed the music of a distant drum. That's Omar. Sure, the bartender said surprisingly, but you want to look out that you don't go out by the same door that you went in. No brawls allowed here. This isn't East Fifth, chum. You may call me chum, Foster said, reverting to the main topic. But you don't mean it. I'm nobody's pal. Nobody loves me. What about that babe you brought in last night? Foster tested his drink. He was a good-looking, youngish man with slick blonde hair and a rather hazy expression in his blue eyes. Betty? He murmured. Well, the fact is, a while ago I was down at the Tom-Tom with Betty, and this redhead comes along, so I ditched Betty. Then the redhead iced me. Now I'm lonely, and everybody hates me. You shouldn't have ditched Betty, maybe, the bartender suggested. I'm fickle, Foster said, tears springing to his eyes. I can't help it. Women are my downfall. Give me another drink and tell me your name. Austin. Austin. Well, Austin, I'm nearly in trouble. Did you notice who won the fifth at Santa Anita yesterday? Pigs Trotters, wasn't it? Yes, Foster said, but I laid my dough right on the nose of White Flash. That's why I'm here. Sammy comes around to this joint now, doesn't he? That's right. I'm lucky, Foster said. I got the money to pay him. Sammy is a hard man when you don't pay off. I wouldn't know, the bartender said. Excuse me. He moved off to take care of a couple of vodka Collinses. So you hate me too, Foster said, and picking up his drink, wandered away from the bar. He was surprised to see Betty sitting alone in a booth, watching him. But he was not at all surprised to see that her blonde hair, her limpid eyes, her pink and white skin had lost all attraction for him. She bored him. Also, she was going to make a nuisance of herself. Foster ignored the girl and went further back, to where a bulky, oblong object was glowing in psychochromatic colors against the far wall. It was what the manufacturer insists on terming an automatic phonograph, in spite of the more aptly descriptive word, jukebox. This was a lovely jukebox. It had lots of lights and colors. Moreover, it wasn't watching Foster, and it kept its mouth shut. Foster draped himself over the jukebox and patted its sleek sides. You're my girl, he announced. You're beautiful. I love you madly. Do you hear? Madly. He could feel Betty's gaze on his back. He swigged his drink and smoothed the jukebox's flanks, glibly protesting his sudden affection for the object. Once he glanced around. Betty was starting to get up. Foster hastily found a nickel in his pocket and slipped it into the coin lever. But before he could push it in, a stocky, dark man wearing horn-rimmed glasses entered the bar, nodded at Foster, and moved quickly to the booth where a fat person in tweeds was sitting. There was a short consultation, during which money changed hands, and the stocky man made a note in a small book he brought from his pocket. Foster took out his wallet. He had had trouble with Sammy before and wanted no more. The bookie was insistent on his pound of flesh. Foster counted his money, blinked, and counted it again, while his stomach fell several feet. Either he had been short-changed, or he had lost some dough. He was short. Sammy wouldn't like that. Forcing his fogged brain to think, Foster wondered how he could gain time. Sammy already had seen him. If he could duck out the back. It had become altogether too silent in the bar. He needed noise to cover his movements. He saw the nickel in the jukebox's coin lever and hastily pushed it in. Money began to spew out of the coin return slot. Foster got his hat under the slot almost instantly. Quarters, dimes, and nickels popped out in a never-ending stream. The jukebox broke into song. A needle scratched over the black disc. The torchy mourning of "My Man" came out sadly. It covered the tinkling of the coins as they filled Foster's hat. After a while, the money stopped coming out of the jukebox. Foster stood there, thanking his personal gods, as he saw Sammy moving toward him. The bookie glanced at Foster's hat and blinked. "Hi, Jerry, what gives?" "I had a jackpot," Foster said. "Not on the jukebox?" "No, down at the Onyx," Foster said, naming a private club several blocks away. "Haven't had a chance to get these changed into bills yet. Want to help me out?" "I'm no cash register," Sammy said. "I'll take mine in green." The jukebox stopped playing "My Man" and broke into "Always." Foster put his jingling hat on top of the phonograph and counted out bills. He didn't have enough, but he made the balance up out of the quarters he fished out of the hat. "Thanks," Sammy said. "Too bad your nags didn't make it." "With a love that's true always," the jukebox sang fervently. "Can't be helped," Foster said. "Maybe next time I'll hit 'em." "Want anything in Oaklawn?" "When the things you've planned need a helping hand." Foster had been leaning on the jukebox. On the last two words, a tingling little shock raced through him. Those particular two words jumped out of nothing, impinging on the surface of his brain, and sank in indelibly, like the stamp of a die. He couldn't hear anything else. They echoed and re-echoed. Helping hand," he said hazily. "Helping—" "A sleeper?" Sammy said. "Okay, helping hand in the third at Oaklawn. The usual?" The room started to turn around. Foster managed to nod. After a time, he discovered that Sammy was gone. He saw his drink on the jukebox, next to his hat, and swallowed the cool liquid in 3 quick gulps. Then he bent and stared into the cryptic innards of the automatic phonograph. "It can't be," he whispered. "I'm drunk, but not drunk enough. I need another shot." A quarter rolled out of the coin return slot, and Foster automatically caught it. "No," he gulped. "Oh!" He stuffed his pockets with the booty from the hat, held onto his glass with the grip of a drowning man, and went toward the bar. On the way, he felt someone touch his sleeve. "Jerry," Betty said, "please?" He ignored her. He went to the bar and ordered another drink. "Look, Austin," he said, "that jukebox you got back there, is it working all right?" Austin squeezed a lime. He didn't look up. "I don't hear any complaints." "But—" Austin slid a replenished drink toward Foster. "Excuse me," he said, and went to the other end of the bar. Foster stole a look at the jukebox. It sat against the wall, glowing enigmatically, I don't exactly know what to think, he said, to no one in particular. A record started playing. The jukebox sang throatily, "Leave us face it, we're in love." The truth was, Jerry Foster was feeling pretty low in those days. He was essentially a reactionary, so it was a mistake for him to have been born in an era of great change. He needed the feeling of solid ground under his feet. And the ground wasn't so solid anymore. What with the newspaper headlines and the new patterns of living emerging out of the vast technological and sociological changes the mid-20th century offered, you've got to be elastic to survive in a changing culture. Back in the stable 20s, Foster would have got along beautifully. But now, in a word, he wasn't on the ball. A man like that seeks stable security as his ultimo. The security seemed to have vanished. The result was that Jerry Foster found himself out of a job, badly in debt, and drinking far more than he should have done. The only real advantage to that setup was that alcohol buffered Foster's incredulity when he encountered an affectionate jukebox. Not that he remembered it the next morning. He didn't recall what had happened for a couple of days, till Sammy looked him up and gave him $900, the result of Helping Hand coming in under the wire at Oaklawn. The long shot had paid off surprisingly. Foster instantly went on a binge, finding himself eventually at a downtown bar he recognized. Austin was off duty, however, and Betty wasn't present tonight. So Foster, tanked to the gills, leaned his elbow on the polished mahogany and stared around. Toward the back was the jukebox. He blinked at it, trying to remember. The jukebox began to play "I'll Remember April." The whirling confusion of insobriety focused down to a small, clear, cold spot in Foster's brain. He started to tingle. His mouth formed words. Remember April. Remember April? All right, said a fat, unshaven, untidy man standing next to him. I heard you. What did you say? Remember April, Foster muttered, quite automatically. The man spilled his drink. It isn't. It's March. Foster peered around dimly in search of a calendar. It's April 3rd, he affirmed presently. Why? I've got to get back then, said the fat man in desperation. He scrubbed at his sagging cheeks. April already. How long have I been tight? You don't know. It's your business to know. April. One more drink then, he summoned the bartender. He was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a man with a hatchet. Foster, blearily eyeing the apparition, almost decided to get out in search of a quieter gin mill. This new figure, burst in from the street, was a skinny blond man with wild eyes and the shakes. Before anyone could stop him, he had rushed the length of the room and lifted his hatchet threateningly above the jukebox. I can't stand it, he cried hysterically. You spiteful little... I'll fix you before you fix me. So saying, and ignoring the purposeful approach of the bartender, the blond man brought down his hatchet heavily upon the jukebox. There was a blue crackle of flame, a tearing noise, and the blond man collapsed without a sound. Foster stayed where he was. There was a bottle on the bar near him, and he captured it. Rather dimly, he realized what was happening. An ambulance was summoned. A doctor said the blond man had been painfully shocked, but was still alive. The jukebox had a smashed panel, but appeared uninjured otherwise. Austin came from somewhere and poured himself a shot from under the bar. Every man kills the thing he loves, Austin said to Foster. You're the guy who was quoting Omar at me the other night, weren't you? What? Said Foster. Austin nodded at the motionless figure being loaded on a stretcher. Funny business. That fella used to come in here all the time just to play the jukebox. He was in love with the thing, sat there by the hour listening to it. Course, when I said he was in love with it, I merely use it as a figure of speech. Catch? Sure, said Foster. Then a couple of days ago, he blows up. Crazy as a loon. I came in and find the guy on his knees in front of the jukebox, begging it to forgive him for something or other. I didn't get it. Some people shouldn't drink, I guess. What's yours? The same, Foster said, watching the ambulance men load the stretcher out of the bar. Just a mild shock, an intern said. He'll be all right. The jukebox clicked, and a new record swung across. Something must have gone wrong with the amplification, for the song bellowed out with deafening intensity. Chloe! Screamed the jukebox urgently. Chloe! Deafened, fighting the feeling that this was a hallucination, Foster found himself beside the jukebox. He clung to it against the mad billows of sound. He shook it, and the roaring subsided. Chloe! The jukebox sang softly and sweetly. There was confusion nearby, but Foster ignored it. He had been struck by an idea. He peered into the phonograph's innards through the glass panel. The record was slowing down, and as the needle lifted, Foster could read the title on the circular label. It said, Springtime in the Rockies. The record hastily lifted itself and swung back to concealment among the others in the rack. Another black disk moved over under the needle. It was Twilight in Turkey. But what the jukebox played, with great expression, was, We'll Always Be Sweethearts. After a while, the confusion died down. Austin came over, examined the phonograph, and made a note to get the broken panel replaced. Foster had entirely forgotten the fat, unshaven, untidy man until he heard an irritated voice behind him say, It can't be April. What? You're a liar. It's still March. Oh, take a walk, said Foster, who was profoundly shaken, though he did not quite know why. The obvious reasons for his nervousness, he suspected, weren't the real ones. You're a liar, I say, the fat man snarled, breathing heavily into Foster's face. It's March. You'll either admit it's March, or... But Foster had had enough. He pushed the fat man away, and had taken 2 steps when a tingling shock raced through him, and a small, cold spot of clarity sprang into existence within his brain. The jukebox started to play, accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. It's March, the fat man yelled. It's March. Yes, said Foster thickly. It's March. All night the song title blazed in his mind. He went home with the fat man. He drank with the fat man. He agreed with the fat man. He never used a negative. And by morning, he was surprised to find that the fat man had hired him as a songwriter for Summit Studios, simply because Foster didn't say no when he was asked whether he could write songs. Good, said the fat man. Now I'd better get home. Oh, I am home, aren't I? Well, I gotta go to the studio tomorrow. We'll start a super musical April 2nd. And this is April, isn't it? Sure. Let's get some sleep. No, not that door. The swimming pool's out there. Here, I'll show you a spare bedroom. You're sleepy, aren't you? Yes, said Foster, who wasn't. But he slept nevertheless, and the next morning found himself at Summit Studios, with the fat man putting his signature on a contract. Nobody asked his qualifications. Taliaferro, the fat man, had okayed him. That was enough. He was given an office with a piano and a secretary, and sat dazedly behind his desk for most of the day, wondering how in the devil it had all happened. At the commissary, however, he picked up some scraps of information. Taliaferro was a big shot, a very big shot. He had one idiosyncrasy. He couldn't endure disagreement. Only yes-men were allowed around him. Those who worked for Taliaferro had to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. Foster got his assignment, a romantic love song for a new picture, a duet. Everyone took it for granted that Foster knew one note from another. He did, having studied piano in his youth, but counterpoint and the mysteries of minor keys were far beyond him. That night he went back to the little downtown bar. It was a hunch, but he thought the jukebox might be able to help him. Not that he really believed in such things, but at worst he could hoist a few shots and try to figure a way out. But the jukebox kept playing one song over and over. The odd thing was that nobody else heard that particular song. Foster discovered that quite by accident. To Austin's ears, the jukebox was going through the ordinary repertory of modern popular stuff. After that, Foster listened more closely. The song was a haunting duet, plaintive and curiously tender. It had overtones in it that made Foster's spine tingle. "Who wrote that thing?" he asked Austin. "Wasn't it Hoagie Carmichael?" But they were talking at cross purposes. The jukebox suddenly sang, "I Doed It," and then relapsed into the duet. "No," said Austin, "I guess it wasn't Hoagie. That's an old one. Dardanella?" But it wasn't Dardanella. Foster saw the piano at the back. He went to it and got out his notebook. First he wrote the lyrics. Then he tried to get the notes down, but they were beyond him, even with the piano as a guide. The best he could achieve was a sort of shorthand. His own voice was true and good, and he thought he might be able to sing the piece accurately if he could find someone to put down the notes for him. When he finished, he studied the jukebox more closely. The broken panel had been repaired. He patted the gadget in a friendly way and went away thinking hard. His secretary's name was Lois Kennedy. She came into his office the next day while Foster was tapping at the piano and helplessly endeavoring to write down the score. "Let me help you, Mr. Foster," she said competently, casting a practiced eye over the messy pages. No, thanks," Foster said. "Are you bad on scores?" she asked as she smiled. "A lot of composers are that way. They play by ear, and they don't know a G sharp from an A flat." "They don't, eh?" Foster murmured. The girl eyed him intently. "Suppose you run through it, and I'll mark down a rough scoring." Foster hit a few chords. "Phooey," he said at last, and picked up the lyrics. Those were readable anyway. He began to hum. "Sweet," Lois said. "Just sing it. I'll catch the melody." Foster's voice was true. He found it surprisingly easy to remember the love song the jukebox had played. He sang it, and Lois presently played it on the piano, while Foster corrected and revised. At least he could tell what was wrong and what was right. And since Lois had lived music since her childhood, she had little difficulty in recording the song on paper. Afterwards, she was enthusiastic. "It's swell," she said. "Something really new. Mr. Foster, you're good. And you're not lifting from Mozart either. I'll shoot this right over to the big boy. Usually, it's smart not to be in too much of a hurry, but since this is your first job here, we'll chance it." Taliaferro liked the song. He made a few useless suggestions, which Foster, with Lois's aid, incorporated, and sent down a list of what else was needed for the super musical. He also called a conclave of the songwriters to listen to Foster's opus. "I want you to hear what's good," Taliaferro told them. "This new find of mine is showing you up. I think we need new blood," he finished darkly, eyeing the wretched songwriters with ominous intensity. But Foster quaked in his boots. For all he knew, this song might have been plagiarized. He expected someone in the audience to spring up and shout, "That new find of yours swiped his song from Berlin," or Gershwin, or Porter, or Hammerstein, as the case may be. Nobody exposed him. The song was new. It established Foster as a double threat man, since he had done both melody and lyrics himself. He was a success. Every night he had his ritual. Alone he visited a certain downtown bar. When necessary, the jukebox helped him with his songs. It seemed to know exactly what was needed. It asked him little in return. It served him with the unquestioning fidelity of cigarette in Under Two Flags. And sometimes it played love songs aimed at Foster's ears and heart. It surrendered to him. Sometimes, too, Foster thought he was going crazy. 2 weeks passed. Foster got all his assignments done at the little downtown bar, and later whipped them into suitable shape with his secretary's assistance. He had begun to notice that she was a strikingly pretty girl, with attractive eyes and lips. Lois seemed amenable, but so far Foster had held back from any definite commitment. He felt unsure of his new triumphs. But he blossomed like the rose. His bank account grew fat. He looked sleeker and drank much less. And he visited the downtown bar every night. Once he asked Austin about it. "That jukebox, where'd it come from?" "I don't know," Austin said. "It was here before I came." "Well, who puts new records in it?" "The company, I suppose." "Ever see him do it?" Austin thought. "Can't say I have. I guess the man comes round when the other bartender's on duty. It's got a new set of records every day, though. It's good service." Foster made a note to ask the other bartender about it, but there was no time. For the next day, he kissed Lois Kennedy. That was a mistake. It was the booster charge. The next thing Jerry Foster knew, he was making the rounds with Lois, and it was after dark, and they were driving unsteadily along the Sunset Strip, discussing life and music. "I'm going places," Foster said, dodging an oddly ambulatory light pole. "We're going places together." "Oh, honey," Lois said. Foster stopped the car and kissed her. "That calls for another drink," he remarked. "Is that a bar over there?" The night wore on. Foster hadn't realized he had been under a considerable strain. Now the lid was off. It was wonderful to have Lois in his arms, to kiss her, to feel her hair brushing his cheek. Everything became rosy. Through the rosy mist, he suddenly saw the face of Austin. "The same?" Austin inquired. Foster blinked. He was sitting in a booth with Lois beside him. He had his arm around the girl, and he had an idea he had just kissed her. "Austin," he said, "how long have we been here?" "About an hour. Don't you remember, Mr. Foster?" "Darling," Lois murmured, leaning heavily against her escort. Foster tried to think. It was difficult. "Lois," he finally said, "haven't I got another song to write?" "It'll keep." "No, that torch song. Taliaferro wants it Friday." "That's 4 days away." "Now I'm here, I may as well get the song," Foster said with an alcoholic insistence, and stood up. Kiss me, Lois murmured, leaning toward him. He obeyed, though he had a feeling that there was more important business to be attended to. Then he stared around, located the jukebox, and went toward it. "Hello there," he said, patting the sleek, glowing sides. "I'm back. Drunk, too. But that's all right. Let's have that song." The jukebox was silent. Foster felt Lois touch his arm. "Come on back. We don't want music." "Wait a minute, hon." Foster stared at the jukebox. Then he laughed. "I know," he said, and pulled out a handful of change. He slid a nickel into the coin lever and pushed the lever hard. Nothing happened. "Wonder what's wrong with it," Foster muttered. "I'll need that song by Friday." He decided that there was a lot of things he didn't know about, and ought to. The muteness of the jukebox puzzled him. All of a sudden, he remembered something that had happened weeks ago. The blond man who had attacked the jukebox with a hatchet, and had only got shocked for his pains. The blond man, he vaguely recalled, used to spend hours en tête-à-tête with the jukebox. "What a dope," Foster said thickly. Lois asked a question. "I should have checked up before," he answered her. "Maybe I can find out." "Oh, nothing. Lois, nothing at all." Then he went after Austin. Austin gave him the blond man's name, and, an hour later, Foster found himself sitting by a white hospital bed, looking down at the man's ravaged face, under faded blonde hair. Rashness, judicious tipping, and a statement that he was a relative had got him this far. Now he sat there, watching, and felt questions die as they formed on his lips. When he finally mentioned the jukebox, it was easier. He simply sat and listened. "They carried me out of the bar on a stretcher," the blond man said. "Then a car skidded and came right at me. I didn't feel any pain. I still don't feel anything. The driver, she said she'd heard somebody shouting my name. Chloe. That startled her so much she lost control and hit me. You know who yelled Chloe, don't you?" Foster thought back. There was a memory somewhere. The jukebox had begun to play Chloe, and the amplification had gone haywire, so the song had bellowed out thunderously for a short time. "I'm paralyzed," the blond man said. "I'm dying, too. I might as well. I think I'll be safer. She's vindictive and plenty smart." "She?" "A spy. Maybe there's all sorts of gadgets masquerading as things we take for granted. I don't know. They substituted that jukebox for the original one. It's alive. No, not it. She. It's a she, all right. And who put her there?" the blond man said, in answer to Foster's questions. "Who are they? People from another world or another time? Martians? They want information about us, I'll bet, but they don't dare appear personally. They plant gadgets that we'll take for granted, like that jukebox, to act as spies. Only this one got out of control a little. She's smarter than the others." He pushed himself up on the pillow, his eyes glaring at the little radio beside him. "Even that," he whispered. "Is that an ordinary, regular radio? Or is it one of their masquerading gadgets, spying on us?" He fell back. "I began to understand quite a while ago," the man continued weakly. "She put the ideas in my head. More than once she pulled me out of a jam. Not now, though. She won't forgive me. Oh, she's feminine, all right. When I got on her bad side, I was sunk. She's smart for a jukebox. A mechanical brain? Or, I don't know. I'll never know now. I'll be dead pretty soon, and that'll be all right with me." The nurse came in then. Jerry Foster was coldly frightened, and he was drunk. Main Street was bright and roaring as he walked back, but by the time he had made up his mind, it was after closing hour, and a chill silence fell hand in hand with the darkness. The streetlights didn't help much. If I were sober, I wouldn't believe this, he mused, listening to his hollow footfalls on the pavement. But I do believe it. I've got to fix things up with that jukebox. Part of his mind guided him into an alley. Part of his mind told him to break a window, muffling the crash with his coat. And the same urgent, sober part of his mind guided him through the dark kitchen and the swinging door. Then he was in the bar. The booths were vacant. A faint, filtered light crept through the Venetian blinds, shielding the street windows. Against a wall stood the black, silent bulk of the jukebox. Silent and unresponsive. Even when Foster inserted a nickel, nothing happened. The electric cord was plugged into the socket, and he threw the activating switch, but that made no difference. "Look," he said, "I was drunk, okay? This is crazy. It can't be happening. You're not alive. Are you alive? Did you put the finger on the guy I just saw in the hospital? Listen." It was dark and cold. Bottles glimmered against the mirror behind the bar. Foster went over and opened one. He poured the whiskey down his throat. After a while, it didn't seem so fantastic for him to be standing there arguing with a jukebox. "So you're feminine," he said. "I'll bring you flowers tomorrow. I'm really beginning to believe. Of course I believe. I can't write songs, not by myself. You've got to help me. I'll never look at another girl." He tilted the bottle again. "You're just in the sulks," he said. "You'll come out of it. You love me. You know you do. This is crazy." The bottle had mysteriously vanished. He went behind the bar to find another. Then, with a conviction that made him freeze motionless, he knew that there was someone else in the room. He was hidden in the shadows where he stood. Only his eyes moved as he looked toward the newcomers. There were two of them, and they were not human. They moved toward the jukebox in a rather indescribable fashion. One of them pulled out a small, shining cylinder from the jukebox's interior. Foster, sweat drying on his cheeks, could hear them thinking. "Current report for the last 24 hours, Earth time. Put in a fresh recording cylinder. Change the records too." Foster watched them change the records. Austin had said that the discs were replaced daily, and the blonde man, dying in the hospital, had said other things. It couldn't be real. The creatures he stared at could not exist. They blurred before his eyes. "A human is here," one of them thought. "He has seen us. We had better eliminate him." The blurry, inhuman figures came toward him. Foster, trying to scream, dodged around the end of the bar and ran toward the jukebox. He threw his arms around its unresponsive sides and gasped. "Stop them! Don't let them kill me!" He couldn't see the creatures now, but he knew that they were immediately behind him. The clarity of panic sharpened his vision. One title on the jukebox's list of records stood out vividly. He thrust his forefinger against the black button beside the title, "Love Me Forever." Something touched his shoulder and tightened, drawing him back. Lights flickered within the jukebox. A record swung out. The needle lowered into its black groove. The jukebox started to play, "I'll Be Glad When You're Dead, You Rascal, You." The end of Jukebox by Henry Kuttner.
The Gift Bearer by Charles L. Fontenay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sherry Bell. The Gift Bearer by Charles L. Fontenay. This could well have been Montcalm's greatest opportunity, a chance to bring mankind priceless gifts from worlds beyond. But Montcalm was a solid family man. And what about that nude statue in the park? It was one of those rare strokes of poetic something or other that the whole business occurred the morning after the stormy meetings of the Gramour Censorship Board. Like the good general he was, Richard J. Montcalm had foreseen trouble at this meeting, for it was the boldest invasion yet into the territory of evil and laxity. His forces were marshaled. Several of the town's ministers who had been with him on other issues had balked in this one. But he had 3 of them present, as well as heads of several women's clubs. As he had anticipated, the irresponsible liberals were present to do battle, headed by red-haired Patrick Levitt. "This board," said Levitt in his strong, sarcastic voice, "has gone too far. It was all right to get rid of the actual filth, and everyone would agree there was some. But when you blamed the sale of some magazines and books because they had racy covers, or because the contents were a little too sophisticated to suit the taste of members of this board, well, you can carry protection of your youth to the point of insulting the intelligence of adults who have a right to read what they want to." "You're talking about something that's already in the past, Mr. Levitt," said Montcalm mildly. "Let's keep to the issue at hand. You won't deny that children see that indecent statue every day?" "No, I won't deny it," snapped Levitt. "Why shouldn't they see it? They can see the plate of the original in the encyclopedia. It's a fine copy of a work of art." Montcalm waited for some rebuttal from his supporters, but none was forthcoming. On this matter, they apparently were unwilling to go farther than the moral backing of their presence. "I do not consider the statue of a naked woman art, even if it is called Dawn," he said bitingly. He looked at his 2 colleagues and received their nods of acquiescence. He ruled, "The statue must be removed from the park and from public view." Levitt had one parting shot. "Would it solve the board's problem if we put a brassiere and panties on the statue?" he demanded. "Mr. Levitt's levity is not amusing." "The board has ruled," said Montcalm coldly, arising to signify the end of the meeting. That night Montcalm slept the satisfied sleep of the just. He awoke shortly after dawn to find a strange, utterly beautiful naked woman in his bedroom. For a bemused instant Montcalm thought the statue of Dawn in the park had come to haunt him. His mouth fell open, but he was unable to speak. "Take me to your president," said the naked woman musically, with an accent that could have been Martian. Mrs. Montcalm awoke. "What's that? What is it, Richard?" she asked sleepily. "Don't look, Milly!" exclaimed Montcalm, clapping a hand over her eyes. "Nonsense!" she snapped, pushing his hand aside and sitting up. She gasped and her eyes went wide, and in an instinctive and reasonable reaction she clutched the covers up around her own night-gowned bosom. "Who are you, young woman?" demanded Montcalm indignantly. "How did you get here?" "I'm a visitor from what you would call an alien planet," she said. "Of course," she added thoughtfully, "it isn't alien to me." "The woman's mad," said Montcalm to his wife. A warning voice sounded in the adjoining room. Alarmed, he instructed, "Go and keep the children out of here until I can get her to put on some clothes. They mustn't see her like this." Mrs. Montcalm got out of bed, but she gave her husband a searching glance. "Are you sure I can trust you in here with her?" she asked. "Milly!" exclaimed Montcalm, sternly shocked. She dropped her eyes and left the room. When the door closed behind her, he turned to the strange woman and said, "Now look, young lady, I'll get you one of Milly's dresses. You'll have to get some clothes on and leave." "Aren't you going to ask me my name?" asked the woman. "Of course, it's unpronounceable to you, but I thought that was the first thing all Earth people asked of visitors from other planets. All right, he said in exasperation. What's your name? She said an unpronounceable word and added, You may call me Liz. Montcalm went to the closet and found one of Millie's house dresses. He held it out to her beseechingly. As he did so, he was stricken with a sudden sharp feeling of regret that she must don it. Her figure. Why Millie had never had a figure like that. At once he felt ashamed and disloyal and sterner than ever. Liz rejected the proffered garment. I wouldn't think of adopting your alien custom of wearing clothing, she said sweetly. Now look, said Montcalm. I don't know whether you're drunk or crazy, but you're going to have to put something on, get out of here before I call the police. I anticipated doubt, said Liz. I'm prepared to prove my identity. With the words, the two of them were no longer standing in a Montcalm bedroom, but in a broad expanse of green fields and woodland, unmarred by any habitation. Montcalm didn't recognize the spot, but it looked vaguely like it might be somewhere in the northern part of the state. Montcalm was dismayed to find that he was as naked as his companion. Oh, my lord! He exclaimed, trying to cover himself with a September morn pose. Oh, I'm sorry, apologized Liz, and instantly Montcalm's pajamas were lying at his feet. He got into them hurriedly. How did we get here? He asked, his astonished curiosity overcoming his disapproval of this immodest woman. By a mode of transportation common to my people in planetary atmospheres, she answered. It's one of the things I propose to teach your people. She sat down cross-legged on the grass. Montcalm averted his eyes like the gentleman he was. You see, said Liz, the people of your world are on the verge of going to space and joining the community of worlds. It's only natural the rest of us should wish to help you. We have a good many things to give you, to help you control the elements and natural conditions of your world. The weather, for example. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a small cloud appeared above them and spread, blocking out the early sun. It began to rain hard. The rain stopped as suddenly as it had begun, and the cloud dissipated. Montcalm stood shivering in his soaked pajamas, and Liz got to her feet, her skin glistening with moisture. You have a problem raising food for your population in some areas, she said. A small hollow apple tree near them suddenly began to grow at an amazing rate of speed. It doubled its size in 3 minutes, put forth fruit, and dropped it to the ground. These are only a few of the things I'll give to your planet, she said. At her words, they were back in the bedroom. This time she had been thoughtful. Montcalm was still clad in wet pajamas. I don't know what sort of hypnosis this is, he began aggressively, but you can't fool me, young lady, into believing. Millie came into the room. She had donned a robe over her nightgown. Richard, where have you been with this woman? She demanded. Why, my dear, you've been roaming around the house somewhere with her. I came in here a moment ago and you were gone. Now, Richard, I want you to do something about her and stop fooling around. I can't keep the children in the room all day. It hadn't been hypnosis then. Liz was for real. A vision rose before Montcalm of mankind given wonders, powers, benefits, representing advances of thousands of years. The world could become a paradise with the things she offered to teach. Millie, this woman is from another planet, he exclaimed excitedly, and turned to Liz. Why did you choose me to contact on Earth? Why, I happened to land near your house, she answered. I know how your primitive social organization is set up, but isn't one human being just as good as another to lead me to the proper authorities? Yes, he said joyfully, visualizing black headlines and his picture in the papers. Millie stood to one side, puzzled and grim at once. Montcalm picked up the house dress he had taken from the closet earlier. Now, miss, he said, if you'll just put this on, I'll take you to the mayor, and he can get in touch with Washington at once. I told you, said Liz, I don't want to adopt your custom of wearing clothing. But you can't go out in public like that, said the dismayed Montcalm. If you're going to move among Earth people, you must dress as we do. My people wouldn't demand that Earth people disrobe to associate with us, she countered reasonably. Millie had had enough. She went into action. You can argue with this hussy all you like, Richard, but I'm going to call the police, she said, and left the room with determination in her eye. The next 15 minutes were agonizing for Montcalm as he tried futilely to get Liz to dress like a decent person. He was torn between realization of what the things she offered would mean to the world and his own sense of the fitness of things. His children, the children of Traskmore, the children of the world. What would be the effect on their tender morals to realize that a sane adult was willing to walk around in brazen nakedness? There was a pounding on the front door, and the voice of Milly inviting the law into the house. "Now I'm afraid you're due to go to jail," said Montcalm mournfully. "But when they get some clothes on you, I'll try to explain it and get you an audience with the mayor." 2 blue-clad policemen entered the room. One policeman took the house dress from Montcalm's lax fingers and tossed it over Liz's head without further ado. Liz did not struggle. She looked at Montcalm with a quizzical expression. "I'm sorry," she said. "My people made a mistake. A few Earth people are intolerant enough to accept the different customs of dress. I'm afraid you're too immature." With that, she was gone like a puff of air. The astonished policeman held an empty dress. Montcalm didn't see the flying saucer that whizzed over Traskmore that morning and disappeared into the sky, but he didn't doubt the reports. He debated with himself for a long time whether he had taken the right attitude, but decided that he had. After all, there were the children to consider. End of The Gift Bearer by Charles L. Fontenay.
The Nameless Something by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Nameless Something by Murray Leinster. A Bud Gregory novelette. Chapter 1. Bud Gregory was something there wasn't any word for. He bet on a dirt track automobile race in the state of Colorado and won $12. Simultaneously, a certain European power made a very polite apology to the Icelandic government for the falling of a rocket projectile near Reykjavik. In so doing, it advertised publicly that it had long-range guided missiles capable of flights of over 2,000 miles. The next day, Bud Gregory bet on a second dirt track race and won $6 more. At very nearly the same instant, Izvestia published a bellicose article which practically called for war on the United States, UNO or no UNO. And the foreign European nation offered a calculated, uncalled-for insult to its United States ambassador. The day after, Bud Gregory sat in the bar of a motor tourist camp and drank beer contentedly all day long. 2 days later still, on a mountain highway in the Rockies, the driver of a 16-wheel diesel truck came booming to a sharp curve which had a cliff on one side and a 400-foot drop on the other. The truck thundered around the curve and ran slap into a rattletrap car with a flapping fabric top and an incredible load of children and household goods. Ran slap into it, that is, to the extent that a collision was inevitable. The jalopy was on the wrong side of the road. The truck could not turn out, nor the jalopy turn in time, so the truck driver froze and saw the rattletrap vehicle swerve out still further on the wrong side of the road. Ran out until only its inner wheels were on the highway, and its outer wheels spun merrily over vacancy. With bulging eyes, the truck driver saw the rattletrap vehicle swerve out over space until only the inner wheels were on the road. It should have toppled instantly and horribly, only it didn't. It rode exactly as if it were on an invisible highway surface over emptiness. The diesel driver saw it swerve placidly back onto the road behind him and go on, and he braked his monster truck to a stop and had a perfectly good fit of shakes. He made up his mind to take a week off to be spent in rest and quiet, and he did. On that day, it is said in Washington that a grave international crisis threatened. The eminent statesmen went about in spectacular silence, refusing to speak for publication, but privately tipping off their favorite newspaper men to monstrous events due to occur. On yet another day, Bud Gregory arrived at yet another place where further dirt track automobile racing was in progress, and attempted negotiations with a dejected driver who had not been in the money for weeks. The driver laughed at him bitterly, and Bud Gregory was indignant. He bet on the races and lost $2. On the same day, 4 satellite nations of a certain European power revealed that for several months they had been running atomic piles, and now had a sufficient stock of atomic bombs for their own defense. The rest of the United Nations erupted into a frenzied protest, which cut off short when they realized it was too late to object. And after 3 more days, Bud Gregory drove into Los Angeles in a car which was in the last stages of dilapidation. It contained himself, his wife, and an indeterminate number of tow-headed children. Also, it contained 2 hound dogs, several mattresses, many packages, innumerable parcels, had strapped-on cots fastened to the running boards, and was further festooned with gunny sacks containing stocks of vegetables and canned foods. It was flagged down by a motorcycle cop beside the highway, but Bud Gregory did not stop. The decrepit car plunged ahead. The motorcycle cop mounted his steed and pursued. The decrepit car moved more swiftly. It looked as if an asthmatic 20 miles an hour would be its limit, but it hit 40 within seconds of the cop's attempt to halt it. It was making 80 when it ran into Los Angeles traffic, and still it did not stop. The motorcycle cop sweated blood, envisioning catastrophe. He gave his motorbike everything it would take, blaring his siren continuously and shrilling his whistle when he passed policemen on foot in the hope that they would telephone on ahead. The next 15 minutes gave a dozen members of the traffic police who joined in the chase gray hairs and a tendency to babble quietly to themselves. The dilapidated car left all pursuit behind. It ran into traffic in which it should have smashed up 50 times over. It left behind it a stream of crashes and collisions and nerve-wracked pedestrians, but it did not even touch another vehicle or a single individual. The collision came from other cars swerving frantically to avoid it as it rocketed through Los Angeles's swarming streets. Half the time, it rode on the wrong side of the highway, cutting in and out, speeding up with an incredible acceleration, slowing down with completely impossible abruptness, and turning corners at a rate which even those who saw it did not believe. On Wilshire Boulevard, it reached a climax of preposterous performance. It came streaking through traffic at something like 92 miles an hour. It left a mounting uproar behind it. And it came to a crossing where a red light had halted everything, came eeling down the wrong side of the street, swerving so that it should have turned somersaults. But observers say that it ran as if its wheels were glued to the ground. And there in front of it, in the only space by which it could move on, was a monstrously fat woman in the act of crossing the street as the light permitted. The woman fainted on the sidewalk after it was all over. There was no time to faint before. The dilapidated car headed for the fat woman at 98 miles an hour. Then, when it could not possibly stop in time, it began to slow. Some witnesses say that it stopped in 15 feet. Certainly it stopped so suddenly that the gunny sacks dangling from its top supports swung and stood out stiff before it, and one of them burst, and potatoes shot out before the stopped car like bullets. A small one, a cull, smacked the fat lady smartly in a highly indecorous manner. She shrieked and leapt, and the rattletrap shot through the space she had vacated. In 20 feet, it was traveling 60 miles an hour. In 40, it was going better than 90 again, and it went on out of town like a bat out of a belfry. No motorcycle cop came anywhere near it, not even the 2 policemen on the far side of town who took up the chase on a clear highway. One of them pushed his bike, so he claimed, up to 120 miles an hour. The decrepit jalopy, which should have collapsed far below the speed limit, left him behind as if he were standing still, and a tow-headed child poked its head through the flapping back curtain and stuck out its tongue at him as it went on. On that same day, the government of the United States received a very blunt note from the European power, whose satellites had revealed their possession of atomic bombs, and which had itself sent apologies to Iceland for landing a guided missile near Reykjavik. The note was not an ultimatum in form, of course, but it expressed the desire of the European power to negotiate with the United States regarding changes in the American form of government, which changes were necessary to make the European power feel like the United States was sincerely desirous of peace. In other words, the European power had decided that democracies were dangerous to it, and amiably offered America the choice of surrendering to a small, fanatical party within its borders, or of facing an atomic war. And that night Bud Gregory drove into a tin can tourist camp, and he and his family settled down for a comfortable stay, as soon as he made sure that the dirt track races nearby were still going on. Chapter 2. Miracles Without Work. Like everybody else in the United States, Dr. David Murphy of the Bureau of Standards in Washington felt rather sick about the prospect of war under any circumstances, and especially under the conditions obtaining. The point was that the United States literally could not make a sneak atomic attack on anybody. Its prospective enemy could. Nobody in America had the authority to issue an order for the beginning of war. In the European powers' government, there was one man who could simply nod his head and have guided missiles go keening up into the stratosphere to fall thousands of miles away upon the cities of the United States. If Congress took his note as it deserved to be taken, as a threat of war, he could nod his head and possibly half of the population in America would be dead within hours. The United States was as well armed as any other power in the world, perhaps better armed. But the United States could not shoot first. It simply, literally, could not. And in atomic war, the one who shoots first wins. So the situation was that the enemy had to make a threat which struck at the very roots of American civilization, and if the United States took measures to meet it, it would be destroyed. Most of the people who really understood the danger went into hidden panic. There was a sudden quiet movement of well-informed people out of the larger cities. The movement spread. It ceased to be quiet. It became a mass exodus, more or less orderly to be sure, but a movement of whole populations. Terror lived in the cities, but not in the open country, so the cities became practically abandoned, and the European power watched with sardonic amusement as the greatest nation on earth seemed to go into a blue funk at the very notion of the European power's displeasure. 2/3 of Congress found excuses to leave Washington, which would certainly be bombed in case of war. It was impossible to secure a quorum in the capital either to enact laws to resist the threat or to yield to it. The government of the United States was paralyzed by a mere verbal menace. But Dr. David Murphy stayed at his post. He kept his head. The menace held, but for nearly a week nothing happened. The State Department replied to the note it had received. It asked the European power for the agenda of the discussion it proposed and for an outline of the reasons why the European power feared aggression from the United States. It used all the normal tricks to stall and gain time, which was exactly in line with the desires of the head of the threatening nation. So long as there was a crisis in being, there would be terror and confusion in America. Large numbers of the population would be uprooted. The cities would be nearly or quite deserted. Commerce would stop, and generally such a state of affairs would exist that, so a European would reason, presently the American public would be willing to accept any possible surrender of principle just to get things going again. It would be willing even to surrender democracy. There were times when it seemed likely in America, too. Some people stayed at their posts. Some sent their families to safety and carried on. But very many fled. Still, there was a skeleton semblance of city life still going on. Many factories closed, but the florists stayed in business. Police and newspapers here and there, and radio stations and delicatessen stores and a few taxicabs, and generally a small percentage of every sort of activity continued to function. But it was a very small percentage. Murphy, however, grimly made the most of what was left. He stayed at his desk at the Bureau of Standards and urgently and persistently hounded the moribund clipping bureaus for newspaper accounts of odd events. That paradoxic activity, he felt, was the only hope that the United States could have to avoid either complete social and economic collapse, or else bombardment by atomic bombs, which would reduce its cities to ruins. He had been collecting such clippings for months. It was a good deal of strain on his finances, too, because he had only a $4,700 civil service job, and living in Washington is expensive. He paid 10 cents for every clipping sent him by 4 bureaus, which dutifully searched newspaper columns all over the country. If somebody announced an atomic engine, a clipping came to Murphy. If an automobile had a freak accident, he saw the news account. If a souped-up motor made history in an outboard motor racing meet, or an inventor made extravagant claims for some new device, or there was an explosion without plain cause, or somebody reported having seen something impossible, the last especially, Murphy was sure to be poring over the news account as soon as it reached print. It was the way by which he hoped eventually to locate Bud Gregory. He'd only seen the man twice, but he knew what Bud Gregory was, and there was no word for it. Musical prodigies are well known enough. Mathematical marvels extract 4-power roots correctly by mental arithmetic, and are completely unable to tell how they do it. But Bud Gregory was something else. He knew intuitively the answer to any problem a physicist could propound, and he hated work. He had run a one-man auto repair shop in a village in the Great Smoky Mountains, and had worked only when he couldn't help it. But when he did work, he casually devised shortcuts to avoid work that were breathtaking. Murphy now owned one gadget Bud Gregory had made. It completely eliminated friction from any mechanical device it was hooked to. Murphy had studied it exhaustively, but he couldn't understand it and couldn't even duplicate it. But Bud Gregory's genius once had brought about results he didn't anticipate. To get even with someone who defended him, Bud had made a certain device and turned it over to his tormentor, who used it otherwise than as Bud expected. Common, ordinary rock became a monstrous atomic pile where it was turned on. Radioactive dust and gases wrought havoc before McMurtry found the source, and Bud Gregory improvised a way to stop it. And then Bud Gregory, in a panic, had disappeared, lest he be held to account for the damage his device had caused. Now Murphy hoped to locate him by further, and it was to be hoped harmless, results of his combined genius and laziness. He'd vanished in a rattletrap with his wife and dogs and children. He would unquestionably support himself by roadside automotive repair. So, sooner or later, Murphy hoped to receive a newspaper clipping of some preposterous event which he, and only he, would know meant Bud Gregory was at work. But it came to be grim work, waiting, and endlessly hoping. A second sharp note arrived from the European power, declaring that there was reason to believe the United States had secretly prepared for war. If the Atlantic carrier fleet remained invisible, it would have to assume that the ships had set out on a mission to loose plane-carried atomic bombs on the complaining nation. So the carrier fleet returned to port. Then a third note arrived. A fleet of long-range U.S. bombers waiting at its home base, fueled and armed and ready to take off. Was this fleet ready for a flight across the North Pole to make an atomic attack? If not, it would be disarmed. Then another note still. The atomic bomb plants of the United States still functioned, turning out atomic explosives. Against whom did the United States prepare, if not against the complaining nation? Congress could not be convened because so many of its members were in a funk. The United States could not make war without congressional action, unless attacked. So it could not make war until attacked, and an attack with atomic bombs by 2,000-mile guided missiles. The country almost disintegrated, so far as the large cities were concerned. The little towns, though, which were not important enough to be bombed, throve in their impunity. Farmhouses and boarding houses accustomed to taking in summer boarders fairly bulged at their seams. Beaches and camps and cottage towns, trailer camps and mountain hotels and lakeside resorts all hummed and boomed with refugees from the city, while the cities themselves were like cities of death. Whole industries shut down for lack of workers and executives. There was privation and unemployment because death was in the air. There had not been so much as a firecracker set off, but the United States faltered in its stride, and its life came almost to a standstill because of the imminence of atomic war. But the owners of roadside taverns grew rich, and county fairs flourished, and roller coaster proprietors bought new diamonds, and dirt track auto races in small towns were thronged with patrons. And Bud Grant followed the dirt track races. He had a trick that brought in plenty of money nowadays. Plenty. 10, 15, sometimes even $20 in a single day, and without his doing a tap of work. He sat in blissful somnambulance beside his antique car. His children brought him beer. Now and again he sent one of them to make a small bet. Bud Gregory, who was the only hope of the survival of the American way of life, loafed blissfully, dozed contentedly, idled magnificently, and drank beer comfortably. He did not lift a finger unnecessarily from one day's end to another. It was purest accident that, as civilization toppled in America, newspaper clippings reached Murphy that told him where Bud Gregory was. He got a plane ride to California by a combination of luck and desperation. On the way west, he read and reread the 3 newspaper clippings on which he believed the fate of the United States depended. One was the account of an impossible ride of an antique jalopy through Los Angeles traffic at 90 miles an hour. The reporter who wrote it didn't believe it himself. One was a digest of tall tales current among motor tourists, of a mysterious mechanic roaming the highways and performing miraculous repairs for ridiculously low prices. It was a feature story suggesting that motor tramps were devising a legendary figure who could someday rival Paul Bunyan. But the third was the important one. That told of a dirt track automobile race in which the winner made absolutely unparalleled time, averaging 3 laps to the field's 2 and achieving turns that even those who saw them didn't believe. Murphy knew better than the eyewitnesses what had happened in all three cases. Bud Gregory had made his way across the continent in a car which should have fallen apart in the first 10 miles. He was using that outrageous gift of his to keep from working, and no more than 4 days before Murphy boarded the plane in Washington, he'd been somewhere near the dirt racetrack at Palo Bajo in California. Murphy made for that place as fast as wrangled passage on an army plane could take him. He was lucky. There was a major general on board with a date with a blonde at Laguna Beach. The plane made only 2 stops between the Atlantic and the Pacific coasts. But Los Angeles, which had been thriving a week before, was 9/10 deserted when Murphy arrived. Trains ran irregularly, and buses practically not at all, and those which did run were scenes of riot as they loaded up. Murphy sent $75 of very hard-saved cash for a ride behind a motorcyclist to a town 10 miles from Palo Bajo. He trudged the rest of the way. The open country was thickly populated, and every roadside tree shaded a group of campers from the cities. But there was an extraordinary holiday air everywhere. Murphy was acutely conscious of it as he trudged along the highways with his single handbag for luggage. Since bombs are apt to fall on the cities at any time, there were camps and bivouacs of city people everywhere. But since none of it had fallen so far, and would not fall except on cities, there was a general effect of slightly apprehensive vacationing. While Murphy trudged wearily into Palo Bajo, his feet burned, his shoulders ached, and the muscles of his arms were sore from the unaccustomed labor of carrying a burden. He was worn out and dispirited, but he went doggedly to the fairgrounds where the dirt track races went on. He went to the pits where the small, souped-up cars were serviced. He felt that there was no time to rest, and anyhow his appearance in an exhausted condition was in line with his plan for locating Bud Gregory. He went to the first pit, where a particularly greasy and especially dilapidated small racing car was being worked on by 2 besmeared individuals. "Look," said McMurphy heavily, "I've got to find a good mechanic. My car stalled 10 miles back. It ran dry and heated up and froze. I can't get a garage to touch it. They're jammed." The last was true. With every car in California on the road and out of the cities, rural garagemen rubbed their hands in fiendish glee. It was so everywhere. One of these 2 men looked up gloomily. "We're busy." "But I've got to get my car fixed," said McMurphy desperately. $5 if you'll just tell me where to find a mechanic who'll do the job." One of the 2 got up and pointed. "Try Moses," he said sourly. "That beefy-looking guy over there. He's bound to be some mechanic because the car he's got ain't any better than this one, and it goes faster and makes turns no car has a right to make. He watches it night and day, blast him, and he won't go nowhere, but you can talk to him." Murphy handed over $5. He limped toward the shed that had been pointed out. A bulky man with squinty eyes reared up as he approached. A grease monkey looked at him suspiciously. "No visitors," the big man snarled. "Clear out." "I got a car in a ditch," said Murphy, "and the motor's frozen. I'll pay $100 for a mechanic to fix it." "Beat it," repeated the beefy man formidably. "I'll pay you $10 if you'll name a mechanic," said Murphy. "I'll pay $100 for fixing it." He had barely $200 in the world, and this man was not Bud Gregory. But Murphy was sure he was on the right track. A car that went impossibly fast and made impossible turns. His own car, of course, was imaginary, but he looked worn out and dusty and very convincing. The grease monkey said, drawling, "That fella could do it, Moses, and $10 would come in handy." "He'll do it for 50, the squinty-eyed man said shrewdly. "I get 50, or he don't do nothing. Take it or leave it." He turned to the grease monkey. "You know where to find him." Murphy handed over $50. He felt weak at the knees. It was enormously important to find Bud Gregory. Nobody else in the world would do. The grease monkey came back with Bud Gregory, who looked at Murphy. "Howdy," Gregory said in an unhappy voice, and looked uneasily around for policemen. Murphy swallowed. "Hello, Bud. I want to talk to you. Anywhere you say. How about some beer?" Chapter 3. Three Racketeers. Instantly, Bud Gregory brightened. He was tall and gangling and drooping. He was typical poor white, Appalachian Highland version, bony and listless. He had worn an air of complacency until he saw Murphy, but that was gone now because he'd made a device which was a neutron shield and set a monstrous atomic pile to work back in the Smoky Mountains. Murphy was the man who had found out his responsibility for the devastation which resulted. But, on the other hand, Murphy had paid him $600 for a device which absolutely abolished friction, and with that as capital, he had set out to tour the United States without being bothered by detectives, and practically without working. "Why, sure, Mr. Murphy," said the man who knew by instinct all the things that scientists of the world struggled to learn. "Beer? Sure. There's a place right close, Mr. Murphy. But I can't go fur. There's some fellers coming to see me today. They told me if I'd fix the dingus for 'em, they'd pay me wages for as long as it works, without me doing a tab of work more." Murphy looked at him in envy so great that it was almost hatred. Bud Gregory knew, without knowing how he knew, how to make absolutely anything he chose. He'd made a wire that absorbed heat and turned it into electricity, but he'd done it to save the trouble of mending an automobile radiator in the normal manner, and he had charged just $10 for the job. Bud Gregory had made a shield through which nothing could pass, not even a neutron. And he'd done it to save himself the trouble of replacing that miraculous wire with a tedious job of sheet metal soldering on the same radiator. He'd made another device, at Murphy's demand, which stopped even neutrons cold, after the shield had started an unshielded atomic pile to work. Gregory could weld broken parts of a motor without taking them out, and could free a frozen engine without so much as loosening a bolt, and lots of other things. But all he wanted was to sit in absolute somnambulance and inactivity. "Come on and get the beer," said Murphy. "I came all the way across the continent to find you. Something's happened that you can fix, and it'll square everything about that business back in the Smokies," he added. "There aren't any detectives with me." Bud Gregory shambled beside him, frowning. "Listen, Mr. Murphy," he said uneasily, "I don't want no truck with sheriffs and policemen. I don't even want to square nothing with them. I just want to get along without working myself to death, not bothering nobody, and nobody bothering me." Murphy ushered him into a tavern opposite the racetrack, where the souped-up racers ran. "The point is that somebody is bothering you," said Murphy, "and me, and everybody else. We'll get one beer, and I'll tell you about it." They found a table in the crowded room. Palo Bajo was too small a town to raid an atomic bomb, so in the tavern were clerks and businessmen and laborers, fathers of families, and loudly shirted young men, and men who were trying to forget the menace that hung over the country, and men who did not even try to think about it. Murphy explained as Bud Gregory drank his beer. He explained in words of one syllable that a certain European power had proved that it had rockets which could travel 2,000 miles, and atomic bombs for them to carry. And with those up its sleeve, it demanded that the United States give up its way of life and adopt an entirely new social system. It was ready to blast every city in North America on a moment's notice. If the United States, unready as usual, started to get ready to fight, it would be destroyed. Every big city in the nation would be blown to atoms before preparation for defense could be even halfway completed. Bud Gregory listened uncomprehendingly. He drank his beer and squirmed in his seat. "But I don't aim to have no truck with sheriffs and policemen and such," he protested. "I ain't bothering nobody." Murphy explained further. Bud Gregory could devise some defense. He could probably make the defense. If he did, he, Murphy, would guarantee that he would have money enough to live on for all the rest of his life. "But you're a government man," said Bud Gregory unhappily. "You're a good fella, but I don't want no truck with the government." Murphy sweated. Promises of a fortune meant nothing to Bud Gregory, but Murphy had $150 left. He offered that for a device which could protect America against atomic bombardment. Millions had no meaning to Bud Gregory. $150 was concrete. He wavered. "Listen here, Mr. Murphy," Gregory said plaintively. "I've got some fellas coming to see me today. They told me they'd pay me $100 down and $10 a day if I just fitted a car up with the dingus I got on a friend's car over at the track. I don't even have to make it. All I've got to do is take it off that racing car and put it on their car, and I don't aim to work myself to death for nobody. If I got $10 a day coming in, I'm all set. I can just set and not bother anybody." Murphy felt sheer desperation. Talk of war and devastation had no meaning to Bud Gregory. He just wanted to sit somnambulantly in the sunshine. If he could get $100 without working, he would not work for millions, or even for a more comprehensive $150. He was simply impervious. Then the beefy, squint-eyed man loomed up beside the table. He looked definitely unpleasant now. With him were two other men who looked more unpleasant still. They approached the table. "How's your car?" asked the squint-eyed man, snarling. "Got it fixed yet?" To the others he said, "He told me his motor was froze." Bud Gregory looked up. "Howdy, gentlemen," he said cordially. "Mr. Murphy here. He's an old friend of mine. He's a government man from the East. I done some work for him back there, and he hunted me up. Sit down and have some beer." The two newcomers' faces went expressionless. The squint-eyed man looked murderous. Then the three of them glanced at each other. One leaned close to Murphy. "Don't start anything, Mr. Government Man," he said softly. "Me and my friends got guns on you. Butting into our affairs, huh?" He moved suddenly. Murphy felt a horrible impact. Then he felt nothing whatever. The European power sent a very pained note to the government of the United States. The American government had told its people of previous diplomatic correspondence, thus causing hostility toward the European power among Americans. And the European power was devoutly desirous of peace. Yet it could not be but alarmed at the increasing belligerence of American public opinion. Then there was the evacuation of the American cities. That suggested nationwide preparation for war. Would the American government give some convincing guarantee that it did not plan an unwarned attack, such as grounding and dismantling of all aircraft, and the decommissioning of its navy? The European power was waging a war of nerves. Its purpose was the harassment of the American public, from disorganization, unemployment, and ultimate famine, to the point where it would welcome any possible change. Its plan was to make the American people themselves demand the changes in its social system that the European power desired. In Washington, it began to look like that end might be achieved. Hunger was beginning to show up. Privation was appearing. Looting in the cities had begun. So far, a certain amount of holiday spirit still existed, to be sure, but the future looked black. And Murphy woke up in the back of a speeding car. He had a splitting headache. Bud Gregory sat uneasily beside him. There were 3 men in the front seat, of whom one was a squinty-eyed man, and when Murphy moved, one of them turned around. "Don't try nothing," he said amiably. "We ain't got any use for you government guys." He displayed a blue metal weapon and turned back. Murphy's head throbbed agonizingly. He felt nauseated and sick. Bud Grant rolled unhappy eyes at him. "Honest, Mr. Murphy, I didn't know they were going to act like this," he said miserably. "They offered me $100 and $10 a day to soup up their sedan." The car sped along the incredibly populated roadside. There were people everywhere. When cities empty, people have to go somewhere. Small towns swarmed. Villages overflowed. Even the highways were lined with groups of people with picnic baskets and blanket shelters. Murphy rubbed his head to clear it and closed his eyes at the anguish which came from the movement. "What happened?" he asked thickly. "Why didn't they kill me?" The man in front turned around again. "We wouldn't think of it, fella," he said, grinning. "It was tricky enough crashing you in a crowded room and dragging you out as a drunk, without nobody getting wise. If we'd shot you, we might have had some trouble getting away ourselves." "What's the idea?" asked Murphy drearily. "Are you spies or just plain traitors?" "Ha!" scoffed the man in front. "You talk like the movies. We're just honest guys picking up a living how we can. Your friend there has got a little trick that'll be useful to us. He can fix up a car to go faster, stop shorter, turn sharper, and have more pickup." The beefy man at the wheel growled at him. He shut up. The pattern wasn't right for spies or agents of a foreign European power. Agents of that particular power, in any case, were packed too full of ideology to talk as this fellow did. These men sounded like yeggs or crooks who'd seen a chance to acquire getaway cars that no cop could overtake. Murphy looked dizzily at Bud Grant, who grinned uneasily. "Yeah, that's it, Mr. Murphy. You see, I was traveling across country, and my car didn't have much power. Motor'd lost a lot of compression, so I put on a dingus to make her pull up hills. That's what these fellows want." "What did you do?" asked Murphy. His throat was dry and his voice was hoarse, and his head ached and ached and ached. Bud Grant looked uncomfortable. "You know them little huskas stuff that metal's made of? They wiggle all around. They wiggle faster when they get hot." Murphy reflected dully that Bud Gregory, who was practically illiterate, was speaking with precision of the random motion of molecules which was caused by heat. "I got a kind of idea," said Bud Gregory, "that if I could make those huskas stuff move one way instead of all ways, it would push the car ahead. So I fixed up a dingus that makes them all move one way. It give my car a lot more power." Murphy was not astonished. Bud Gregory could not astonish him now. Of course, if all the molecules of a substance moved in the same direction, the substance itself moves in that direction. Using the molecular motion generated by heat, you could get practically limitless acceleration, quite independent of traction. It should start a car off at any imaginable speed. It should climb any hill. It should stop a car with unbelievable suddenness. If the motion could be controlled, and hence the thrust, it could keep a car from turning over and from skidding. Yes, also it would be action without reaction, and it would serve equally to power any ancient jalopy or an aeroplane. Only an aeroplane wouldn't need wings, because the same molecular thrust could lift it, and that meant that it could furnish a drive for a spaceship and provide the direct means for the conquest of the stars. And Bud Gregory had devised it to make his ancient car climb hills. "Then one day I seen some dirt track races," explained Bud Gregory. "I seen fellas betting on 'em, so I made a deal with the driver and put my dingus on his car. He could go faster, so he won, and I bet on him and won some too. It was pretty easy money, Mr. Murphy, and I didn't have to figure on working myself to death." "Whatever you use with that drive gets cold," Murphy said dully. "Yeah," said Bud Gregory, nodding. "I use the motor to pull the car, and it gets cold. That's why I run the motor, so's it won't get too cold to push. I've been following the dirt track races ever since," he added, "renting out my dingus to drivers and betting on 'em." At this, Murphy, kidnapped and with his head one monstrous ache, felt again that helpless, irritated envy with which Bud Gregory always inspired him. Bud had made a heat transformer which turned heat directly into kinetic energy. He'd made a device which could replace every motor on Earth by a simpler element, and raise the amount of power available by an astronomical figure. He'd created an invention which would go far toward making Earth a paradise and mistress of far-flung planets, and he used it to win dirt track races so he could bet $2 or $4 or $5 at a time and so live without working. Now that same device, which could mean the survival of humanity in those distant ages when the sun begins to cool, that same device would now be applied to provide thieves and hold-up men with getaway cars the police could not overtake. Murphy did not believe his captors were spies or aliens. They were simply criminals, and presently they would probably kill him because they'd want the secret of their success to remain a secret, and Bud Gregory would doubtless be kept a prisoner as long as he was useful. And meanwhile, the European power would pile one sardonic demand upon another, making sure America did not prepare a defense until either the United States adopted the alien social system out of sheer necessity or was wiped out in a blast of atomic flames. But there was no use talking about it. Bud Gregory could not grasp the emergency, and these criminals would look upon it shrewdly as simply an opportunity for large-scale activities of their own variety. Murphy felt the motion of the car more and more violently in his throbbing head. Vibration was agonizing. The after-effects of the crack on his head manifested themselves, too. Suddenly, from a combination of weakness and pain and exhaustion and a form of surgical shock, he fell into a heavy, unnatural sleep. And just at the moment that Murphy lapsed into something like a coma-like slumber, the President of the United States took a momentous and quite illegal decision. By law, he could comply with the request of the European power for the grounding and dismantling of all United States aircraft, and for the decommissioning of the battle fleet. By law, he could not take any particular action in the situation as it stood. But he did do something. His jaw set, he wrote formal and quite inappropriate orders in his own handwriting. He gave those orders personally to certain high-ranking officers. "Perhaps this is treason," said the President bitterly, "but I won't see this country go down without a fight. The laws seem to require it, but for once to the devil with the laws. If those rascals over there want to fight, they'll get it, but they won't get an inch more of concessions from us without a fight." And after that, of course, it was simply a question of whether the President's orders would be carried out before the European power learned that they had been issued. One way, America would be ready to give back as good as it got. The other way meant ruin. Chapter 4. Tough tactics. Each morning, Bud Gregory shambled into the room in which Murphy had been placed, his craggy features woebegone. "Well," Murphy said sourly. "Mr. Murphy," said Bud Gregory miserably, "those fellows certainly fooled me. That squinty-eyed fellow, he told me they was good fellows. I've been making out right good, betting on him at the dirt track races. I ain't had to mend a car in a couple of weeks. I've been eating hog meat and drinking beer and not bothering nobody. But he fooled me." "Evidently," said Murphy. His head was horribly sore where it had been hit. He was sick with impotent fury. He knew now that his guesses in the car had been right. His captors were simply criminals. They could not see beyond that personal benefit any more than Bud Gregory could see beyond his personal aversion to sheriffs, policemen, and regularly scheduled work. "He told me," mourned Bud Gregory, "that if I'd take the dingus off his racing car and put it on another car so's it'd work the same, that his friends'd pay me $100 and $10 a day for the use of it. But now they brought me up here, and they say I gotta fix cars that-a-way for all three of 'em. And if I don't, they'll fill me full of lead." He looked at Murphy as if for sympathy, but Murphy had none for him. When he'd waked from his unwholesome sleep the night before, it was because the car had stopped. It had stopped here, and even in the darkness, Murphy had known it was high in the mountains. The air here was thin and cold. There was a feeling of mountains all about. There was a stone wall and a locked doorway, and he'd insisted upon an interview, and the results were unsatisfying. This was a hideout, much more elaborately fitted out than was to be expected of a party of bandits, but their equipment did not mean greater intelligence. His desperate argument for the release of Bud Gregory and himself, that they might tackle the menace facing all America, had been laughed at. It wasn't believable. He couldn't even tell them what sort of device he wanted Bud Gregory to make as a defense of America. He didn't know. So his arguments were dismissed as amusingly phony. His captors wanted the getaway cars Bud Gregory could fix up for them. They couldn't imagine Bud Gregory as usually employed on anything else. They laughed at Murphy, dizzy and sick from having been knocked out, and put off till morning the question of what they should do with so ridiculously implausible a government man, or, to them, detective. Murphy glanced at Bud Gregory. "Just what do you think they're going to do to me?" Murphy asked bitterly. Bud Gregory blinked. He had been so absorbed in his own troubles, actually forced labor under threat of death, that he had not thought about Murphy. "I don't know," answered Gregory. "Hold-up men," said Murphy savagely. "Robbers, thieves. They'll stick up a bank, shoot down anybody who interferes, and streak it away in the cars you'll fix for them. Cars that can dodge through traffic the cops can't follow through, and flee faster than the cops can follow. That's the idea, isn't it?" Bud Gregory blinked again. "But sooner or later the cops will track them down. And you don't like sheriffs and policemen? You'll be in a nice fix when the cops arrive and find you working for them." Bud Gregory squirmed. "Besides all that, there'll be my murder to account for," Murphy went on angrily. "I know them now. Do you think they'll turn me loose to tell of their plans and methods? No. They're going to kill me, and you'll be in a jam on that account. I told you I didn't have any detectives with me. I didn't. But plenty of detectives knew where I was going and who I was looking for. If you'd played ball with me, everything would have been all square for you. But I went to look for you. I've vanished. They'll find me murdered, and you in the gang who murdered me. They'll credit you with murdering me, and they'll hang you." Part of this was nonsense, and the rest of it was bluff. Murphy was furiously certain that he'd be killed, and he knew that no police work was going on anywhere in the United States, beyond an attempt to prevent looting in the cities and some efforts to preserve order among the hordes of refugees. But Bud Gregory could not realize that. "And if the law doesn't hang you," Murphy finished in a fine wrath, "your friends will kill you sooner or later. When you're no more use to them, do you think they'll turn you loose to talk either? Do you think they'll pay you $10 a day for what you've done, when a 3-cent cartridge will settle the account? Oh, no. You're a dead man the same as I am, unless you do something." "But, Mr. Murphy," said Bud Gregory plaintively, "what can I do? All I want is not to bother anybody, and to have nobody bother me." "You might work out some sort of weapon, hang it," Murphy snarled. Then he said savagely, "Have you had breakfast?" Bud Gregory brightened. "Yes, sir. After they ate, they told me to fix something for myself. I opened up a couple of cans of beans. Sure, I made out all right." "I didn't," snapped Murphy. He was accurately aware that he was not being dignified, but he was filled with a particularly corrosive and horrible fury of a man who is impotent to act in an all-important emergency because of an absurdity. The United States was in the most deadly danger in its history, in fact, perhaps in the only deadly danger in all its history. Its only hope lay in a semi-illiterate mountaineer, whose only desire was to sit in utter uselessness. Murphy's own prospective murder did not cause him 1/10 of the raging revolt that he felt for the idiocy that seemed to rule the cosmos. He was, in fact, half crazy with rebellion at mankind and his own maddening sensation of futility. "Give me something to eat," he snapped. "Coffee, anyhow. They'll shoot me this morning to save the trouble of feeding me. If you had the brains of a goldfish, you'd end this situation in seconds. But you won't do a thing. You'll stand by and watch them kill me, and then you'll meekly do whatever they tell you to do. And if the police don't catch you first and hang you, these thugs will murder you offhand when they're through with you. Get out and bring me some coffee." Bud Gregory shambled unhappily out of the room. It was seemingly a very casual kind of confinement that restrained Murphy, but when he gazed out of the windows of his room, he grew dizzy. There was a drop of several hundred feet from the windowsill. This hideout was a small house within a high stone wall above sheer wilderness. It was somewhere on the side of the mountain, apparently on a bold spur jutting out from a precipitous cliff. As a matter of fact, Murphy learned later that it had been built by a motion picture director with a wife for respectability and redheads for a hobby, and that it had been acquired for a hideout by his present hosts after the director had been extensively shot up by them for hire. There was certainly no escape on this side. Bud Gregory had come in by a seemingly unlocked door, but Murphy was cagey. He peered cautiously out of his door and then ventured into the next room. He saw why his door did not need to be barred. The rooms of the house opened on a patio, a courtyard, and a rising mountainside showed on only one side. With what he had seen from his window, everything was clear. The house was built on a spur sticking out of a precipice, and there was empty space on 3 sides. It could only be left toward the mountain, and that way was undoubtedly barred. And, of course, it could only be approached from the mountain, which made for privacy for a man with a hobby, or security for men with bad consciences. More immediately daunting, though, was the fact that 2 of his 3 captors were out in that patio. They looked as if they had hangovers and were in a peculiarly foul mood. As Murphy watched, the beefy racing car driver strolled out and joined them, and the three of them snarled at Bud Grant, who apologetically shambled out of sight, while the three continued to snap at each other. It was obvious that all was not sweetness and light in this place. The thugs argued profanely. After a moment, Murphy caught the words. "He's lying. He said he gotta have some parts. Let him take a radio to pieces and get 'em. If he don't fix our car the way we want him, let's beat him up." The race car driver began to rage. "Since he don't think we mean it, we could haul his friend out and let Gregory see what'll happen to him if he gets stubborn," he said. "Maybe that'll make him work." Murphy felt a little cold chill and a monstrous rage. They were going to shoot him in cold blood to scare Bud Gregory, and there was absolutely nothing to be done about it. Then he saw Bud Gregory's head. He'd stopped inside the house on the further side of the courtyard. He'd listened to them, and his jaw had dropped open. He looked abysmally scared. He vanished. Maybe he'd ducked out. Maybe he'd improvised some incredible device that would open doors, and flee, leaving Murtry to be killed out of hand because he was known to be a government man and was believed to be a detective. If Bud did escape, he would hide again with a passionate earnestness, avoiding police and sheriffs, and saying nothing whatsoever of what he knew. In that case, the United States was finished. Or if it survived, it would be only as the mutilated remnant of itself. Murphy's own death was the most trivial of incidents in a holocaust certain to occur. Time passed. The three in the courtyard drank from pocket flasks. One of them pulled out a blue steel weapon and looked at it reflexively. That would kill Murphy. They discussed some plan they had meant to carry out when Bud Gregory gave them uncatchable getaway cars. They cheered up as they talked. Bud Gregory remained absent. Presently, one of them snarled into a doorway, into which he had vanished. After a moment, Bud came out, holding placatingly a square bit of plank, on which was a distinctly messy assembly of small radio parts. He expostulated nervously. He couldn't work so fast, and he needed some parts. "You're a liar," snarled the beefy man. "Go get that other guy and bring him here. We're going to show you something." Chapter 5. Heaviside Layer. At this, Bud Gregory sweated profusely. His hands shook. There were 2 radio tubes and a cryptic assortment of coils and condensers and resistors in the gadget he had mounted on a piece of plank. He'd obviously worked on it for some time before he'd come to talk to Murphy, but it did not look like anything, except for quite improbable coils, and no physicist in the Bureau of Standards had been able to work out what similar coils in Murphy's sample device did, or on what principle they were based. Apparently, there was nothing in sight that a 10-year-old boy might not have gimmicked together at random. "Go get 'em," rasped the beefy man, "or else." Bud Gregory cringed. He shambled across the courtyard and into the room where Murphy clenched his hands in a fury so great as to override even despair. My gosh, Mr. Murphy," said Bud Gregory tearfully. "They're going to shoot you. And I just know they're going to shoot me afterwards. They told me to bring you back with me." His bony, angular hands worked feverishly and seemingly at random on the lunatic device he was holding. "I showed 'em this to show 'em I was trying to work like they said," said Bud Gregory piteously. "But they want me to bring you out there. They're going to shoot you, Mr. Murphy." Murphy choked in rage and swallowed a cold lump in his throat. He opened his mouth, perhaps to speak noble final words, but more likely to swear in utter fury. "I'm changing it, Mr. Murphy, so they can't shoot you," Bud said shakily as he worked. Sweat rolled down his face and panic filled his eyes. "It's a dingus that makes those little huska stuff that metal's made of all travel the same way. It makes some stuff that bounces around in any metal it comes to. I got to make it travel where I want it through the air." He panted. Almost he sobbed. "All I ever want, Mr. Murphy, is not to bother nobody. But if these fellows get killed, you got to tell the sheriff it ain't my fault." A stray wire, connected to heaven knew what at one end, and nothing in particular at the other, took shape as an oddly beautiful curve under his twitching fingers. It was, Murphy saw, almost parabolic. But it was not a parabola. It was some sort of unsymmetrical curve in which Murphy could begin to see the beginning of a system. "If I can get it finished, Mr. Murphy," chattered Bud Gregory, "they won't know when it's turned on, and they can shoot at you, and if I got it pointed at them—" There was a snarl. A beefy man loomed up, a pistol out. Bud Gregory had gone after Murphy, and he had delayed. Both men, their captors knew, were unarmed, but they might get ideas of resistance. So the squint-eyed man had come to see. And he'd heard. He roared profanity at Bud Gregory, who had told Murphy he was to be killed. But Bud was still valuable. The beefy man raised his weapon and shot point blank at Murphy. The muzzle was no more than 10 feet from Murphy's body, and it spewed bullets straight for his heart. And then the beefy man jerked ridiculously, and an expression of incredulous astonishment came over his face. He staggered and put his hand to his side, and then collapsed very slowly to the ground. Bud Gregory yelped in anguished terror. "You got to tell the sheriff, Mr. Murphy, that he done it himself," he wailed. "You got to." Murphy had thought that Bud Gregory could not surprise him, but he was blankly amazed to be alive. For a second he merely stared. Bud Gregory shook and trembled beside him. The contraption in his hands jiggled as he trembled. A little wire somewhere in it turned white with frost. Then Murphy moved with the dazed, desperate calm of a man who had seen a miracle. He picked up the beefy man's pistol. "Come on," he said thickly. "Let's shoot our way out of here." He started forward, but as he stepped out into the patio, the 2 remaining captors swore. They'd heard the shots. They'd looked for the beefy man to return, driving Bud Gregory before him. When they saw Murphy instead, with the beefy man's pistol in his hand, they gaped at him. "Hands up," said Murphy desperately. He added foolishly, "Surrender in the name of the law." One of the 2 men fired from his coat pocket, a burst of shots which emptied the magazine of his automatic pistol. He collapsed, kicking, to the ground. The other man aimed deliberately, and Murphy tried to shoot him, but the civilized man's instinctive repugnance to bloodshed made his hand shake so he couldn't pull the trigger. The other man fired with a cold precision at Murphy, and dropped dead with a bullet in his brain. His own bullet. Bud Gregory wailed in unholy terror, but he held his little gadget safe, and even remembered to turn it off. Miles away, a secret shortwave set sent a message from a hillside in the United States. Another set received it far away. It went into code, went over a cable in the guise of a completely innocent message, reached the capital of a certain European power, was decoded, and rushed to the ruler of that power. He read it and cursed. The United States could not fight according to law, but it was going to fight in defiance of its own acts of Congress. Orders had been given, and, though illegal, they were being obeyed. Disarmed aircraft were fueling and loading up with bombs. Carriers were putting desperately out to sea, and in a matter of hours the United States would be ready to defend itself. The ruler of the European power was angry. He would have preferred to take over the United States as a merely famine-racked, desperate, and babblingly grateful nation of folks whose spirit had been broken by a war of nerves. He had intended to seize its industrial plants intact and its cities undestroyed. But since the fools had belatedly shown dangerous intelligence and were preparing to fight rather than be destroyed by their traditional reluctance to take the offense, why, they would have to be smashed before they could get ready to resist. He gave crisp, ruthless commands. He didn't really believe they would fight, those democratic fools. Still, in 15 minutes the first salvo of long-range guided missiles would be on the way, and other salvos would follow at 2-minute intervals. And in a matter of an hour or so, North America would be like a knacker's stall, and the rest of the world would have an object lesson. And in the hideout, Bud Gregory sat with his bones seemingly turned to jelly. "What the devil happened?" Murphy asked unsteadily. "And we've got to get busy making something that'll stop an atomic bomb bombardment of America. Talk, man. Something may blow us up at any time." You got to tell the sheriff I didn't do nothing," quavered Bud Gregory. "I didn't kill those 3 fellas, Mr. Murphy. They done it themselves. You'll tell the sheriff that. I don't want to have no trouble." "Talk," commanded Murphy. "We've got to work out something. What have you got there?" Bud Gregory swallowed. He trembled uncontrollably. "I told you I made a dingus to make my car pull up hills," he whispered. "It's some stuff that, bounces around in stuff that conducts electricity. Mr. Murphy, I told you about it. All the little hunks in metal that stuff gets in have to move the same way. I made it make my car climb up hills, and then I fixed it so I could make them little hunks of stuff act as brakes, too, and they could even push the car backwards, if I wanted them to. And I've been making a living betting on the feller I fixed the dingus on his racing car. That feller. I had his car fixed so it couldn't turn over either." Murphy listened in an unnatural calm. He knew all this, of course. Bud Gregory was not a genius. He was something so far beyond mere genius that there was no word for it. He simply knew instinctively all the things the physicists of the world hoped to find out in 100 years or so. He was able to scramble together absurd-looking devices that turned heat into electricity and made common dirt form an atomic pile, and the random molecular movements due to heat convert themselves into kinetic energy. Bud Gregory could make a spaceship that would travel among the stars, or he could make devices which would turn the Earth into a paradise. Also, he could make dirt track racing automobiles run faster. "When I realized they were going to kill both of us," he said abjectly, "I got scared. So I took the dingus I had most finished and changed it a little bit. And then, instead of making things move faster, it turned them back. Something that didn't move fast didn't get changed, but anything like a bullet, when I turned my dingus on it, the faster it was going, the faster it got flung back. And, of course, it got flung straight back to where it come from." Murphy was strangely calm, as any man would be who had seen his would-be assassin drop dead from their own bullets, fired at him, and bounce back in a straight line. When miracles happen, one was stunned to calmness. Now he nodded his head slowly. "I see," he said. "When the bullets ran into the field you projected, it was like hitting an elastic spring. Your field absorbed their energy and stopped them, and then fed their energy right back and made them return to where they came from, in the same line and at the same speed they'd started with. That's it?" "Yeah, Mr. Murphy," said Bud Gregory pallidly. "That's it. You'll tell the sheriff I didn't kill those fellas?" "Oh, yes," said Murphy slowly. "I'll tell him that. I take it you didn't project a field to make racing cars run faster, though?" "No, Mr. Murphy," said Bud Gregory, shivering. "I ran it through a wire to the motor. But I can throw it, and when it hits something that carries electricity, It bounces all around and stays there. It don't bother rocks or glass none." "I see," Murphy said in a numb tone. "Most interesting. Now we've got to stop an atomic attack on America." Then he stood absolutely still for a long moment. "Look here," he said. "Will it bounce around in a gaseous conductor? Gas that has ions bouncing around so it will carry the current?" "Yeah," said Bud Gregory. "Of course, Mr. Murphy." "What you're going to do now," said Murphy, with really monstrous tranquility, "is to make a big version of that dingus in your hand. A really big one, so we can turn it straight up and shoot that field into the heaviside layer. Do you know what that is? It's a layer of ionized air that covers the whole Earth, about 15 miles up. You're going to make a dingus that will fix the whole heaviside layer so that anything that shot into it will be bounced right back where it came from, just like those bullets did. If you don't, I'll either kill you or tell the sheriff on you." Bud Gregory blinked at him. "I don't have to make a big one, Mr. Murphy," he said plaintively. "This here one will fix anything. It don't take no power. The power comes from the things that get flung back. All I got to do is this, Mr. Murphy." He put his preposterous, untidy device on the ground and bent the curiously curved wire so that the flatter part of its unsystematic curve was parallel to the ground. He threw a small switch. The two radio tubes glowed. The small wire turned white with frost. "Nothing can get through the layer now, Mr. Murphy," he said anxiously. "How about this sheriff business?" In the sprawling, far-flung territories of a certain European power, columns of vapor suddenly screamed skyward at breathtaking accelerations. There were hundreds of them. They were the guided missiles which were to destroy America. They carried atomic bombs. They should make the better part of the continent into blasted, radioactive craters. From the nations which were satellites of the European power, other columns of vapor streaked skyward. More bombs. They should surge furiously through the air to the chill emptiness beyond it, and they should circle a good part of the Earth, and then dive furiously down and spout ravening atomic flames. Yet they didn't. They went skyward, to be sure. They vanished in emptiness, and men on the ground prepared to send others after them. But they didn't do that either. The guided missiles roared into the thin, invisible heaviside layer of the Earth's atmosphere, whose peculiarity is that it has been ionized by the sun's rays and therefore has a specific electrical conductivity. The rocket projectiles were made of metal. They went raging into the ionized gas in which stuff, which Bud Gregory could understand, was, in his words, bouncing around. And there they stopped. They exhausted their fuel in a furious, terrible duel with the implacable and quite incomprehensible forces. The energy they possessed was somehow absorbed, and then their fuel cut off, and all the energy they had parted with was restored to them, and they went hurtling back toward Earth, toward the exact spot from which they had been discharged. They were equipped with very sensitive fuses. Even the terrific velocity with which they struck their own launching sites did not keep the fuses from working. The atomic bombs they carried exploded. They blew up their own launch sites. More, they blew up the other bombs on the other guided missiles waiting to form a second and third and 20th salvos. Very many large areas of a certain European power became monstrous craters. Unparalleled craters. Chasms going down to the molten rock below the Earth's crust. There were similar craters in the satellite nations. But there were no craters in America, not even little ones. No atomic bombs fell on the United States. When the President of the United States barked a grim and defiant message to the European power, he knew nothing of the craters. They had been made only 5 minutes earlier. He simply barked defiantly that the United States wasn't going to change its government or its way of living for anybody, and it would fight anybody that wanted to fight. But nobody did. In fact, neither the European power nor its satellites were apt to fight anybody for a very, very long time. And, of course, Murphy went back home. He was quite broke when he got there, and he could have been fired from his civil service job for taking leave without permission. But since almost everybody else had done the same thing, his offense was graciously pardoned. He was, however, deprived of pay for all the time he had been absent. The thing that makes him mad, though— no, there are 2 things that make him mad. When it was clear that there was no further danger to America, he turned off Bud Gregory's device and packed it in a car, the same car in which he'd been taken to the hideout. And he drove Bud Gregory down to Los Angeles, where he intended to try to get passage back to Washington. People were flocking back to the cities everywhere then, and police were regulating the flow of the returning refugees. Murphy's captured car was stopped, and 3 policemen advanced to give him instructions about the route he should take. And Bud Gregory couldn't face 3 cops. He jumped out of the car and ran away into the thick of the mob of cars and pedestrians streaming back into the city. Murphy couldn't have caught him. He didn't try, because he was trying so hard to rescue Bud Gregory's gadget, which Bud had used as a stepping stone when he scrambled out of the car. Those are the 2 things that made Murphy mad. Bud Gregory fled and could not possibly be found, and his device was smashed, so it wouldn't work anymore. Murphy still has it, of course, but he's lost all hope of understanding it. In fact, whenever he thinks about Bud Gregory, he begins to swear. He envies Bud Gregory, but Bud Gregory is something there isn't any word for. The end of The Nameless Something by Murray Leinster.
Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Walter Ford. Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Dar Rai sat alone in his room, meditating. From outside the door, he caught a thought wave equivalent to a knock, and, glancing at the door, he willed it to slide open. It opened. "Enter, my friend," he said. He could have projected the idea telepathically, but with only 2 persons present, speech was more polite. Ejon Key entered. "You're up late tonight, my leader," he said. "Yes, Key. Within an hour the Earth rocket is due to land, and I wish to see it. Yes, I know it will land 1,000 miles away, if their calculations are correct, beyond the horizon. But if it lands even twice that far, the flash of the atomic explosion should be visible. And I have waited long for first contact. For even though no Earthman will be on that rocket, it will still be first contact for them. Of course, our telepath teams have been reading their thoughts for many centuries. But this will be the first physical contact between Mars and Earth." Key made himself comfortable on one of the low chairs. "True," he said. "I have not followed recent reports too closely, though. Why are they using an atomic warhead? I know they suppose our planet is uninhabited, but still." "They will watch the flash through their lunar telescopes and get a, what do they call it? A spectroscopic analysis. That will tell them more than they know now, or they think they know. Much of it is erroneous, about the atmosphere of our planet and the composition of its surface. It is, call it a sighting shot, Key. They'll be here in person within a few oppositions, and then... Mars was holding out, waiting for Earth to come. What was left of Mars, that is. This one small city of about 900 beings. The civilization of Mars was older than that of Earth, but it was a dying one. This was what remained of it. One city, 900 people. They were waiting for Earth to make contact, for a selfish reason and for an unselfish one. Martian civilization had developed in a quite different direction from that of Earth. It had developed no important knowledge of the physical sciences, no technology. But it had developed social sciences to the point where there had not been a single crime, let alone a war, on Mars for 50,000 years. It had developed fully the parapsychological sciences of the mind, which Earth was just beginning to discover. Mars could teach Earth much, how to avoid crime and war to begin with. Beyond those simple things lay telepathy, telekinesis, empathy, and Earth would, Mars hoped, teach them something even more valuable to Mars. How? By science and technology, which it was too late for Mars to develop now, even if they had the type of minds which would enable them to develop these things. To restore and rehabilitate a dying planet so that an otherwise dying race might live and multiply again. Each planet would gain greatly, and neither would lose. And tonight was the night when Earth would make its first sighting shot. Its next shot, a rocket containing Earthmen, or at least an Earthman, would be at the next opposition, 2 Earth years, or roughly 4 Martian years hence. The Martians knew this, because their teams of telepaths were able to catch at least some of the thoughts of Earthmen, enough to know their plans. Unfortunately, at that distance, the connection was one way. Mars could not ask Earth to hurry its program, or tell Earth scientists the facts about Mars' composition and atmosphere, which would have made this preliminary shot unnecessary. Tonight, Rai, the leader, as nearly as the Martian word can be translated, and Ki, his administrative assistant and closest friend, sat and meditated together until the time was near. Then they drank a toast to the future, in a beverage based on menthol, which had the same effect on Martians as alcohol on Earthmen, and climbed to the roof of a building in which they had been sitting. They watched toward the north, where the rocket should land. The stars shone brightly and unwinkingly through the atmosphere. In Observatory Number 1 on Earth's moon, Raj Everett, his eye at the mouthpiece of the spotterscope, said triumphantly, "There she blew, Willie! And now, as soon as the films are developed, we'll know the score on that old planet Mars." He straightened up. There'd be no more to see now, and he and Willie Sanger shook hands solemnly. It was a historical occasion. "I hope it didn't kill anybody. Any Martians, that is. Raj, did it hit dead center on Syrtis Major?" "Near as it matters, I'd say it was maybe 1,000 miles off to the south, and that's damn close on a 50 million mile shot. Willie, do you really think there are any Martians?" Willie thought a second, and then said, "No." He was right. End of Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown.
Zero Hour by Alexander Blade. From Imagination, April 1956. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. By accident, Bobby had discovered the rocket was about to be shot to the moon. Naturally, he wanted to go along. But could he smuggle himself aboard? 0 Hour by Alexander Blade. Dad had already gone when Bobby got up. This disappointed Bobby a little, but then he remembered. This was the big day. Naturally, Dad would get over to the project early, And at 4 o'clock, Bobby shivered deliciously at the thought of it. He ate his breakfast in silence with Mom across the table drinking a cup of coffee and looking at a fashion catalog. He was glad she was occupied because he didn't want to talk. Not today, he didn't. Might spill something secret. Might even let out the big secret. That would be terrible. Of course, all things were secret in Buffalo Flats, so secret top scientists like Dad didn't even discuss them with their wives, like Mom. And wives, like Mom, never asked. So it was really something to sit there eating breakfast, knowing that, today, Dad was going to rocket to the moon. And with Mom not even knowing the lunar project was in the works, so naturally not dreaming that he was going with Dad. The thrill was overpowering. Maybe they would have radio communication after they got there, and he would call back and say, "Hello, Mom. Guess where I am? On the moon with Dad." And Mom would say, "Why, Bobby, scaring me to death like this? I was looking all over for you." Sounding very angry, but not being really angry after all, because maybe Dad would cut in and say, "Hey, he's right here with me, dear. What do you think of this boy of ours?" Bobby gulped the last of his cereal so he could go outside and wriggle for joy. As he got up from his chair, Mom said, "And what's your plan for today, young man? Davy Crockett or Buck Rogers?" Bobby had a quick thought, a sudden temptation. Why not give Mom a hint? Why could he not even tell her? Why, he could even tell her and she still wouldn't know. Then later, after he was gone, she would remember back and say, "That boy, when he tells you something, he really means it." Bobby smiled and said, "I think I'll go to the moon today." Mom smiled too and went back to her fashions. "Well, see to it that your fuel mixture is correct." "I'll check it. And Mom, I might not come home for lunch." "Where will you be?" "Oh, I don't know." "Well, mind your manners and say thank you when you leave." Mrs. Kendall, still smiling, watched Bobby dash out into the yard. Living on a restricted government area had one compensation at least. You didn't have to worry about your children. 4 dozen families, all with offspring, trapped behind a 10-foot paroled fence. Here, nobody worried about their children. They came and went, and at noon a mother fed whatever number happened to be in the house at the time. Mrs. Kendall usually drew 6 or 7. It would be a relief to dodge the chore for one Saturday. Out in the backyard, Bobby fussed around with his space rocket a little, tightening a screw here, hammering in a nail there, just until he could slip away without Mom noticing his direction. It wasn't a bad rocket at that, he thought. 6 feet long with 2 seats and a keen instrument panel. But kid stuff, of course. After he found the way in through the sewer, he hadn't paid any more attention to his own ship. He could see Mom through the window, back in her book, so he went casually out through the back gate and turned left, kicking a pebble as he sauntered along, and trying to look as though he had no place to go. Had to be careful, didn't want to bump into any of the other kids today either. The way in through the sewer was at a place behind Laboratory B. There was a kind of alley there that nobody ever walked through, and then this round lid you could lift up and look under, and a ladder you could climb down. Bobby didn't dare go down at first, but after thinking about it overnight, his curiosity won out, and he went back and ducked down into the lower level. He called it a sewer because of sewers being underground, but this place was clean and had bunches of wires strung in every direction, and faint little lights you could see by. Bobby went further and further each trip he took, never telling anybody, because he wasn't supposed to talk about being at Buffalo Flats, not even to the other kids. Then he found the big dome where they were building the rocket. It was so sleek and beautiful and shiny that he just stared at it, up through the grating in the floor that was for air circulation or something. He didn't know that it was a moon rocket at first, not until he'd gone back several times to peek at it, and then one day 2 scientists came walking along right in front of his nose. One of them was Dad. Bobby almost called out, but he caught himself and just listened to them talking. This was the first time his conscience bothered him about going underneath the dome. He thought about it a lot, whether it was the right thing to do. And while he was never able to still his conscience completely, he quieted down by saying he really wasn't doing any harm because he'd never told anybody what he saw. He learned the rocket was going to the moon by listening to Dad and other scientists talk when they thought they were alone. And it was funny, because even there they spoke in low voices and didn't give too much away. He had known now for 3 days that at 4 o'clock the roof would open and the dome would be turned into a blast pit, and the rocket would shoot out through space to the moon. That was all he did know for sure. None of the men had said who was going on the first trip to the moon. Nothing had been said on the subject at all, but Bobby knew Dad would go. He would have to. After all, Dad was the second biggest scientist at Buffalo Flats, second only to Schlemmer himself, and Professor Schlemmer was very old and certainly wouldn't make the trip. That left Dad. Dad would just have to go in order to run the rocket. There probably wasn't anybody else smart enough in the whole place. The idea of going himself had been born the previous day, when he found a large grating in the floor near the rocket and realized if he was very careful he could climb out of the sewer and duck into the rocket when nobody was looking. Once inside, he was pretty sure he'd find a place to hide until blastoff. All the men would probably be strapped in bunks, but if he found a place he could wedge himself in, he didn't think he'd get hurt. Then, halfway to the moon, he would come out and find Dad, and would he be surprised? At first, thinking about it, he got scared, but after he realized how proud Dad and Mom would be, he made up his mind. Now, crouched beside the grating near the ship, he waited while 2 men, technicians in white overalls, walked by. One of them said, "Well, whatever happens, she'll make a big splash." "You said it. Hope the brains know what they're doing." That made Bobby mad. Who said Dad didn't know what he was doing? Dad was just about the smartest scientist in the world. After the 2 men had left, he waited a long time. He heard voices, but no one came in sight. Taking a deep breath, he opened the grating and got out. It was only 4 steps to the open port of the rocket. There was a little ramp they'd used to roll things in, and Bobby's feet touched it lightly as he jumped into the ship. He found himself in some kind of storeroom. It would be a good place to hide, all right. It was full of aluminum barrels, all the same size. He found a space between 2 rows and sat down and got his breath back. It was very quiet around him, scary quiet, but he set his lips firmly. He was going to the moon with Dad. John Kendall was a little late that night. He kissed his wife and said, "Well, did you see the big skyrocket?" "How could I miss it, darling? Your supper's in the oven." "I could use a martini first." "Coming right up." While Myrna fixed the drink, John lay back in his easy chair and closed his eyes. "We'd hoped to stage a little ceremony at the launching, but Washington said no." "The Russians?" "The Eastern Coalition. It was a race. That is why it had to be so secret. Washington said, light the fuse, and fire the thing. Is it still hush-hush? No, not between us at least. We fired an explosion rocket at the moon. It will hit in about an hour, and telescopes will show a big purple spot when our explosives go off and throw dye all over the place. Myrna handed him a dry martini. I see. Lots of fun, no doubt. But what's the purpose? 4th of July on the moon? Oh, no. If the experiment is successful, the next rocket will carry men instead of a bomb. Myrna went to the kitchen to see about supper. John called, Where's Bobby? In bed, I suppose. Myrna didn't hear, and John set his drink down and moved toward the bedroom. Maybe he was still awake. Bobby rolled over. His eyes popped open. Dad, I thought you went to... John Kendall sat down on the edge of the bed and tousled his son's hair. No, son, it's the old terra firma for me. Did you see the rocket blast? Uh-huh, it was really something. It went to the moon, didn't it? That's right, Kendall smiled and thought. Try to keep a secret from the kids. It just can't be done. How's your moon rocket coming along, son? Pretty good. Gee, Dad, as long as you didn't go, I'm glad I didn't go either. You were planning to make the trip also? Uh-huh. I got into the rocket and was all set, but I got to thinking about Mom. How one of us should stay and take care of her in case anything happened. Smart thinking, son. Now you go to sleep. I'll have a little time tomorrow. We'll play some ball. That will be keen. John Randall smiled as he left the bedroom. Kids were wonderful. Give them a few old boards and a steering wheel, and they could build a ship to fly to the moon. What a wonderful dream world they lived in. Too bad they had to grow out of it. The end of 0 Hour by Alexander Blade.
Time Enough at Last by Lynn Venable. Read by Tony Scheinman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time Enough at Last by Lynn Venable. For a long time, Henry Bemis had had an ambition: to read a book. Not just the title or the preface or a page somewhere in the middle. He wanted to read the whole thing, all the way through from beginning to end. A simple ambition, perhaps, but in the cluttered life of Henry Bemis, an impossibility. Henry had no time of his own. There was his wife, Agnes, who owned that part of it that his employer, Mr. Carsville, did not buy. Henry was allowed enough to get to and from work, that in itself being quite a concession on Agnes's part. Also, nature had conspired against Henry by handing him with a pair of hopelessly myopic eyes. Poor Henry literally couldn't see his hand in front of his face. For a while, when he was very young, his parents had thought him an idiot. When they realized it was his eyes, they got glasses for him. He was never quite able to catch up. There was never enough time. It looked as though Henry's ambition would never be realized. Then something happened which changed all that. Henry was down in the vault of the East Side Bank and Trust when it happened. He had stolen a few moments from the duties of his teller cage to try and read a few pages of the magazine he had bought that morning. He'd made an excuse to Mr. Carsville about needing bills in large denominations for a certain customer, and then, safe inside the dim recesses of the vault, he had pulled from inside his coat the pocket-sized magazine. He had just started a picture article cheerfully entitled, "The New Weapons and What They'll Do to You," when all the noise in the world crashed in upon his eardrums. It seemed to be inside of him and outside of him all at once. Then the concrete floor was rising up at him, and the ceiling came slanting down toward him, and for a fleeting second Henry thought of a story he had started to read once, called The Pit and the Pendulum. He regretted in that insane moment that he had never had time to finish that story to see how it came out. Then all was darkness and quiet and unconsciousness. When Henry came to, he knew that something was desperately wrong with the East Side Bank and Trust. The heavy steel door of the vault was buckled and twisted, and the floor tilted up at a dizzy angle, while the ceiling dipped crazily toward it. Henry gingerly got to his feet, moving arms and legs experimentally. Assured that nothing was broken, he tenderly raised a hand to his eyes. His precious glasses were intact, thank God. He never would have been able to find his way out of the shattered vault without them. He made a mental note to write Dr. Torrance to have a spare pair made and mailed to him. Blasted nuisance not having his prescription on file locally, but Henry trusted no one but Dr. Torrance to grind those thick lenses into his own complicated prescription. Henry removed the heavy glasses from his face. Instantly the room dissolved into a neutral blur. Henry saw a pink splash that he knew was his hand, and a white blob came up to meet the pink as he withdrew his pocket handkerchief and carefully dusted the lenses. As he replaced the glasses, they slipped down on the bridge of his nose a little. He'd been meaning to have them tightened for some time. He suddenly realized, without the realization actually entering his conscious thoughts, that something momentous had happened, something worse than the boiler blowing up, something worse than a gas main exploding, something worse than anything that had ever happened before. He felt that way because it was so quiet. There was no whine of sirens, no shouting, no running, just an ominous and all-pervading silence. Henry walked across the slanting floor. Slipping and stumbling on the uneven surface, he made his way to the elevator. The car lay crumpled at the foot of the shaft, like a discarded accordion. There was something inside of it that Henry could not look at, something that had once been a person, or perhaps several people. It was impossible to tell now. Feeling sick, Henry staggered toward the stairway. The steps were still there, but so jumbled and piled back upon one another that it was more like climbing the side of a mountain than mounting a stairway. It was quiet in the huge chamber that had been the lobby of the bank. It looked strangely cheerful, with the sunlight shining through the girders where the ceiling had fallen. The dappled sunlight glinted across the silent lobby, and everywhere there were huddled lumps of unpleasantness that made Henry sick as he tried not to look at them. "Mr. Carsville!" he called. It was very quiet. Something had to be done, of course. This was terrible, right in the middle of a Monday, too. Mr. Carsville would know what to do. He called again, more loudly, and his voice cracked hoarsely. "Mr. Carsville!" And then he saw an arm and shoulder extending out from under a fallen block of marble ceiling. In the buttonhole was the white carnation Mr. Carsville had worn to work that morning, and on the third finger of that hand was a massive signet ring, also belonging to Mr. Carsville. Numbly, Henry realized that the rest of Mr. Carsville was under that block of marble. Henry felt a pang of real sorrow. Mr. Carsville was gone, and so was the rest of the staff. Mr. Wilkinson and Mr. Emery and Mr. Prithart, and the same with Pete and Ralph and Jenkins and Hunter and Pat the guard and Willie the doorman. There was no one to say what was to be done about the East Side Bank and Trust, except Henry Bemis, and Henry wasn't worried about the bank. There was something he wanted to do. He climbed carefully over piles of fallen masonry. Once he stepped down into something that crunched and squashed beneath his feet, and he set his teeth on edge to keep from retching. The street was not much different from the inside, bright sunlight and so much concrete to crawl over, but the unpleasantness was much, much worse. Everywhere there were strange, motionless lumps that Henry could not look at. Suddenly, he remembered Agnes. He should be trying to get to Agnes, shouldn't he? He remembered a poster he had seen that said, In event of emergency, do not use the telephone. Your loved ones are as safe as you. He wondered about Agnes. He looked at the smashed automobiles, some with their 4 wheels pointing skyward, like the stiffened legs of dead animals. He couldn't get to Agnes now anyway. If she was safe, then she was safe. Otherwise... Of course, Henry knew Agnes wasn't safe. He had a feeling that there wasn't anyone safe for a long, long way. Maybe not in the whole state, or the whole country, or the whole world. No, that was a thought Henry didn't want to think. He forced it from his mind and turned his thoughts back to Agnes. She had been a pretty good wife, now that it was all said and done. It wasn't exactly her fault if people didn't have time to read nowadays. It was just that there was the house and the bank and the yard. There were the Joneses for bridge and the Graysons for canasta and charades with the Bryants. And the television. The television Agnes loved to watch but would never watch alone. He never had time to read even a newspaper. He started thinking about last night, that business about the newspaper. Henry had settled into his chair, quietly, afraid that a creaking spring might call to Agnes's attention the fact that he was momentarily unoccupied. He had unfolded the newspaper slowly and carefully. The sharp crackle of the paper would have been a clarion call to Agnes. He had glanced at the headlines of the first page. Collapse of conference imminent. He didn't have time to read the article. He turned to the second page. Solon predicts war only days away. He flipped through the pages faster, reading brief snatches here and there, afraid to spend too much time on only one item. On a back page was a brief article entitled Prehistoric Artifacts Unearthed in Yucatan. Henry smiled to himself and carefully folded the sheet of paper into fourths. That would be interesting. He would read all of it. Then it came, Agnes's voice. "Henry!" And then she was upon him. She lightly flicked the paper out of his hands and into the fireplace. He saw the flames lick up and curl possessively around the unread article. Agnes countered, "Henry, tonight is the Joneses' bridge night. They'll be here in 30 minutes, and I'm not dressed yet. And here you are, reading." She had emphasized the last word as though it were an unclean act. "Hurry and shave. You know how smooth Jasper Jones's chin always looks. And then straighten up this room." She glanced regretfully toward the fireplace. "Oh, dear, that paper, the television schedule. Oh, well, after the Jones leave, there won't be time for anything but the Late Late movie, and... Don't just sit there, Henry. Hurry!" Henry was hurrying now, but hurrying too much. He cut his leg on a twisted piece of metal that had once been an automobile fender. He thought about things like lockjaw and gangrene, and his hand trembled as he tied his pocket handkerchief around the wound. In his mind he saw the fire again, licking across the face of last night's newspaper. He thought that now he would have time to read all the newspapers he wanted to. Only now there wouldn't be any more. That heap of rubble across the street had been the Gazette building. It was terrible to think there would never be another up-to-date newspaper. Agnes would have been very upset. No television schedule. But then, of course, no television. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't. That wouldn't have been fitting. Not at all. He could see the building he was looking for now, but the silhouette was strangely changed. The great circular dome was now a ragged semicircle, half of it gone, and one of the great wings of the building had fallen in upon itself. A sudden panic gripped Henry Bemis. What if they were all ruined, destroyed, every one of them? What if there wasn't a single one left? Tears of helplessness welled in his eyes as he painfully fought his way over and through the twisted fragments of the city. He thought of the building when it had been whole. He remembered the many nights he had paused outside its wide and welcoming doors. He thought of the warm nights when the doors had been thrown open and he could see the people inside, see them sitting at the plain wooden tables with the stacks of books beside them. He used to think then, what a wonderful thing a public library was, a place where anybody at all, could go in and read. He'd been tempted to enter many times. He had watched the people through the open doors, the man in greasy work clothes who sat near the door, night after night, laboriously studying, a technical journal perhaps, difficult for him, but promising a brighter future. There had been an aged scholarly gentleman who sat on the other side of the door, leisurely paging, moving his lips a little as he did so, a man having little time left, but rich in time because he could do with it as he chose. Henry had never gone in. He had started up the steps once, got almost to the door, but then he remembered Agnes, her questions and shouting, and he had turned away. He was going in now, though, almost crawling, his breath coming in stabbing gasps, his hands torn and bleeding. His trouser leg was sticky red where the wound in his leg had soaked through the handkerchief. It was throbbing badly, but Henry didn't care. He had reached his destination. Part of the inscription was still there, over the now doorless entrance. P-U-B-C-L-I-B-R. The rest had been torn away. The place was in shambles. The shelves were overturned, broken, smashed, tilted, their precious contents spilled in disorder upon the floor. A lot of the books, Henry noted gleefully, were still intact, still whole, still readable. He was literally knee-deep in them. He wallowed in books. He picked one up. The title was Collected Works of William Shakespeare. Yes, he must read that sometime. He laid it aside carefully. He picked up another, Spinoza. He tossed it away, seized another, and still another. Which to read first? There were so many. He'd been conducting himself a little like a starving man in a delicatessen, grabbing a little of this and a little of that in a frenzy of enjoyment. But now he steadied away. From the pile about him he selected one volume, sat comfortably down on an overturned shelf, and opened the book. Henry Bemis smiled. There was the rumble of complaining stone, minute in comparison with the epic complaints following the fall of the bomb. This one occurred under one corner of the shelf upon which Henry sat. The shelf moved, threw him off balance. The glasses slipped from his nose and fell with a tinkle. He bent down, clawing blindly, and found, finally, their smashed remains. A minor, indirect destruction stemming from the sudden, wholesale smashing of a city. But the only one that greatly interested Henry Bemis. He stared down at the blurred page before him. He began to cry. End of Time Enough at Last by Lynn Venables.
To Be or Not to Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. To Be or Not to Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Got a problem? Just pick up the phone. It's all them all, and all the same way. Everything was perfectly swell. There were no prisons, no slums, no insane asylums, no cripples, no poverty, no wars. All diseases were conquered. So was old age. Death, barring accidents, was an adventure for volunteers. The population of the United States was stabilized at 40 million souls. One bright morning in the Chicago lying-in hospital, a man named Edward K. Welling, Jr. waited for his wife to give birth. He was the only man waiting. Not many people were born a day anymore. Welling was 56, a mere stripling in a population whose average age was 129. X-rays had revealed that his wife was going to have triplets. The children would be his first. Young Welling was hunched in his chair, his head in his hand. He was so rumpled so still and colorless as to be virtually invisible. His camouflage was perfect, since the waiting room had a disorderly and demoralized air too. Chairs and ashtrays had been moved away from the walls. The floor was paved with spattered drop cloths. The room was being redecorated. It was being redecorated as a memorial to a man who had volunteered to die. A sardonic old man, about 200 years old, sat on a stepladder, painting a mural he did not like. Back in the days when people aged visibly, his age would have been guessed at 35 or so. Aging had touched him that much before the cure for aging was found. The mural he was working on depicted a very neat garden. Men and women in white, doctors and nurses, turned the soil, planted seedlings, sprayed bugs, spread fertilizers. Men and women in purple uniforms pulled up weeds, cut down plants that were old and sickly, raked leaves, carried refuse to trash burners. Never, 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 not even in medieval Holland nor old Japan, had a garden been more formal, been better tended. Every plant had all the loam, light, water, air, and nourishment it could use. A hospital orderly came down the corridor singing under his breath the popular song. If you don't like my kisses, honey, here's what I'll do. I'll go see a girl in purple, kiss this sad world toodaloo. If you don't want my loving, why should I take up all this space? I'll go off this old planet, let some sweet baby have my place. The orderly looked in at the mural and the muralist. Looks so real, he said. I can practically imagine I'm standing in the middle of it. What makes you think you're not in it? Said the painter. He gave a satiric smile. It's called the happy garden of life, you know. That's good of Dr. Hitz, said the orderly. He was referring to one of the male figures in white, whose head was a portrait of Dr. Benjamin Hitz, the hospital's chief obstetrician. Hitz was a blindingly handsome man. Lot of faces still to fill in, said the orderly. He meant that the faces of many of the figures in the mural were still blank. All blanks were to be filled with portraits of important people on either the hospital staff or from the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Termination. Must be nice to be able to make pictures that look like something, said the orderly. The painter's face curdled with scorn. You think I'm proud of this job? He said. You think this is my idea of what life really looks like? What is your idea of what life looks like? Said the orderly. The painter gestured at a foul drop cloth. There's a good picture of it, he said. Frame that and you'll have a picture a damn sight more honest than this one. You're a gloomy old duck, aren't you? Said the orderly. Is that a crime? Said the painter. The orderly shrugged. If you don't like it here, Grandpa, he said, and he finished the thought with a trick telephone number that people who didn't want to live anymore were supposed to call. The 0 on the telephone number he pronounced not. The number was to be or not to be. It was a telephone number of an institution whose fanciful sobriquets included Automat, Birdland, Canary, Catbox, Delouser, Easy Go, Goodbye Mother, Happy Hooligan, Kiss Me Quick, Lucky Pia, Sheep Tip, Warring Blender, Weep No More, and Why Worry? To be or not to be was a telephone number of the municipal gas chambers of the Federal Bureau of Termination. The painter thumbed his nose at the orderly. When I decide it's time to go, he said, it won't be at the Sheep Tip. Do it yourself, eh? Said the orderly. Messy business, Grandpa. Why don't you have a little consideration for the people who have to clean up after you? The painter expressed with an obscenity his lack of concern for the tribulations of his survivors. The world could do with a good deal more mess, if you ask me, he said. The orderly laughed and moved on. Welling, the waiting father, mumbled something without raising his head, and then he fell silent again. A coarse, formidable woman strode into the waiting room on spike heels. Her shoes, stockings, trench coat, bag, and overseas cap were all purple, the purple the painter called the color of grapes on Judgment Day. The medallion on a purple musette bag was a seal of the Service Division of the Federal Bureau of Termination, an eagle perched on a turnstile. The woman had a lot of facial hair, an unmistakable mustache, in fact. A curious thing about gas chamber hostesses was that, no matter how lovely and feminine they were when recruited, they all sprouted mustaches within 5 years or so. Is this where I'm supposed to come? she said to the painter. A lot would depend on what your business was, he said. You aren't about to have a baby, are you? They told me I was supposed to pose for some picture, she said. My name is Leora Duncan. She waited. And you dunk people, he said. What? She said. Skip it, he said. That sure is a beautiful picture, she said. Looks just like heaven or something. Or something, said the painter. He took a list of names from his smock pocket. Duncan, 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 he said, scanning the list. Yes, here you are. You are entitled to be immortalized. See any faceless body here you'd like me to stick your head on? We've got a few choice ones left. She studied the mural bleakly. Gee, she said, they're all the same to me. I don't know anything about art. A body's a body, eh? He said. All righty. As a master of fine art, I recommend this body here. He indicated a faceless figure of a woman who was carrying dried stalks to a trash burner. Well, said Leora Duncan, that's more the disposal people, isn't it? I'm in service. I don't do any disposing. The painter clapped his hands in mock delight. You say you don't know anything about art, and then you prove in the next breath that you know more about it than I do. Of course, a sheaf carrier is wrong for a hostess. A snipper, a pruner, that's more your line. He pointed to a figure in purple who was sawing a dead branch from an apple tree. How about her? He said. You like her at all? Gosh, she said, and she blushed and became humble. That puts me right next to Dr. Hitz. That upsets you? He said. Good gravy, no, she said. It's just such an honor. Ah, you admire him, eh? He said. Who doesn't admire him? She said, worshipping the portrait of Hitz. It was the portrait of a tanned, white-haired, omnipotent Zeus, 240 years old. Who doesn't admire him? She said again. He was responsible for setting up the very first gas chamber in Chicago. Nothing would please me more, said the painter, than to put you next to him for all time. Sawing off a limb. That strikes you as appropriate? That is kind of like what I do, she said. She was demure about what she did. What she did was make people comfortable while she killed them. And while Leora Duncan was posing for a portrait, into the waiting room bounded Dr. Hitz himself. He was 7 feet tall, and he boomed with importance, accomplishments, and the joy of living. Well, Miss Duncan, he said, and he made a joke. What are you doing here? He said. This isn't where people leave. This is where they come in. We're going to be in the same picture together, she said shyly. Good, said Dr. Hitz heartily. And say, isn't that some picture? I sure am honored to be in it with you, she said. Let me tell you, he said, I'm honored to be in it with you. Without women like you, this wonderful world we've got wouldn't be possible. He saluted her and moved toward the door that led to the delivery rooms. Guess what was just born, he said. I can't, she said. Triplets, he said. Triplets, she said. She was exclaiming over the legal implications of triplets. The law said that no newborn child could survive unless the parents of the child could find someone who would volunteer to die. Triplets, if they were all to live, called for 3 volunteers. Do the parents have 3 volunteers? Said Leora Duncan. Last I heard, said Dr. Hitz, they had 1 and were trying to scrape another 2 up. I don't think they made it, she said. Nobody made 3 appointments with us. Nothing but singles going through today, unless somebody called in after I left. What's her name? Welling, said the waiting father, sitting up, red-eyed and frowsy. Edward K. Welling, Jr. is the name of the happy father-to-be. He raised his right hand, looked at a spot on the wall, gave a hoarsely wretched chuckle. Present, he said. Oh, Mr. Welling, said Dr. Hitz. I didn't see you. The invisible man, said Welling. They just phoned me that your triplets have been born, said Dr. Hitz. They're all fine, and so is the mother. I'm on my way in to see them. Hooray, said Welling emptily. You don't sound very happy, said Dr. Hitz. What man in my shoes wouldn't be happy, said Welling. He gestured with his hands to symbolize carefree simplicity. All I have to do is to pick out which one of the triplets is going to live, Then deliver my maternal grandfather to the happy hooligan and come back here with a receipt. Dr. Hitz became rather severe with Welling, towered over him. You don't believe in population control, Mr. Welling? He said. I think it is perfectly keen, said Welling tautly. Would you like to go back to the good old days, when the population of the earth was 20 billion, about to become 40 billion, then 80 billion, then 160 billion? Do you know what a druplet is, Mr. Welling? Said Hitz. Nope, said Welling sulkily. A druplet, Mr. Welling, is one of the little knobs, one of the little pulpy grains of a blackberry, said Dr. Hitz. Without population control, human beings would now be packed on the surface of this old planet like droplets on a blackberry. Think of it. Welling continued to stare at the same spot on the wall. In the year 2000, said Dr. Hitz, before scientists stepped in and laid down the law, there wasn't even enough drinking water to go around and nothing to eat but seaweed, and still people insisted on their right to reproduce like jackrabbits, and their right, if possible, to live forever. I want those kids, said Welling quietly. I want all three of them. Of course you do, said Dr. Hitz. That's only human. I don't want my grandfather to die either, said Welling. Nobody's really happy about taking a close relative to the cat box, said Dr. Hitz gently, sympathetically. I wish people wouldn't call it that, said Lyra Duncan. What? Said Dr. Hitz. I wish people wouldn't call it the cat box and things like that, she said. It gives people the wrong impression. You are absolutely right, said Dr. Hitz. Forgive me. He corrected himself, gave the municipal gas chamber the official title, a title no one ever used in conversation. I should have said Ethical Suicide Studios, he said. That sounds so much better, said Lyra Duncan. This child of yours, whichever one you decide to keep, Mr. Welling, said Dr. Hitz, he or she is going to live on a happy, roomy, clean, rich planet thanks to population control. In a garden like that mural there, he shook his head. 2 centuries ago, when I was a young man, it was a hell that nobody thought could last another 20 years. Now centuries of peace and plenty stretch before us as far as imagination cares to travel. He smiled luminously. The smile faded as he saw that Welling had just drawn a revolver. Welling shot Dr. Hitz dead. There's room for one, a great big one, he said. And then he shot Lyra Duncan. It's only death, he said to her as she fell. There, room for 2. And then he shot himself, making room for all 3 of his children. Nobody came running. Nobody seemingly heard the shots. The painter sat on the top of a step-ladder, looking down reflectively on the sorry scene. The painter pondered the mournful puzzle of life, demanding to be born, and once born, demanding to be fruitful, to multiply, and to live as long as possible, to do all that on a very small planet that would have to last forever. All the answers that the painter could think of were grim. Even grimmer, surely, than a cat box, a happy hooligan, an easy go. He thought of war. He thought of plague. He thought of starvation. He knew that he would never paint again. He let his paintbrush fall onto the drop cloths below. And then he decided he had had about enough of life in the happy garden of life too, and he came slowly down from the ladder. He took Welling's pistol, really intending to shoot himself. But he didn't have the nerve. And then he saw the telephone booth in the corner of the room. He went to it, dialed the well-remembered number, to be or not to be. Federal Bureau of Termination, said the very warm voice of a hostess. How soon can I get an appointment? He asked, speaking very carefully. We could probably fit you in late this afternoon, sir, she said. It might even be earlier if we get a cancellation. All right, said the painter. Fit me in, if you please. And he gave her his name, spelling it out. Thank you, sir, said the hostess. Your city thanks you. Your country thanks you. Your planet thanks you. But the deepest thanks of all is from the future generations. The end of To Be or Not to Be.
Nothing by Martin Pearson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Nothing. By Martin Pearson. The little man with the gray beard stared at me, and I stared back at him. "This is getting us nowhere," I remarked. "Nowhere at all." He nodded and sat down on the hard stone. We were trapped under the building. The house had come down over us when the bomb landed in the street. The rest of the tenants were probably away or dead. Apparently, only the little old man who lived in the second-floor rear and I had gotten down to the bomb-proof cellar in time. And now we were trapped. "We'll have to wait until they dig us out," I said. We couldn't possibly dig our own way out. Too much blocked us. We were buried beneath tons of brick, rubbish, and beams. They were probably busy in the street outside, trying to rescue the people in other, less damaged buildings. Then again, there might be fire, and the noise effectively blocked any chance of their hearing us. I saw him only by the light of my little pocket flash. That wouldn't last very long. Our space was remarkably limited. This shelter had been a part of the cellar. It had been blocked off and roofed over, but even so, part of it fell in. The part with the supplies and stuff. The part opening on the exit. "Well," I said, just to say something, "what do we do now? Sit around and wait to die?" The little old man wrinkled his brow in thought. He didn't seem too worried about dying. I guess when you're his age and have a long gray beard, you get reconciled to the prospect. But I was young, and frankly, I didn't like the idea at all. "I think I know a way," the little old man said finally, "but it will seem like madness. Probably it is. It's never been tried. It may never work." I seized him by the lapels. "Any way is better than none. I'd rather die trying than sitting down moping my life away. Tell it to me. You won't laugh? You will take whatever I say seriously?" the little old man asked anxiously. I saw he didn't want to die the object of scorn, and I saw also that he must have something pretty odd up his sleeve. "No," I answered, "you won't hear a peep out of me." "Then," said the little old man, "if you can prepare yourself, you could walk out through the rocks." In spite of my promise, I gasped. But then I squelched myself and thought that if I was with a lunatic, I might as well make the most of it. He was now the other half of my universe, and so standards had changed. Facing death, any straw will do. "Proceed," I said. "Explain further." "Rocks," said the little old man. I guess he must have been a scientist of some sort. "And all other matter are composed of nothing, mainly, with a little vibration thrown in." I kept my mouth shut. I wasn't going to say anything to the contrary, even if he claimed black was white. "Matter," he went on, "is composed entirely of atoms. Atoms are broken down to electrons and protons and their kin. They, in turn, appear to be nothing but charges of electricity, charges of energy, not matter. So that all matter is really just a manifestation of energy in a peculiar state of stress." I waited. This made sense. I began to recognize some of the things I had learned years ago in high school physics. "Between the vortices of energy which make up the building blocks of matter, there are comparatively vast stretches of just plain empty space. Within the atom, almost all is vacuum. Between molecules, more vacuum. In a so-called solid mass, it could be demonstrated that less than a quadrillionth part of its mass has any reality, and that only in the form of disturbances of energy. and that figure is grossly exaggerated. I waited. This was still making sense. And anyway, when you're hopelessly trapped, there is no sense in being impatient. If, went on the professor, you understand this and project the picture of it in your mind, you can mentally resolve all things into swirls of nothingness, into less than air. If you can do so, you can contain complete control over your own body, for we alone are able to control our own masses by means of will. And if you can picture these masses of rocks as pools of nothing, and you yourself as the same, you can pass through these rocks as a whiff of smoke in the air. You can revisualize yourself as solid outside this trapping pile. I thought about it. Wild it was, and yet based on real reasoning. If you will give your mind to me, let me hypnotize you with your cooperation, I think I can cause that to happen. You will then pass through the rocks and appear outside. Then you will send for me, he said. I thought that over. Why don't you do it yourself? I asked. I am old, and it is better done with an outside subject. Do not forget that this has never been done. Okay, start, I said, suddenly making up my mind. I don't want to die, and I would do anything, however wild, to avoid it. When one sits alone in the darkness beneath a ruined house and knows that there is no hope, a decision like this comes normally. All is logical, according to the conditions given. I gave him my flashlight, and he shone it in my eyes. Then he started weaving it and repeating what he had said about atoms and electrons and masses of nothing. I watched him fascinated, and I thought of little whirlpools in empty black space. I saw flashing ripples in the void. I saw lone lights, untended, in nothingness, and reflected from nothing. But I saw that they were glowing from nothing. Light, just light. I saw a solitary mote pulsing in an endless track across a vast area that was utter abyss. Gradually, the flashlight seemed to flicker and die. I felt wavy and mist-like. I understood the meaning of mass, and I saw indeed that matter has very little real existence. I felt as if I were upon my feet, and they were long columns of imagination having no reality save for endless electric foam. I felt myself moving forward, and I felt other disturbances passing between me and around me and through me. Then I saw that scenes were passing before my vision, and the globulates of vacuna that were my eyes seemed to register as they passed through other globulates of vacuna. I saw what seemed like a tiny planet spinning on its axis, while a strange blue sun shone down and a dozen other planets swirled. I saw a figure indescribable, mounted upon a thing incredible, pursuing the unknowable across a vast and meaningless place. I saw dozens of things like this, none of which can be described. Once I saw a large machine with churning arms, and it was all bubbly, and yet hard and mechanical. All about me moved a great current and a wave of feelingless substance. Then I felt a beating of forces upon me. I felt a hammering at me, and I felt a pressure pushing upon the whirling, imaginary pools of my being, and a curious coldness set in. I shivered and looked around. I was naked in the middle of the street. The stars were out, and the drone of airplanes audible. People were running up and down, and a hose was playing upon the front of a burning building. The wardens were digging in some ruins with crowbars and shovels. A man came running up to me and threw a blanket over my trembling shoulders. "Where'd you come from? Bomb blew your clothes off? It happens." I pointed to a pile of bricks and junk that marked my house. "There's a man buried in those ruins, and he's alive," I said. "Just trapped. You'll have to dig him out." The warden blew his whistle, and out of the turmoil 3 men came with picks and equipment and began to dig. But it was 2 days before they finally got to him, and by that time he was dead. The end of Nothing by Martin Pearson. The Man Who Killed the World by Ray King. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Groff ruled the world through fear. Fear of his awful power, his twisted, mad brain. For one day that brain would crack. When it did, the world would dissolve into cataclysmic chaos. The Man Who Killed the World by Ray King. In his little tower, perched at the very peak of the great terraced pile of buildings which was his home and his citadel, Peter Groff sat brooding with hatred. The city, its factories, its vast plowed fields lay stretched below him. Millions of humans at play in little games. How he hated them. And they hated him. Hated and feared him. It made him chuckle. For all his life he had worked and schemed and fought to make himself a power. The richest, most powerful man in the world. He had attained it. They had called him cruel in his youth with his ruthless business methods. He had laughed. Then they had no longer dared call him anything which would anger him. And he had laughed at that, while he had bought their governments and their armies with his money. He was laughing now as he thought of it. In 70 years he had made the name Peter Groff a thing at which to tremble. Over all the earth, from the heads of his groveling puppet governments down to the lowliest child driving a plow in the fields, there was no one who did not secretly fear Groff. The power of his money, the sound of anger in his voice. There in his citadel his servants trembled and hated him. It was funny, because by their methods they had gotten nothing, and he had gotten everything. Alone in his little tower, he sat and brooded. There was little else to do now, and he enjoyed it, this contemplation of himself and his achievements. The mirror behind which he sat reflected his image. He stared at himself. His trusted companion. His face, thin-lipped, was grim with its power. His eyes gleamed with it. Eyes at which everyone shivered with fear. The banked rows of his television tuning knobs were within reach of his hand, and he decided that it would be amusing to look and to listen from some of the newscasters' vantage points at what was transpiring down in the city streets. He chose one in the factory district, over by the river. They were the people who had least. The little cathode mirror presently was glowing with the scene he had selected. It was a tube-lit city arcade, far down by the lowest level of the interurban railway. Subterranean shops were along its sides, places where people with the tiniest fraction of money might spend it for something which wasn't worth having. And as he stared, from one of the shops a young couple came, a dark-haired, slender young man and a girl who was pretty and who was laughing. They were poorly dressed. They had nothing. But they were laughing, and suddenly They were struggling as the young man fastened upon the girl's dress the bauble he had bought, and then was trying to kiss her for his payment. The scuffle was over in a moment, and Groff heard from his microphone the girl's gasping, murmured words. "Oh, Jock, I'm so happy." Groff stiffened. His thin, lined face was grim as he reached and cut off the image and the murmuring voice. Something happened to Peter Groff that summer night. He wasn't conscious of it. He only knew that he was enraged, as though an attack had been made upon him. Atrocious things which menaced him needed crushing. He pondered it, grim with his plan. Near dawn, some of his servants knew that something had happened. They heard him, with his wild laughter coming in an eerie, muffled blur from his little tower. Then young Peller dared to go up and see what might be the matter. "Is there anything you need of me, master?" he asked. Groff was staring from his great armchair. "Not now, Peller, but I've just discovered how to solve the situation very quickly. The master has just made up his mind, Peller." It was gratifying to see the terror and confusion on Peller's face. Groff's gesture drove the servant away, so that he would go down into the corridors of the citadel and whisper with all the other servants as they trembled, thinking the master might be displeased with them. The thing took Groff more than a year. The thousands of men whom he had sent secretly throughout the world did as he commanded, and did not know why they were doing it. Poor fools! The great scientist, who for so many years had been Groff's employee, gave him the technical knowledge he sought. Fools, all fools. They could not guess what he was really after. The lies he told them, which awakened their cupidity, were so easy to believe. No servant would know what any other servant was doing. No one could piece it together. There was only the powerful Groff in his tower, weaving the poisonous threads of his gigantic enterprise into a pattern which only himself could see. Then at last he was ready. He had tracked down the identity of the dark-haired, slender young worker, whom the laughing girl had called Jock. And there came the momentous night when he sent for the young man and the girl, and white-faced, frightened, they stood before him in his little tower. Groff lolled back in his big chair as he quietly regarded them. "Quite an honor for you, isn't it?" he said, "seeing me in person." "What do you want of us?" the young man murmured. It was pleasing to Groff to see his terror. "I want to thank you," Groff said ironically. "It happened that I saw you two one night about a year ago. You made me realize what I must do, so I thought I would tell you about it." They could only stand wordless, frightened. Groff sucked in his breath in anticipatory pleasure. In a moment now, they would be more than frightened. They would be utterly terrified, and their terror would spread like a wave around the world. Groff was lashing himself into grim anger. "You are going to die," he said. At the girl's sudden little whimpering gasp, he raised his hand. "That sort of thing won't help you any. You and everyone on Earth. This is your last night of health. Tomorrow at dawn, you will start swiftly to sicken. In a week, a month, you will be dead." How well they knew that his threats were never empty. They were huddled together now, with trembling arms around each other, as they stared at him. He lashed himself further into anger as he told them that he realized how many millions of people were conspiring to the end that Groff might suffer misfortune. A menace which he could no longer tolerate. Now those millions would squirm as they saw death coming upon them. The supreme power of Groff, at last demonstrated to its ultimate. Queer that he had never thought of this logical climax to his great career, not until that little incident a year ago when the young couple had caused him to envision it. He was telling them now what he had done. The little depots all over the earth, compressed with caged bacteria. Little time bombs, all to explode within 30 minutes of this present instant. The women and children, the aged, would die first, but the polluted air, the contagion spreading everywhere. In a week, a month, the swift and deadly bacteria would leave no one alive. You are going to do this to us? Young Jack murmured at last. Why not? It is my destiny. Never had Groff felt so quiet and comfortable a thrill as now, and this was only the beginning. Others before me have tried their little conquests, he said with his grim smile. Men who wanted power and got it, just in a small way, and for a little while. There was one, I recall reading about him, one who was so foolish to disclose all his plans by writing them in a book, years before he had a chance to accomplish them. I am not like him. I tell you now, when there is a scant 30 minutes before your inevitable annihilation begins. You hate your fellow man so much? Jock murmured impulsively. You would kill yourself, just for the pleasure of killing the rest of us? To die. It sent so strangely a queer little shiver over Groff. He had always felt it, but no one could ever know it, save himself. How many times his vaulted, reckless bravery had awed his fellow man. He sat very straight now, and his eyes flashed. I have never been one to fear death, he said. But, as always before, he knew now that he was safe enough. His armed citadel here was wholly safe from outside attack, even if the stricken multitudes should find brief strength to try and assail him. His retainers, thinking they were safe, would remain at their posts. Poor fools. At the last, even they would be stricken, and Groff would retreat up here. Impregnable, here in the tower and its neighbor little rooms, he could maintain his unpolluted air, and eat the food and drink the water which he had stored here in such abundance. Perhaps, even, nature would let him live the longer for his isolation. Master of Earth, the man who owned everything. Pride swelled him again as he thought of the poor little fool who had only wanted to make himself the titular leader of Earth, and in his own fatuous conceit had written it all down in his little book. You have good reason to fear me, Groff said. You realize it now? The young couple were white-faced and trembling as they clung to each other, and suddenly the girl murmured, I pity you. Groff caught at it, with his sudden wild rage flooding him. You lie, he rasped. You are frightened. You are terrified of me and my revenge. Revenge? Young Jock muttered. I wonder what we have done to you, except that we live and breathe and try to be happy. His arm held the trembling girl closer, and he turned and gazed into her face, her moist red lips quivering, her eyes like misted stars as she regarded him. If we are both to die, he murmured, still we will have each other, Manya. Yes, she whispered. Then it seemed that the youth was not quite so afraid as he straightened and fronted Groff. Your revenge, when you kill us both, is not quite complete, he said with a twisted smile. They turned at Groff's gesture of dismissal. At the head of the great staircase, which went down from the tower, dominated by his power, Groff stood with his heavy ornamented robe tossed over one shoulder and all his emblazoned insignia dangling on his chest. The young couple were still clinging to each other as they descended. Then they were a little blob, dwarfed by distance, dwindled into total insignificance. It was only a trick of lighting of the great staircase, of course, but suddenly, just before they vanished, it seemed that the light had magnified them into something gigantic. The thing was over at last. It was a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Groff had kept no track of the time. Exhausted with exulting, he lay back in his chair with his instruments around him. How wonderful it had been! The ultimate conquest, the power of Groff and Groff alone. So many times it had made him think of those other conquerors, those little men of history who had been thrilled by their trips of triumph into some petty land their armies had devastated. That little man in his air car, gazing in triumph, swelling himself with his pride as he gazed at the death and destruction he had brought to just one petty nation in 3 weeks. Groff's triumph was over now. He had seen much of it, with his telescopes ranging the city, and on his television mirrors before the television went blank. It had been queer, how people, stricken so that they knew they had only a few days to live, had rushed around, bringing their families together. Queer that, then, they had not really seemed afraid. Queer how the churches had been crowded, with doomed people who clung together and had a strange look on their face as though they were not afraid to die. And then it was over. From the immense height and safety of his little tower, Groff sat surveying his conquered world. The man who had everything, the ultimate of personal power. And what would he do with it now? Queer thought. It was so queer, so whimsical a thought that he chuckled, and then was laughing at it. Laughing for so long that it left him breathless. There was nobody here to hate. That was another queer thought. Was it days, or weeks, or years that now he sat above alone in his little tower, surveying his empty world? There was nothing to do but gloat with pride at the greatness of himself, and to laugh at the whimsicality of his hungry need to be angry at his enemies, who now did not exist. He had tired of that. Then there were times when he thought it would be satisfying if he killed himself, like the man who had written the book, and who could not live when he realized that the time had come when no one feared him. But Groff found that he had not the courage to do that. It tried him to laugh so much, so that often now he sat, just anguished with emptiness. It was queer how that vision of the young couple going down his staircase seemed always there, to haunt and to puzzle him. What had been about them that was so gigantic? The thought enraged him, because he knew now that it was something he might have wanted, something he had failed to get. The end of The Man Who Killed the World by Ray King.